It's a great pleasure to introduce you to our two presenters for today. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Nick Oliver and Mr. Loo Bang Hean.
Good morning. Sawadee krap. We are going to start with, we decided to start with some higher grades first and then move on to the lower grades in the second half of the day. So we're going to start with 6, 7, 8 and then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
ครับวันนี้อาจารย์จะเริ่ม6 7 8ก่อนนะครับ6 7 8แล้วก็5 4 3 2 1
Okay, so for the grade 6, we're going to start with grade 6, list A. We've got an Andante by the British composer An, and this one overall is not a very fast piece, even though you see a lot of running notes and so on. Overall, I think it's not too difficult, especially without the ornaments. So I might first ask the student to learn it without putting the little trills in before. Then once you are familiar with the shape and the flow and so on, then you add the ornaments in. And the important thing is that ornaments must not disturb the shape or the flow of the melodic line.
เพลงนี้นะครับสังเกตมีออร์นาเมนต์ใช่ไหมครับถ้าในการหัดให้เด็กแรกๆเนี่ยไม่ต้องใส่ออร์นาเมนต์ก่อนเพื่อให้จังหวะตรงก่อนจากนั้นค่อยใส่ออร์นาเมนต์เพื่อให้กระทบกับจังหวะครับ
So the tempo is not that fast. They have suggested, you see the metronome marks with the brackets. So that is just a suggestion of the tempo. You don't have to be exactly that. And in fact, I might just play it a little bit slower because I think it's easier for students to make it calmer at a slightly slower tempo.
จังหวะที่วงเล็บไว้นะครับเป็นแค่แนะนำนะครับในความเป็นจริงเนี่ยให้เด็กเล่นช้าลงกว่านี้ได้
A lot of the music tends to shape towards the middle of the bars, so a slight shaping or a little bit of crescendo diminuendo will help. That sort of thing. Yeah. So a bit of shape. The left-hand quavers can either be very lightly detached, like a cello playing separate bows, or you can have a mixture of some legato as well as some detached notes.
สังเกตมือซ้ายนะครับเล่นเป็น detach เล็กๆได้นะครับในเสียงเชลโลส่วนในมือขวาทำเชฟเล็กน้อยตามโน้ตที่สูงขึ้นนะครับ
So let's go from bar 3 now. So I'll just play with a mixture of legato and some detached notes. Then here we get an interrupted cadence, right? So I might just hold back a little bit before going on. Okay.
Sorry. สังเกตไหมครับมือซ้ายอาจารย์ทำเสียงเลกาโต้ผสมกับ detach ได้นะครับตามข้างของโน้ตแล้วก็มี interrupted cadence ในบางช่วงเพื่อจะ pause ลงนิด
And then finally it finishes in the dominant key. So. And if you want to, it's very stylistic to spread that long chord.
ในตอนจบนะครับถ้าเป็นเพลงบาโรก็ spread chord ได้ทำเป็นโรคอร์ดได้นิดหน่อยครับ
Overall, the whole piece, the dynamics is not very wide, fairly gentle, maybe just from piano to at most mezzo forte and so on. So overall, there's a lyrical quality to the whole piece.
เพลงนี้ไดนามิกไม่ค่อยมีความแตกต่างกันมากนักสิ่งสำคัญคือความไพเราะนะครับเล่นให้มีเชฟมีความไพเราะที่สำคัญ
And then a higher sequence, so perhaps a little bit stronger.
climax นะครับให้มีเสียงที่ดังขึ้นมีดรามาติกขึ้นนะครับ
And then let's see, it's ahead at the bottom. When we come to bar 14, we get this new pattern. It sounds a bit like a violin part, isn't it? Crossing strings. So you can decide whether how to articulate it. You could, for example, slur it in 3, or even have a mixture of some slurs and detached notes. And it doesn't matter which one you choose or any other ways, but you just have to be consistent that for this 1.5 bars, you do the same articulation.
มีทันนะครับห้องที่14นะครับเวลาเป็นลักษณะของไวโอลินแพทเทิร์นแบบนี้นะครับทำ articulation ได้จะเป็นคู่หรือเป็นอย่างไรเลือกให้เหมือนกันให้สอดคล้องกัน
So for example and then back to the theme and so on. Yeah. So overall, a lot of shaping in the right hand, quite expressive, and all these little ornaments must not disturb. It must still be quite smooth in the shape and very kind of poised.
สรุปนะครับเป็นมือขวาสำคัญนะครับมีความรีเวอร์มีความไพเราะแล้วก็รักษาจังหวะให้ดีเวลาใส่ออร์นาเมนต์แล้วอยากให้จังหวะมันโยกไปตามกัน
Yeah. Okay. Now we come to A2, which is a fugue. And I know not so many teachers are very keen on teaching fugue, especially at grade 6 level, because it requires a lot of discipline. You have to practice it voice by voice, separate hands before you put them together. So the preparation takes quite a lot of time.
ข้ามไปที่2ฟิวนะครับการสอนฟิวในเกรด 6เนี่ยบางทียังไม่ค่อยคุ้นชินนะครับในการที่จะสร้างทำนองให้มันสอดคล้องกันการจะบอกให้ทำได้
And this subject is, if you have played or taught the well-tempered clavier, Book 2 by Bach, the G major prelude has the same subject. So the prelude is this one. So the subject is exactly the same as this.
เพลงนี้มาจากเพลงฟิวเล่มใหญ่นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นตัวเพลงรูทไม่ได้เอามาแต่แค่ตัวฟิวมาเป็นเพลงเดียวกันครับ
Yeah, but this is actually an earlier work. So later on, Bach took this and wrote a more complex, longer fugue. So this one is quite a good one to introduce students to a fugue because it's fairly short.
ฟิวบทนี้ยังไม่ยากนะครับเป็นค่อนข้างเริ่มต้นสำหรับในการเริ่มต้นสอนเด็กนะครับ
Yeah. Now, a lot of the exam pieces also comes with recording, some of them. So if you have heard the recording, you might have noticed the pianist in that plays it fairly legato, is flowing.
เราสังเกตถ้าเราฟัง recording นะครับหนึ่งกว่าจะเล่นค่อนข้างในเชิงเลกาโต
Yeah. So the thing is, it's important to know that in those recording is not the only way to do it. So they're just showing you one possible way. So I'm going to show you a different way to approach it, where I use a bit more detached articulation, so that it sounds a bit livelier.
ถึงแม้ใน CD จะเล่นเป็นเลกาโตแต่อาจารย์จะโชว์ว่าเราเล่นเป็นแบบอื่นก็ได้นะครับอาจารย์จะทำให้ดูเป็นลักษณะของการเล่นสั้น
So I'll play a lot of it slightly detached, but sometimes like from bar 3, 4, 5, some of the first 2 notes you can have a bit of slur just to kind of mark out where the main beats are.
เขาเล่นหลายแบบนะครับจะเป็น detached หรือจะเป็น slur ใน2คู่แรกก็ได้นะครับ
So. And in bars, I think like 10 around there, you see some of these slurs that has a little line through it. You see that? In the ABRSM publication, this means that the editor has added those slurs in. It's not written in by Bach, but most of the time they are quite good suggestions. But it just shows you whether which one is written by the editor and which one is written by Bach. So this is an editor's suggestion.
เห็นห้องที่10ไหมครับห้องที่10นะครับในมือขวาที่มีสเลอร์และมีขีดนะอันนั้นเป็น edit นะครับบางไม่ได้เขียนไว้แต่ว่า editor ของ ABRSM edit ให้
Yeah, so here I think it's a good idea because those are actually very expressive appoggiaturas and then they resolve into the second note. So I think that's the slur helps make it clear.
เราใส่สเลอร์ลงไปจะทำให้เฟรชตัวนั้นฟังไพเราะขึ้นนะครับ
So let me go from bar 8 now. the composer takes the first part of the subject and have a conversation between the left and the right hand. So you see the left hand playing there, just the first two bars, then the right hand answering, then the left hand say something, right hand say something. So you want to hear this conversation going on between the hands.
การเล่นฟิลก็เหมือนมี2เสียงคอยโต้ตอบกันนะครับฟังออกนะครับให้สังเกตมันเริ่มจากมือขวาจากนั้นไปกระโดดไปตามมือซ้ายต่างๆนะครับสลับกันไป
Yeah, that sort of thing. So the left hand and the right hand needs to match in terms of the articulation, the sound, and so on.
เวลาสลับกัน2มือทำซาวด์ให้เหมือนกันนะครับให้ซิมให้เหมือนกัน
And then when we come to this part where the writing becomes fairly thick, you see the right hand has triads, the left hand plays actually the subject. We know originally this is written for a keyboard, harpsichord, sibling clavichord and so on. But with the harpsichord, you know that the dynamic range is quite limited. But what the composer sometimes does is just to increase the texture so that overall it sounds bigger, a bigger sort of sound world. And here we can help it on the piano, we can play a little bit louder. And later on, you see it becomes just two voices. The rhythm is not so active, so then we actually can come down because on the harpsichord also it will sound like it's becoming a bit smaller in terms of the dynamic level.
สังเกตในหน้าที่2บรรทัดที่2ในมือขวาโน้ตมันมีคอร์ดเยอะขึ้นใช่ไหมครับเพลงนี้เขียนมาสำหรับฮาร์ปซิคอร์ดในสมัยก่อนดังนั้นการฮาร์ปซิคอร์ดมันทำเสียงดังเสียงเบามากไม่ได้เวลาเราต้องการดังเราจะเพิ่มโน้ตลงไปจากนั้นเราอาจจะเพิ่มให้ความเร็วขึ้นนิดนึงแล้วก็ให้ดังขึ้นในเปียโนนะครับจากนั้นทำนองก็จะลดลงมาเป็นแนวทีละคู่ทีละข้างให้บางลงเหมือนเดิมครับในเปียโนเราทำไดนามิกแบบนี้ได้
Yeah, so this part we can play forte, for example, and then come down to bottom mezzo piano. No, I'm sorry. Lighter, the texture and a little bit softer. And then the final section, we hear for the last time the subject in the left hand, and again quite thick texture, so probably a strong ending.
2บรรทัดสุดท้ายนะครับมือซ้ายกลับมาเป็นตัวทำนองหลักแล้วมือขวามาเป็น texture ที่หนาเหมือนเดิมนะครับ
So. Okay, now A3. Have you got students like a lot of my students? When I give them a piece, they want to count how many pages it is. So the first 2 pieces is just 2 pages. This one is 4 pages, and they will complain that it's very long. But I think out of these 3 pieces, this is the easiest to express. Like musically, this is the most straightforward.
เวลาเด็กเลือกเพลงดูจำนวนหน้าใช่ไหมครับอันไหนหน้าน้อยเลือกก่อนปรากฏอาจารย์บอกว่าที่4หน้าง่ายสุดนะครับเทียบกันเอง
Yeah. So this is a sonatina by Dussek. Some of you might have taught this before. Do you remember this? Yeah, same composer, same style, starting with 6s as well.
จำเพลงนี้ได้ไหมครับเพลง5เมื่อซิลวัสกับนะครับดูเซ็กเหมือนกัน
And with 6s, it's important that the thumb is not too heavy, otherwise you can't hear the melody. Yeah, so you want to encourage them to voice to the top notes. So one of the exercises I tend to ask my students to just practice is just to do a sort of scale in 6s, hanging on to the top note, but just very lightly touching the thumb, something like this. So that you get used to bringing out the top notes and playing the thumb very lightly.
เพลงนี้ขึ้นเป็นคู่6นะครับเพลงจูเซกโซนาตินาทีนี้วิธีฝึกอย่าให้นิ้วโป้งหนักนะครับวิธีการทำให้นิ้วโป้งไม่หนักคือ voicing note ตัวบน U4 ครับวิธีคือโฮ U4 ไว้แล้วเล่นนิ้วโป้งให้สั้นก้อมแบบเมื่อกี้นะครับก็จะเป็นตัวทำให้ทำนองข้างบนออกมาชัด
And with the classical pieces is well you can't really run away from running notes and all Alberti basses. There's a lot of those. With the left hand Alberti bass, it is quite light. It's quite quick. So quite light and use a little bit of this rotary motion. You can play.
เวลาเล่นคลาสสิคอลเราหนีสเกลไม่ได้นะครับแล้วก็รักษาที่เบสเล่นให้ไลท์ให้เบานะครับ
Presumably, I think Dussek wrote this piano and forte. You see the crescendo bracketed, so that again is a suggestion by the editor. I think a very good idea, so to build it up to forte. Then in the next bar 5, you see this figure, and if you look at bar 7, there is a piano written there. So I think here also, I might just drop it down to piano before the bar with the rinforzando.
สังเกตไดนามิกที่มีวงเล็บนะครับเป็นตัวเอดิทนะครับเพื่อจะทำให้เพลงมันดูไม่หนักจนเกินไป
So quite light here. That sort of thing. With this figure, there are a lot of very light semi-quavers, quavers. I think with the crotchets here, I will hold them a full crotchet.
หลังจากมีนิ้ววิ่งที่เป็นสเต็ป2ชั้นนะครับหรือพวกโน้ตที่เป็น1ชั้นนะโน้ตตัวดำให้ค่าให้ยาวนะครับพยายามรักษาค่าให้ไม่ให้สั้น
Then back to the theme. And then it starts to change key. So here again, I'll build up.
จะเปลี่ยนคีย์ช่วงตรงกลางนะครับ
Then forte. In the right hand, you might want to play detached or with some slurs.
ในมือขวาตรงนี้จะเล่นดีแทชเลยจะเป็นสเลอร์เป็นคู่ก็ได้นะครับ
And then in bar 21, the editor suggests a kind of echo effect. So you can do that, or if you want, you can also keep it all loud.
ตรงนี้มีตัว P เป็นเปียโนในวงเล็บอาจจะไม่ต้องทำก็ได้นะครับเป็นจะให้เป็น echo ก็ได้ครับจะดังก็ได้
Okay, let's try that. And then as a contrast here, it becomes more legato. And then we have some thirds here. I think a lot of students, a lot of my students anyway, when they try to play legato thirds, it ends up something like this. That sort of thing. And I think here it's easier to just to detach it, and I think it's very stylistic to detach it as well.
ปัญหาของการเล่นคู่3นะครับเราลงไม่พร้อมกัน2โน้ตใช่ไหมครับให้เล่นเป็นสแตนโตจะง่ายกว่า
Crescendo. And it starts pretty much the same. Again, be careful of a heavy thumb. The sixes.
ที่เหมือนเดิมนะครับระวังนิ้วโป้งจะหนัก
And then we come to this new theme, which is a little bit calmer than the themes from the first 2 pages. So here, probably a little bit more legato, more lyrical, and in the left hand also is calmer. And here, I would probably use what a lot of pianists call finger pedaling. So you hold the bass note. So it sounds like the left hand pedal. So even when you change pedal and all that, you still get a very stable bass.
นี่เป็นคำแนะนำที่ดีนะครับในตรงกลางที่เปลี่ยนอารมณ์มาเป็นคีย์ไมเนอร์เนี่ยในมือซ้ายที่เป็น broken chord อาจจะโฟใช้ finger pedal ก็คือเก็บโน้ตนิ้ว5ไว้นิดนึงนะครับให้มันฟังเหมือนมี pedal แต่เราไม่ได้เหยียบ pedal นะครับจะให้ตรงนี้มัน smooth แล้วก็คลามขึ้นนะครับ
So, the pause is on the rest, so not a long note, then wait, and then you're back.
นะครับเมื่อกี้ตัวอยู่มันอยู่ตรงจังหวะที่เป็น rest นะครับ
Yeah. Okay, and then the rest is more or less the same.
ที่เหลือก็เหมือนเดิมนะครับ
Okay, now Nick will bring us through this B.
Good morning, everyone. I thought when we started, you all look like you're sitting a grade 5 theory exam.
เหมือนสอบเกรด5ทฤษฎีไหมครับเนี่ยเวลานั่ง
Everybody writing with their heads down. So don't forget to ask us some questions using the Slido. We'd be very happy to answer any of your points about the pieces. And
อย่าลืมดูสไลโดนะครับเข้าไปถามคำถามได้นะครับ
we're also going to run a poll or several polls, which we would like you to tell us what your favourite pieces were from the grades. So for grade 6, we'll open that poll quite shortly, probably when we start talking about the C pieces. So have a little think back to the list A and what was your favourite, so you can vote when we open the poll.
ในสไลโดมันมีปุ่มโพลด้วยนะครับเดี๋ยวตอนเราจบแล้วก็ลองโหวตดูว่าเพลงไหนชื่นชอบที่สุดนะครับ
Just before Nick starts, I just noticed a question on Slido already about A3, the two-set. Somebody's asking, do we need to repeat? Now, in your exam pieces, if you look nowadays at the cover, at the inside cover, there's nothing new, but they've just laid it all out. There is a section that says you will need to observe all the capo and they'll send your indications, but omit all other repeats, including first-time bars, unless they are very brief, as in maybe about 4 bars or so, or unless the syllabus specifies otherwise. So in the two-set, it's quite a long repeat, so in the exam you do not repeat it.
เข้าใจนะครับการย้อนไม่ย้อนเนี่ยนะครับดูที่ตัวเพลงถ้าเป็นเครื่องหมายนะครับก็ต้องย้อนตามฟอร์มนะครับแต่ถ้าเป็น just repeat ยาวๆนี่ไม่ต้องนะครับเป็นพวกโซนาติน่าแต่ถ้าเป็นเพลงสั้นๆแค่4ห้องจะย้อนจริงก็ไม่มีปัญหาครับอยู่ที่ความยาว
So the first piece in the list B is this Moderato by Max Bruch. Max Bruch probably best known for his first violin concerto, which is very much part of the repertoire nowadays. But this is a lovely little piece, number 4 from a set of 6 piano pieces.
ครับแม็กซ์บรูคทุกคนจะรู้จักไวโอลินชาโต้นะครับในมีเพลงเปียโนด้วยนะครับ
It's a nice choice for this B. There's no major technical difficulties, although there are a few little particular things we'll talk to in a minute. But it's very lyrical, very expressive music. So maybe the one for a student with a little bit of sort of poetry and emotion that they can express.
เพลงนี้เทคนิคไม่ยากมากนะครับแต่เป็นเพลงที่มีอารมณ์ข้างในเยอะทีเดียวสำหรับเด็กที่ต้องการชอบโชว์ในด้านของอารมณ์นะครับ
It's marked Moderato, and indeed that's the title of it at the beginning. But I think it's not too slow, this piece. It needs to flow, it needs to have a sense of direction.
ถึงแม้เขียนว่าดูราโต้ก็ไม่ช้าจนมากเกินไปนะครับต้องการให้มันค่อนข้างโฟล์
It says piano at the beginning, but it also says molto cantabile, and I think the molto cantabile is almost more important than the piano. Because especially in the melody, the first note is very long, lasts nearly a bar and a half. And that really needs to sound through all the bass notes in the middle. So with your students, don't worry too much about starting the piece too quietly, because that will also leave you room for pianissimo on the second line.
สังเกตนะครับถึงแม้จะเขียนเป็น dynamic piano นะครับแต่มีคำว่า molto cantabile ดังนั้นเนี่ยตัว molto cantabile คือเล่นให้มี singing tone ชัดเจนดีกว่าเล่นเบาจนเกินไปแล้วก็ต้องเก็บโน้ตให้ยาวไปนะครับแล้ว phrasing ค่อนข้างยาวไปตลอด
So there's not much room for the piano stool here. So if you see either Bang Hean or myself accidentally start to push the piano stool back, just shout at us so we don't fall off the edge.
แต่ว่าจะตกเก้าอี้นะครับช่วยลุ้น
So maybe the bass of part of this piece all marked staccato, and of course there are big leaps, so you have to jump between them, but maybe not too short and not too spiky.
สังเกตอยู่ซ้ายนะครับถึงแม้จะมีจุดสเตคาโตแต่ว่าไม่สั้นจนเกินไป
Quieter. So very little pedal needed up to that point, at least I think. Too much pedal here and you risk sort of losing the detached nature of the bass. Little touches here and there, but not very much.
เพดอใช้นิดเดียวนะครับอย่าใช้เยอะๆแล้วมันจะทำให้ detach หายไปนะครับ
So easy enough to make the melody legato in the right hand up to that point, but it gets a little bit more difficult here with these octaves. So if your students can reach a fourth finger on some of the octaves, that will help obviously, but many will not be able to. So it's really need to practice very carefully how smoothly they can join the octaves in the right hand.
ครับแต่ตรงที่มี octave ในมือขวานะครับถ้าเด็กนิ้วยาวพอจะจอยนิ้ว5 4นะครับก็ได้จะได้ทำให้ smooth นะครับ
So staying very close to the keys. Really try and join as smoothly as you can.
ครับค่อยๆต่อนิ้วให้ octave ฟัง smooth นะครับ
I think there's obviously this is romantic music, so the tempo and the pulse can have a little flexibility. But I don't think the music needs too much rubato. Max Bruch has written quite a few things to do with tempo, ritardendo, stringendo, calando. All those things are directions, if you like, to do something with the speed. So I don't think too much rubato other than that is needed.
เพลงนี้นะครับเป็นเพลงค่อนข้างจะเพียวโรแมนติกนะครับแล้วก็คุณรู้เขาเขียนเอาไว้หมดแล้วว่าจะเล่นยังไงจะสลับจะช้าลงเร็วขึ้นยังไงเพราะฉะนั้นรูบาโต้ไม่จำเป็นต้องทำมากนะให้ follow ตาม instruction อันนี้ก็เพียงพอ
More important than that, I think, is a sense of shape within the phrases. Lots of rise and fall, whether the phrase is a quiet one or a louder one. The music is very, very expressive and really needs to be shaped.
แล้วก็เชฟเป็นสิ่งสำคัญของเพลงนี้โน้ตสูงขึ้นต่ำลงนะครับเยอะแยะไปหมดทั้งเพลงนะครับเนี่ยตรงนี้สำคัญที่ว่าสิ่งอื่นใดนะครับ
So the second half of the piece, it gets a little bit more full in terms of tone. Still the same very lyrical mood, but there's bigger sound, a bit more going on, little ornaments here, and it gets quite worked up on the third and fourth lines with this stringendo, appassionato to fortissimo. And notice the spread chords here, which give a different sort of texture and all contribute to this slightly more, not agitated, but slightly more passionate mood.
ตามสไตล์เพลงโรแมนติกนะครับหน้าที่2ก็มีอารมณ์ที่แรงขึ้นแล้วก็มีจุดไคลแม็กซ์ตรงสุดท้ายนะครับสังเกตมีคอร์ดที่สเปรดขึ้นก็ช่วยให้บิ้วอารมณ์ไปตามเพลงให้มีความมีความสุขนะครับ
I'll just play from this little bit here. Just over one bar to return to the very calm mood of the beginning. And this little bit here is a little bit awkward because the left hand, as you can see, has to come over the top of the right hand in the melody. So I'd suggest probably using second finger on the G and little finger on the B flat. So it's a better way to have the hands come over the top of the right hand. If you try to use your thumb, then the hands will more easily collide.
ตรงบรรทัดที่อาจารย์ชี้เมื่อกี้นะครับมันเป็นโน้ตที่มันมา cross กับมือขวานะครับดังนั้นถ้าใช้นิ้วโป้งตัวโน้ตตัวบนมันอาจจะหนักไปให้ลองเปลี่ยนใช้นิ้ว2นะครับที่เป็น fingering อาจารย์นะครับ
So I think overall you're looking for very expressive playing, lots of shape, lots of dynamic variety, some sort of slightly dark, slightly melancholy mood to this music.
มีความไพเราะจริงๆแต่เพลงนี้มันน่าจะอารมณ์มืดๆหนักๆนะครับ
So the second piece, B2, is this beautiful prelude by Chopin, very, very well-known one. Of the melody, predominantly, in fact, almost entirely in the left hand. And I'm going to play you a little clip of an arrangement of the piece for cello and piano, which I think helps to illustrate how the low bass in the melody needs to sing out over the accompaniment.
เพลงนี้ทุกคนรู้จักนะครับมีมือซ้ายเป็นแบบเสียงเชลโลนะครับแล้วก็มีหลายคนเอาเชลโลไปเล่นเลยนะครับ Very, very legato, very, very smooth melody in the left hand needed. And in the right hand, you see those little accents on the beats of
of all 3 beats of the bar and simile, it says there, meaning to continue that in the same throughout the piece.
อาจารย์เปิดให้ฟังในก็เป็นเสียงเชลโลเลยนะครับสังเกตมือขวามี accent เล็กๆในแต่ละหัวเลยนะครับ
But I don't think you need to worry too much about literally accenting every single beat. It's more a kind of thing that every so often in the piece you could put a little accent on the beat just to remind ourselves of the nature of the rhythm. But it's more important that the left-hand melody sings through.
ไม่จำเป็นต้องทำ accent ตามที่เขียนนะครับเพื่อให้คอยระวังว่ามันเป็นหัวจังหวะเท่านั้นนะครับไม่ต้องทำเยอะและสำคัญในมือซ้ายเล่นร้องให้ก่อนนะครับ
So the music is quite slow, obviously, it's marked lento, but again, as in the first piece, not too slow, so that it has a sense of line and a sense of direction within the phrases.
ไม่จะเขียน lento แต่ว่าจะช้าจนเกินไปนะครับให้มัน move มี direction ไปข้างหน้านะครับ
One difficulty, I think, with playing this piece is the phrasing, which lasts over 2 bars or even longer in some cases. And that's quite a difficult thing to do when you have a long note in the middle of the phrase, because it would be easy to chop the phrase into smaller sections like this.
สังเกตสิ่งที่ยากในเพลงนี้มือซ้ายเฟรชมันยาวมากใช่ไหมครับแล้วก็มีโน้ตตัวเรที่ค้างไว้ยาวๆต้องระวังอย่า break line นะครับ
That's what we want to avoid. We don't want too many bumps in the middle of the line. So really, I would say to encourage your students to really think over a very, very long sentence of music.
ระวังโน้ตมันจะปั๊มนะครับให้เด็กๆคิดยาวๆให้ฟังตอนยาวๆอย่าฟังเป็นตัวๆ
And then the right hand comes to the fore a little bit more.
ตรงนี้มีมือขวาที่เข้ามาสวมเป็นทำนองด้วยนะครับให้สังเกตลงไป
Obviously, the pedal very much needed in this piece, so the texture mustn't sound dry. So it's a very good piece for your students to learn the art of really legato pedaling, looking for the changes in the harmony first, sometimes changes in the melody where the pedal it needs to be changed to avoid blurring the texture, and really practicing to release the pedal at the same time as the next chord or the next notes go down with the fingers.
เพลงนี้ต้องฝึกเพดลค่อนข้างเยอะนะครับอาจจะให้เล่นในมือซ้ายอย่างเดียวเราฟังให้ดีบางทีเพดลต้องเชื่อมหรือเพดลต้องจับฮาร์โมนีให้ได้ด้วยหรือบางทีต้องเปลี่ยนในตัวเมโลดี้นะครับให้สังเกตต้องเวิร์กเอานะครับ
So it says sotto voce at the beginning in a sort of hushed voice, and that literally means. But again, be imaginative with the dynamics. Not all of it needs to be too quiet. I think a complete performance of this piece that definitely needs a fairly wide range of tone.
ถึงแม้จะเขียน sotto voce ในตอนต้นนะครับคือ undertone เนี่ยแต่ว่าต้องระวังอย่าเบาจนเกินไปนะเพราะว่าทำนองมันอยู่ในมือซ้ายนะครับพยายามรักษาเพลงไปให้เพลงที่ฟังให้ดี
So obviously there's a lot of room for personal choices in that, and I would always encourage that, that you don't really try to work out, you let your students work out some particular ideas that they have with sound. But you might, for instance, this C major section here may be a good opportunity to build up with a little bit more fuller tone. And then perhaps we have 2 versions of this melody here, and then he repeats it down here. So for example, the second one could be a bit less than the first one, signifying the music gradually dying down in sound towards the end.
ถึงแม้ไดนามิกที่เขียนอะไรมากนะครับในหน้าที่2ตรงมือซ้ายที่เป็น C major เมื่อกี้นะครับมันจะมีทำนองที่ดังขึ้นแล้วเราก็อาจจะเล่นดังขึ้นแล้วตรงที่มีทำนอง repeat 2 ครั้งที่มีการซ้ำครั้งหนึ่งดังครั้งหนึ่งเบา
So I'll just play from here to maybe give 1 or 2 ideas about that section. Interrupted cadence there. Take a little bit of time over that maybe. And when we get to here, this is a really good opportunity just to remind students about the little accent. And in fact, Chopin has put an accent in again there, just to emphasize that beautiful A natural there in the harmony.
มีแอคเซนต์ตอนจบอีกนิดนึงนะครับสังเกต
And maybe the unicorda at the end.
ใส่อุณาโคด้าซอฟต์ให้ด้วยในตอนจบก็สร้างได้เพียงพออีกนะครับ
I personally always think that the unicorda is one of the most overused things on the whole piano. Sometimes, you know, a student will see piano pianissimo and just might put the left pedal down and just hold it forever. And I think it's so much more effective if it's used sparingly and just kept for particular moments. And I would think it's worth reminding students that it's not simply there in order to play more quietly. It's to get a different colour, a different effect, and that's what it should be really used for, I think.
เด็กชอบใช้อุณาโคด้าหรือซอฟต์เพดลมากจนเกินไปนะครับเห็นตัว PP ตรงไหนก็เหยียบไปตลอดอย่าใช้นะครับแล้วถ้าเป็นตัวเปลี่ยนสีสันในตอนจบในบางช่วงใช้น้อยๆครับจะมีความพิเศษ
Okay, so piece B3, total contrast. This is a very light-hearted, very sunny sort of mood piece by Franz Schubert, Scherzo in B flat.
เปลี่ยนไปเป็นอารมณ์นะครับ B3 คนละเรื่องกับ B2 เลยนะครับ
It's written in ternary form, in ABA form, with a lovely trio in the middle, in E flat major here. And notice here that although you don't have to do the repeats, as Banking was saying, in the trio, you do have to do the da capo. So I must go back to the beginning with the scherzo again.
ตรงกลางไม่ต้องย้อนนะครับแต่ว่าตรงจบมีดาคาโปแสดงว่าต้องย้อนแค่ต้นกลางเองนะครับ
So quite lively, quite pacey, the music, but it's only allegretto, so not too fast.
เพลงนี้มีความสนุกนะครับแต่อย่าเร็วจนเกินไป just allegretto นะครับ
More important than speed, I think, is a very stable, very steady pulse, and a nice sense of dance in the music.
มีจังหวะที่สม่ำเสมอแล้วก็เหมือนเต้นระบำนะครับ
So I'm trying to make the staccatos, I think, very, very light, but short, very neat. The grace notes, unlike in the Max Bruch piece where I was playing, where the grace notes could perhaps be quite melodic, like that. Here, I think the grace notes are better if they're very, very quick, very, very neat. That sort of thing.
เห็นไหมครับวันนี้มี grace note เนี่ยเล่น grace note ให้ไม่เหมือนเพลง Bruch เมื่อกี้นี้นะครับอันนี้เล่นให้สนุกเลยให้ spring นะครับ
And I think throughout the whole of this scherzo, a nice light touch on the keyboard. The music must never sound heavy, even when it's loud.
เวลาเล่น scherzo นะครับให้โจ๊กนะครับอย่าเล่นหนักเล่นให้ light ให้เบาและสนุกครับ
There's a lovely, very Schubertian little bit of writing here, where, as well as the melody going up in a chromatic scale, he adds these repeated B flats above it. And it's really important to keep the melodic line voiced there, with the lower notes sounding a little bit stronger.
สังเกตหน้า2มีลักษณะเป็นเพลงชูเบิร์ตมีทำนองนะครับพยายามดูแนวโครแมติกไปให้ประกอบ
So you could really work with your students on sort of balance within the hand, a little bit more leaning towards the thumb and the second finger.
ทำนองมาอยู่ในตัวนิ้วโป้งนะครับให้เฟิร์สให้มีเมโลดี้ชัดเจน
And then, as I said, the fortissimo at the bottom of the page here, but still keeping it quite light and quite sort of bouncy. And a slightly darker colour here, maybe.
เบาเลยนะครับ
A little bit of more voicing in the left hand. So lots of opportunities to do things with the dynamics to create little changes of mood, little sense of dialogue between the parts.
เพลงมันเหมือนโต้ตอบกันนะครับเปลี่ยนโทนเปลี่ยนสีสันได้นะครับ
So but that's just one idea. Any number of ways of doing it, but really feel free to add in some little changes of dynamics and sound beyond what's written on the score.
แม้ในสกอร์ไม่ได้เขียนหรือเราไม่ต้องเล่นตามนี้ก็ได้นะครับแต่ต้องมีไอเดียที่ดี
This little passage here, quite different little bit of writing, much more legato, maybe a little bit more pedal to be used here. Then this needs practicing carefully. This is quite tricky, this little descending sort of broken chord figures down here. So that really needs practicing carefully, very slowly to make it even and accurate.
สองอันสุดท้ายค่อนข้างยากและเทคนิคนะครับทดสอบดี
And then just notice the pause at the top of the page here. I think that's really important. You can make a very, very nice gesture of that. So encourage your students to not as well as just count the rests, just kind of feel what's a sort of natural length of pause. So if I suddenly stop talking, and then I start again, and it's a matter of trying to hold the attention. So when you get to the pause, you don't just sort of switch off and then start again, because you completely lose the effect that way.
จะทำให้ดูชัดเจนนะครับหน้าที่2นะครับมันเริ่มด้วย pause ก่อนเนี่ยการหยุด pause ไม่หยุดเพลงก่อนนะครับทำให้มันน่าสนใจให้เด็กเขา feel ความเงียบแป๊บหนึ่งก่อนคือ
So I'll just play from this little section here and on just into the start of the next page. I didn't actually count anything at all there. I just simply tried to make the rests into as part of it, just a slightly longer, very kind of expectant pause. The trio, completely different type of music here. Much more smooth, much more legato, very sort of elegant, courtly feel to it.
พาร์ทที่เป็น trio นี่ให้อารมณ์ที่ต่างกันนะครับไม่เหมือน trio ให้อารมณ์ที่ต่างกันไป
The little direct suggestions as to how to interpret the turns are good ones, I think. Here, they're not the only way to do them, but I think they're a good place to start from. Just particularly point out this one here, the group of 5 notes. This is at the top of page 19.
สังเกตเชิญนะครับที่เอดิทมาเขียนเป็นโน้ตมาดีแล้วนะครับทำตามสังเกตหน้าที่2
I think the way this one works best is to play the E flat and the B flats together, and then the 4 remaining notes of the turn, and then obviously these 2 here together. So it sounds like this. And in the context. And there's time to make the ornament quite expressive, part of the melody, so it doesn't sound too sort of short and clipped.
สังเกตเทิร์นที่ใส่นะครับให้กดโน้ตตัวแรกกับโน้ตตัว B flat ข้างล่างพร้อมกันนะครับมันจะฟังไพเราะและให้ฟังให้ดีเวลาใส่แล้วอย่าให้จังหวะมันสะดุดนะครับ
And the second half of the trio is in the relative minor key of C minor, at least to begin with, and so therefore maybe a sort of slightly darker colour to it, and very, very, very legato, smoothly joined left hand. There's some good fingering suggestions there. They're not the only ones. There are others that will work as well, but I think that's quite a good suggestion fingering there.
พาร์ทที่2ที่เป็นคีย์ C minor ก็มืดลงหน่อยนะครับแล้วก็มีนิ้วในแนวล่างที่ค่อนข้างแนะนำได้ดีแต่ไม่จำเป็นต้องใช้ตามนี้หมดนะครับ I
found when I've been practicing this piece myself, and in fact I noticed it just again there where I played it, it's easier for the trio to get slower. And I think that's okay, basically, but you need to be careful that it doesn't get too slow, otherwise the recap, the da capo of the scherzo will feel a little bit too slow and laboured. So just be careful that the tempo of the 2 sections of the piece don't diverge from each other too much.
ถึงแม้อาจารย์แนะนำว่า trio จะเล่นช้าลงนิดนึงนะครับแต่ก็อย่าถึงกับช้ามากเกินไปเพื่อให้2ท่อนมันฟังแล้วมีความต่อเนื่องนะครับ
Just want to now briefly just show you a couple of the alternative pieces from the grade 6 List B, and we'd encourage you very, very much to do look at the alternative pieces, which obviously run throughout the whole syllabus, because it's very definitely not the case that it's kind of like the best pieces are in the book. There are some very, very fine pieces in the alternatives at all the grades.
อาจารย์แนะนำเพลง alternative เพลงเลือกนะครับ B4 นะครับให้ดูเพลงเลือก
So this is B4 and piece by Gabriel Grovlet. Grovlet was a contemporary of Debussy and he was a pupil of Gabriel Fauré, and you can hear, I think, influences from both of those composers in his work.
อันนี้โดยอ่านไม่ออกนะครับ Grovlet นะครับเป็นลูกศิษย์ของ Fauré นะครับ French.
So this is a kind of piece that moves a lot of very sort of homophonic textures and lots of chordal writing here, and almost like a sort of chorale, which perhaps has connotations with the title.
อันนี้ค่อนข้างจะมีคอร์ดที่หนานะครับเป็นลักษณะคอรัลนะครับเป็นเพลงศักดิ์สิทธิ์
So it's for a student who can very comfortably stretch an octave and all the chords in between, because these mustn't be a strain for the student to play. So perhaps not the piece for a very small child still doing grade 6 with not a big stretch. It needs to be comfortable over an octave, this piece.
อันนี้ค่อนข้างมีคอร์ดที่กว้างนะครับแล้วมีออกเทปมีคอร์ดดังนั้นไม่เหมาะกับเด็กนิ้วเล็กนะครับ
But it's very beautiful, it's very expressive, very, very lyrical, and it's the tune was also actually set to words of a poem, and you can kind of hear there's a very sort of parlando, very expressive quality in it.
เพลงนี้มันมาจากมันมีคำเป็นกลอนมาก่อนนะครับที่มีความไพเราะเนี่ย
So it's a very, very beautiful little piece in sort of a series of sentences, really, again, very much like a chorale. I can imagine it's sort of like a responses in a religious service almost.
เป็นเพราะเลยนะครับสงบดีเหมือนเพลงในโบสถ์นะครับนะมีเพลงร้อง
And the other piece from the alternatives I wanted to just show you quickly is the B5, the little ballerina by composer Christian Hartmann. And this is just a delight, this little piece. It's absolutely charming. It's very short, but you do have to do the repeat in this one. I'm not sure in the, well obviously it's not printed in the ABRSM book of pieces as such. But as you can hear, this ending is not the ending. It's really a repeat of the introductory opening bars. And it says fine here at the end. So you have to play through both the pages and then go back and play the first page from here again, and the music finishes there.
อาจารย์ให้แนะนำเพลง B5 นะครับเพลงนี้เป็นตอนจบมันทริกกี้นะครับมันยังไม่จบมันย้อนตอนต้นอีกครั้งแล้วจบตรงกลางเพลงนะครับ
So the melody is very, very delicate, very like you can imagine a dancer just sort of moving around the stage, and it's underpinned by this very legato, very smooth left hand moving down chromatically in the bass. And it's important that these low notes are held for the full 3 beats, which most of the time is fairly straightforward to do. There's not big stretches.
ในมือซ้ายที่เป็นโน้ตตัวเบสให้เก็บค่าให้ครบแล้วก็เล่นเป็นแนวโปรแกรมติกต่อเนื่องมานะครับ
It's easy to play the piece too fast at the beginning because the start is not too difficult, but the metronome mark is that although it looks fast, 1, 3, 2, when you put it on it's actually slower than you would think, and that's important not to go too fast because the left hand part especially is quite tricky on the second page, a lot of jumping about.
ถึงแม้เมโทรโนมเขียน132ดูเร็วนะครับแต่เวลาเล่นจะดูไม่เร็วมากเพราะฉะนั้นอย่าเร็วจนเกินไปเพราะหน้าที่2จะมีมือซ้ายที่กระโดดค่อนข้างยาก
So I'll play you the second page and then the da capo back onto the first page because the piece is very short, but I think it's absolutely charming, this music, and some of your students could well enjoy learning this piece. some flexibility, little bits of rubato, but nothing too extreme. Just a very, very gentle sort of ebbing and flowing, pushing and pulling of the melody. No sudden accelerandos or ritornandos.
คนเต้นระบำครับนะฮะจะพุชจังหวะเร็วไปช้าเกินไปหรือเวียงหรือตกฟลอร์ครับ
Okay.
There's
Yes.
a question for the Schubert trio.
Yes.
Right at the beginning of the trio, somebody's asking what the dotted lines are from the right to the left.
The beginning of the trio, dotted lines. Where am I looking here?
Oh, at the corner. Yeah, I think it's the inner line, the
Okay.
dotted line.
Look at the music. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's the G that goes to the E flat.
Yeah, I think it could be that. I mean, it's interesting because the G is written twice as a minim and as a dotted minim. I think it basically means to hold the G down for the whole bar, and I suppose you could do the E flat in the right hand half, but you don't need to. Curious thing, I don't really know why that's there, to be honest. Yeah.
It could be that there is or it's just showing a sort of inner voice that goes G to E flat and then D.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of interest in the inner parts in this music. You see the little accents on the B flats, for example. Some of them are in brackets, some of them are not. But just very, very delicately emphasising those could bring a little additional thing to the texture.
เห็นในชูเบิร์ตไหมครับมันมีแดชลงมาให้เหมือนกับเป็นลายทำนองให้ฟังในมือซ้ายหรือเอาขวาไปต่อให้มันเป็นอีกแนวในการฟังนะครับ
Any other questions?
No, there's somebody asking about origin base. I'll talk about that later. Don't forget to vote your favorite pieces. I'll just show you what it looks like. So if you go onto your Slido, you will see this, and then you can vote. For example, let me vote now. This and this. You haven't heard the third one yet, but I'll vote anyway. This one, and then you put send, and then you'll be able to see. Oh, somebody has already voted. Yeah. Okay, so get into the slido.com and cast your vote.
โหวตได้ครับ
Okay, so Bang Hean is now going to take you through the list C pieces.
Okay, C1. Now, do you remember this piece? Take 5. That is by the composer's father. So this is the son, who is also a sort of jazz pianist, also a composer.
รู้จักเพลง Take 5 ไหมครับ Dave Brubeck นะครับอันนี้เพลงของลูกชาย
I think this piece is really suitable for a lot of teenagers. It's very straightforward musically. Rhythmically, it's just very stable, no need of rubato or anything. And there are some places where the time signature changes, but the crotchet beat is very, very regular. So I don't think it's too difficult.
เพลงที่บอกกันเด็ดที่นั่นวัยรุ่นหน่อยนะครับบีทยังไม่ถึงกับซับซ้อนมากครับมีความน่าสนใจทีเดียว
And I think on Spotify or I think maybe iTunes, I found a version of this piece with a kind of drum set backing. Maybe if you have a digital keyboard, you can always program something to it to encourage them to play in time. This is what it sounds like. Just hear a little bit of it. You do not swing the quavers here, so just straight quavers, very strict. You have syncopation to the left hand, but I think it's not too difficult. It's always the same sort of syncopation. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 1, 2. So you can take over. That sort of thing.
ครับเพลงนี้ quiver and straight นะครับไม่ swing นะครับนับไม่เป็นนะครับ
The pedaling for the most part is quite straightforward also. It looks a bit unusual, but basically you just change the pedal whenever the left hand plays a new harmony.
เพดานเปลี่ยนทุกๆแนวของวิชานะครับ
Now, if you play for piano solo, it doesn't, I think, even need to be quite as fast as what you learned just now. Maybe a little bit more relaxed, there's no drum set going on.
อย่าโดนจนเกินไปครับ
So. So a lot of sixes again. If you can again be careful about that thumb that is not too heavy. It says legato, but you don't have to worry about too legato because there's a lot of pedal. And in these sort of pieces, it is not the sort of legato in the classical piece. Slightly different. It can be a bit more relaxed. So you just use the pedal to join it. In the second part of the melody around bar 9 and so on, you see that the right hand goes down quite far to the bottom D. So if you don't want to move your hand so much, you can always use the left hand to play the lower D. I mean, we don't care which hand plays what. You can use what finger, you can use your nose, you can use anything you want, as long as it sounds good, as long as it sounds smooth, no accents, no bounce.
ตรงนี้ในมือขวานะครับเป็นท่าที่3มันโน้ตมันต่ำลงอาจารย์บอกว่าจะใช้มือซ้ายมาช่วยก็ได้นะครับใช้นิ้วไหนก็ได้มือไหนก็ได้ขอให้มันเล่นโน้ตได้กันครับ
Yeah, so. Now, I think the most difficult part in this whole piece to coordinate, like with this movement from here, bar 12 to bar 13. Because from there, you need to change the pedal in bar 13, but you need to hold those notes, but very quickly go up to play the high notes as well. So if you're not careful, if you leave the lower notes too early, it becomes empty. So make sure the harmony is still there.
ตรงนี้มีเพดานที่กระโดดในมือขวาที่มันจะต้องยกมือขึ้นไปนะครับเก็บเพดานที่ทันให้กับได้ยินเสียงที่เก็บยาวๆก่อนนะครับไม่งั้นมันจะกุดไปนะครับเป็นมือขวา
And also be careful not to become too stiff when you have this finger. Think of this sort of more flexible wrist, slightly lifting as you go up. Then think of these two groups. Yeah, if you fix it, it becomes a little bit stiff and harsh.
ในมือขวาตรงนี้อย่าเล่นจนแข็งเกินไปนะครับเล่นให้พื้นๆร้อนๆครับ
Theory teachers, can you have a look at bar 18 and bar 20? And okay, forget about that type signature there. If you give your student this question and you see that rhythm and you ask them what type signature is it, would you write 6/4 or 3/2? If you look at these.
เป็นตรงข้อที่20นะครับเห็นทางซิเป็น6/4นะครับสมมติว่าให้เด็กเราไม่ต้องปิดทางซิกเนเจอร์นี้ให้เด็กฟังว่าฟังเป็น6/4หรือเป็น3/2
Yeah. Who says it looks like a 6/4? Okay. Who says it looks more like a 3/2? Yeah. Yes. It's grouped in millimeter. So here I would actually feel it as 3/2 rather than 6/4. I think it's much easier.
จะได้ฟีลเป็น3/2มากกว่า6/4นะครับ
The important thing is the crochet beat stays the same. So, and then with 5/4, most of the time 5 can be felt as either 2+3 or 3+2. Here is a 2+3.
จังหวะ5/4ก็ให้ฟังเป็น2
So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Then here, think of 1, 2, 3. Same thing. Yeah. And then back to the B. Syncopation, notice the accent on the second chord, on the syncopated chord, so give a bit more, yeah, so just a bit more stress on the second chord of each bar.
ตรงนี้มี stress ตรง accent ในตรงที่มันเป็น syncopated chord นะครับ
Now more syncopation, and I think here in crescendo to the loudest point of the piece. Excuse me. And then now, have a look at the pedaling in bar 41, 41, where I ask you to pedal these 2 bars. Let me play you what it says and see what you think, whether you like it or not. What do you think? Yes? No? I see a lot of people frowning. Yeah? Yes? No? Chai? Why chai? It's not, I mean, it does mix up, it's a bit muddy, isn't it? So don't be afraid to disagree with it and change another pedal there. I would definitely change. Why not?
เห็นเคสตรงนั้นไหมครับห้องบรรทัดที่2นะครับเขาไม่เปลี่ยนแต่ถ้ารู้สึกไม่ชอบก็เปลี่ยนได้นะครับ
So another one, more syncopations. And this last time is the loudest time of that theme. Maybe fade out a little bit, slightly softer, so that you can go louder here. I think musically this is quite straightforward. I think it's quite easy to express.
There's a question about this one, Bang Hean on the Slido. Somebody is asking for suggestions about how to play the accented notes in the piece. I guess obviously it depends a lot on the context of the dynamics, because there's a lot of accents in this piece.
Yeah, so well, with the accent, perhaps think about a faster attack. So with this, just think about a faster movement compared to the non-accented ones. Then the accented one has a slightly faster attack will give you that little accent on it. Because you don't want it to be too heavy. It's just a little stress on it. Yeah?
The piano is such a wonderful thing. It's very responsive to those just tiny little differences in the actual touch on the keys.
Yeah.
มีคนถามเกี่ยวกับ accent นะครับใน accent ใน jazz นิดเดียวนะครับอาจารย์ให้คิดถึง movement ที่ลงเร็วขึ้นมากกว่าที่เล่นหนักขึ้น
Also, just somebody asking about pedal, suggesting sometimes perhaps full pedal or half pedal in different parts of the piece.
With this one, I think it's quite straightforward. I think most of it can be pretty full pedal. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you need to have any half damping and so on.
No, I think with such sort of stark changes in the harmony in the bass, I think I would say generally full pedal. Full pedal.
ใช้ pedal เต็มได้นะครับแล้วก็เปลี่ยนให้ดีต้องใช้ half pedal.
Okay, C2 by ABRSM, stagnated so low means stagnated on water. So it's basically like a boat song. It's like a barcarolle.
C2 นะครับ
And so you get this figure in the left hand, which is a bit like a kind of gentle rocking of the boat. So you want it on fairly calm waters, you're not under a typhoon. So here, I think although you see a syncopated crotchet, it shouldn't be too heavy. So again, the thumb needs to be light.
เพลงนี้เหมือนเพลงเรือนะครับไม่เหมือนไต้ฝุ่นมานะครับ
So the pedal will be every beat, and I want to hear the bass, so not so much E flat. And the figure at the start is just a sort of accompaniment figuration. And then you get a cantabile melody from bar 3.
ขึ้นมาเป็น accompaniment ทั่วไปนะครับทำนองเริ่มต้นในบรรทัดที่2ห้องที่3นะครับ
So it's important to have that cantabile melody as smooth as possible. Most of the time it's straightforward, but bar 4 is a bit tricky. So here, so if you look at bar 4, you notice that E flat melody, you have to let that go because the inside part has an E flat as well. And then in that second beat, you you will need to change the pedal. So what I will do is, when I play that inside E flat, I will use the fifth finger to hold it. So without the pedal, I will play the fifth finger and hold it through. Because if not, you're going to get this. Then the melody is gone when you change the pedal.
เห็นบรรทัดที่2ไหมครับห้องสุดท้ายนะครับตัวที่มีทำนองนิ้ว3นะครับตรงนั้นมันต้องมีตัว E flat ข้างในอีกทีหนึ่งใช่ไหมครับอาจารย์แนะนำว่าให้เล่น3ปั๊บอย่างนี้ให้ใช้เป็นนิ้ว5มาเปลี่ยนเพื่อจะได้ให้ทำนองตัว E flat มันอยู่ไปจนจบนะครับ
Shape it always quite gentle, and with this dotted rhythm, be careful not to be heavy. So no accents, no bumps on the semiquavers.
ระวัง accent นะครับเล่นให้ smooth นะครับ
Then you have some legato threads. It's not too difficult because you have the pedal to help make things smooth. Still change per beat, that's fine. If you think it's too much, like as somebody was saying, you can always just pedal not fully, but just halfway down, what some people call half damping.
ตัวคู่3ตรงนี้นะครับถ้าเกิดเล่นยากก็ใส่ pedal สักหน่อยแต่ไม่อาจจะไม่ต้องเหยียบเต็มๆนะครับ half เพื่อให้มันฟังต่อเนื่อง
Here, I think the main notes to bring out are the F, E flat, D flat. And the chromatic can be quite light, like a decoration.
ตัวนี้ทำนองตัวบนออกมาครับแล้วก็ตัวแนวโรแมนติกที่เป็นกระเบ็ด2ชั้นก็เล่นเบา
Yeah, so ring on the top. And then like an echo, if you want to, you can put the soft pedal now for color change.
ใช้ซอฟต์pedal ตรงนี้ได้นะครับ
Very delicate. Then just a very calm ending. Yeah. So this one is a little bit more of a lyrical feel to it, and sometimes a tiny bit of rubato, but it does all land in the hand very well. I think it's not too difficult.
อันนี้อยู่ในมือได้นะครับเล่นแล้วเข้ามือพอสมควรไม่ยากมากเกิน
Okay, the next piece, Santa Marta. I found a picture of Santa Marta. So it's a seaside town. Well, it's a seaside touristy place between Venezuela and Colombia. The composer is a Venezuelan composer. And this basically is a theme and narration. So the first theme basically goes from here right up to the middle of bar 9. And then you get the first variation here, second variation in bar 18 here, third variation after the double bar line, and then the fourth variation where all the semiquavers happen in bar 36.
ทีนี้เหมือนมันเป็น variation นะครับเป็นทำนองเดิมซ้ำเปลี่ยนไปเรื่อยๆ4ครั้ง
Yeah, so you get this first 8-bar phrase, which is in itself just a repetition of a 4-bar phrase. It's exactly the same, and then subjected to moderation. It gets more difficult in the second page with all these staccatos. So choose your tempo according to how you can handle the second page. A lot of students will start it too quickly, and then in the second page, you fall down. You can use a bit of pedal whenever there are punctures, but all these staccatos can be quite firm, but without any pedal. The right hand has a lot of broken chord figure. It spans an octave most of the time, but again, look out for signs of tension or stiffness. Try to be very relaxed when you play this. Almost tracing a circle with the wrist. because if you stiffen your hand, if you fix your hand too much, it can become very stiff, especially when you use 5 and 4.
ครับอาจารย์ที่ระวังในตัวเบสนะครับเบสเก็บเพดอลตัวแรกแล้วก็สเตกาโตคัทนะครับส่วนมือขวาที่เป็นแพทเทิร์นของ broken chord ที่เป็นใน octave อย่าให้มือตึงนะครับค่อยๆใช้ก็มือช่วยให้ฟังโฟล์ครับ
And you make sure you hold these tie notes over the bars, all the tie notes.
เป็นโน้ต tie notes นะครับในห้องที่มีตัว tie
Yeah, so very sort of relaxed and easygoing. And then you get the first variation with some chords, but still the top part should be the clearest, the melody. And then this is variation 2. It becomes more contrapuntal, almost like a baroque sort of texture. So you want to hear the right hand imitated by the left hand.
สังเกตตรงนี้เปลี่ยน variation ที่ 2 เป็น contrapuntal นะครับมีขวากับซ้ายโต้ตอบกันนะครับ
Yeah, so. And then lighter, less pedal because they're all fairly short and light. Here you have a lot of repeated notes. Yeah, with the repeated B, you can either use the same finger, 3, 3, 3, possibly also 3, 4, 5. Whichever one you use, the wrist has to come into play. So it's a wrist action.
ตรงนี้มีโน้ต repeated notes นะครับเราลองใช้นิ้วดูจะใช้3-3-3หรือ5-4-3 3-4-5ลองดูนะครับ
So. And then here, lots of staccatos, very quick staccatos, so the fingers need to be quite active. If you look at the right hand pattern, they are basically broken triads. So learn it by just playing the triads and then break it up so that you know the formation of the hands.
สังเกตมือขวาแพทเทิร์นตรงนี้นะครับมันมาจากโน้ตที่เป็นแพทเทิร์นต่างๆนะครับ
The right hand, so as you can see, is grouped in 3s, but the left hand is still very firmly in 2/4 time. So coordination can be quite tricky. So you need to know your right hand really well before you put the hands together for this section.
จังหวะมันจะคืนๆนะครับพยายามรักษาจังหวะของมือขวามือซ้ายให้ steady นะครับ
No slowing down. You get a very light chord is octaves, but if the student's hand is not big enough, no problem. Just leave out the thumbs and play the outer notes.
เวลามี octave เด็กมือเล็กก็เอานิ้วโป้งออกไปนะครับเล่นข้างบนข้างล่าง
Okay, on to grade 7 now.
Yeah, maybe we'll just give you a couple of minutes before we start grade 7. So please do vote now about the grade 6. Only about 6 people have voted so far.
Okay.
So we can have a. Oh yeah, I can see more people voting right now.
Yeah.
So let's have some of your ideas about your favourite pieces. You can choose one from each the list. That's probably I think 3 answers are allowed. So choose one from each list.
เดี๋ยวนี้เพลงคลาสสิกเราก็มีโหวตนะครับจะให้ใครอยู่ใครไปครับโหวตได้เลยครับเห็นไหมครับสไลด์ดู
13 people voted now.
ใช้เวลาโหวตผมอยากให้โหวตนะครับลองนะครับครึ่งนาทีโหวตเป็น2 ซ้ำยังไม่เข้าสไลด์ดูไหมครับ sorry ครับจะสาธิตนี่นะครับทำเป็นไหมเอ่ยนะครับลองโหวตดูครับนะจะได้ interactive อาจารย์บอกว่าโปรแกรมนี้ถ้าเกิดขอมาใช้ต่ออีเวนต์เนี่ยหลายตังค์มากเลยนะครับที่ใช้เวอร์ชันฟรี
Okay, so a lot of people like to do sec. The ballerina, a very nice piece, and then yes, the Loo Bang. Alright, well, we'll come back to this. Keep on voting.
Yes, you can keep on voting. We'll open a poll for grade 7 after a little while, but we'll keep the grade 6 one there for now. So do keep voting. but meanwhile, we'll start grade 7. I think we'll go through grade 7 this day, and then maybe we'll have a little break for a cup of coffee for a few minutes. So, the first piece is A1 is a Gigue by George Frederick Handel, and this is an excellent example of a piece which has nothing on the score, nothing at all in terms of dynamics. And that's great because it means that nothing you or your students can do can be wrong.
โอเคครับในไปเกรด7แล้วนะครับทีนี้เนี่ยในสกอร์ไม่มีเขียนอะไรเลยนะครับไม่มีเขียนอะไรก็ไม่เป็นไรนะครับไม่ผิด
So it absolutely does not mean, I think, that the performance must be just like along one line in terms of sound and variety. If you listen to period instrument performances, you know what the music would have actually sounded like at the time it was written. You'll hear all sorts of things to do with variations in tempo, in pace, and certainly in sound, even with the limited dynamic range of the old keyboard instruments.
ถึงแม้ไม่มีไดนามิกเขียนใดๆทั้งสิ้นเวลาเล่นออกมาเพลงก็จะเป็นเพลงอยู่แล้วนะครับก็เป็นสไตล์ในเพลงยุคเก่า
So I think even from the very, very beginning with the single line, encourage your student not to just play it all the same, but with a little bit of shape. So there's a little rise and fall in the melody right from the beginning.
ในมือขวาถึงแม้ทำนองมันจะดูอย่างนั้นนะครับก็ทำให้มันมีขึ้นลงตามโน้ต
So quite lively pace for a gigue. Obviously it needs to sound like a dance, but as I said about one of the grade 6 pieces, more important than speed is a stable rhythm and very nice sort of poise and elegance to the rhythm and the pace.
ไม่ใช่ความเร็วมากเกินไปแล้วสิ่งสำคัญคือความเท่ากันนะครับ steady pulse.
The ornaments here are quite fiddly to get all the notes in there. You don't have to do all 4. If a student would find it easier just to do, say, 3 notes, that's absolutely fine. Doesn't have to be, either would be fine.
ตรงออร์นาเมนต์เนี่ยถ้าเล่นไม่ครบนะครับก็เหลือ3ตัวก็ได้นะครับ
But what's obviously important is a sense of balance between the textures. It's almost like a little fugal sort of start. The piece is not a fugue, but it kind of starts as though, it sounds as though it might be one at the beginning with the left hand imitating the right hand here. So it's important that there's a real sense of entry and the left hand playing an equal role to the right hand here.
ที่มันเหมือนโต้ตอบกันมันไม่ใช่ฟิวนะครับแต่ว่าก็ต้องมีแนวที่ในมือขวาที่ต่อเนื่องมาในมือซ้ายให้ดีนะครับ
I think there are 2 principal sort of technical difficulties in this piece, and the first one is these runs of semiquavers here in the right hand, and these happen a lot throughout the piece, and you'll notice that the long notes here and here and so on have to be held down whilst the semiquavers are being played, and there are some good fingering suggestions here. They're not the only ones that would work, but whatever fingering choices you make, it's important that these notes can be sustained.
สิ่งสำคัญที่มียากนิดนึงนะครับในโน้ตที่มันเป็นตัวดำประจุดเนี่ยให้โคให้ได้นะครับทั้งข้างบนและข้างล่างสังเกตเวลาวิ่งนะครับ
So in slow motion, this bit sounds like this. So, as I said, there are different ways to finger it. There are some alternatives that you might find better than what's printed, but whatever you do, I think very slow, careful practice from the student to really get that coordination and the articulation as it says on the copy.
อาจารย์เล่นดูไปนะครับเก็บให้ครบแล้วก็เล่นโน้ตทัชให้ถูกต้องนะครับ
And the other difficulty that recurs several times in the piece is these big jumps here in the left hand, both down and back up again. And I would encourage your students as much as possible to practice these without looking. You know, really try to get a feel for the geography of the keyboard, so they're not having to do sort of too much shaking around with their head while they're playing.
ในมือซ้ายเป็นบรรทัดสุดท้ายมันกระโดดไกลแล้วอาจารย์ให้คำแนะนำว่าให้ซ้อมแบบไม่ต้องไปไม่มองนะครับลองเก็บ feeling ของการกระโดดดู
And these sounds, which are very, very typical of writing, say, of Scarlatti and Soler and people like that on the harpsichord and other old instruments, they actually replicate really well on the modern piano, I think. It makes a great effect.
นี่เป็นสไตล์เก่าสกาลาตีนะครับสนุกดีนะครับเวลาเล่นเป็นโนเสียงกระโดดต่อ
And the other thing to think about in general over the course of the piece is articulation. What sort of touch do you want? And again, there's no one answer to that. You know, you could have a broadly legato approach. Maybe that's a little bit problematic, especially when you get to doing the jump stand here. It could be sort of detached or a more kind of crisp staccato. Anything really would work, I would say, but probably just a good general rule is to be quite consistent over the course of the piece about the choice of articulation.
อาจารย์ย้ำเสมอเรื่องการเลือกทัชในการใช้เพลงบาโรกนะครับจะจริงๆจะผสมยังไงก็ได้แต่ขอให้สม่ำเสมอสอดคล้องกันทั้งเพลงนะครับ
So I'll play you some of the piece from the beginning, and what I'll try to do is to give an idea of the kind of amount of variety of sound and sense of shape and things in the phrases that you could look for. I think what an examiner, if I put my kind of examiner hat on for a moment, what we would be really looking for is a sense of a kind of personal approach to music like this. So it's treat the notes as a blank canvas. You can paint your own interpretation on top of that. Obviously, it needs to be within stylistic boundaries, nothing too extreme in terms of sound or tempo variation, but definitely something that gives a sense of variety, little bits of shape and so on.
อาจารย์ต้องการดูเหมือนเราสื่อสารเพลงนะครับอาจารย์พูดเหมือนวาดรูปเป็นผ้าใบเปล่าเลยวาดภาพมาให้สวยงามขอให้มันไม่เอ็กซ์ตรีมไปไม่มีสุดขั้วไปข้างในเพลงสไตล์แบบนี้ให้ดูดีแล้วก็บาลานซ์นะครับ
And the second half of the piece is very similar. Just draw your attention to this line here, where there are these little bracket marks in the score. And there are different ways of playing these. You can see here the 4 semiquavers are written out, suggesting 2 in the left hand, 2 in the right hand. That works well. And there are different ways of doing these things. I think one suggestion here is to do the first one. What does that mean? The first one in the right hand, the next 3 in the left hand, or I quite like to continue this pattern and do 2 in the right hand, 2 in the left hand. But there are different ways of doing that. And I think some kind of interaction between the hands is good because these are quite difficult to play with the left hand only. Easy for the fingers to kind of fall over those and it become a bit uneven.
ตรงนี้นะครับในบรรทัดที่2ในหน้านี้นะครับมันมีไอตัวรักเก็ตมาขีดให้งงๆใช่ไหมครับต้องลองเวิร์กเอาดูว่ามือไหนเล่นยังไงนิ้วแทงยังไงนะครับอันไหนที่เวิร์กที่สุดนะครับมันมีหลายวิธีนะ
At the end, if you want to just slow up a little bit to really sort of emphasize the final cadence, and if you like, you could even spread that final chord a little bit. And again, that's very much in keeping with period performance tradition. You don't have to, absolutely don't have to, but it's another example of the type of thing you could do if you wish.
ในตอนจบในเพลงสไตล์แบบนี้ครับจะ spread chord roll chord ได้นะครับทำก็ได้ไม่ทำก็ได้ไม่มีผิด
So I'll just play the final part of the piece from here. So something or other like that could work if that's what you like. Little touches of pedal, I think, are fine in this music if it helps you negotiate a jump or a leap or something. And I would say that just because it is a Baroque piece and you're replicating a music that was written for an instrument that didn't have the sustaining pedal of the modern piano, that does not mean you can't use it. You most certainly can. You have to be careful, obviously, so no kind of blurred textures, nothing that kind of spoils the clarity of the lines. But if you want to, if your student finds it helpful to use a little bit of pedal, that is absolutely fine.
การใช้เพดานในเพลงบาโรกนะครับไม่ใช่ว่าเราเรียนแบบเครื่องดนตรีฮาร์ดคอร์ดว่าแห้งสนิทไม่ต้องเหยียบเลยนะครับแตะได้นะครับแต่ว่าต้องเหยียบให้ดีสอนให้ดีนะครับแตะแค่บางส่วนทัชนิดเดียวครับ
There is obviously much debate, it's been going on forever and it will carry on going forever. Some people maintain very strongly, no Baroque music, you must not use the pedal, you must not do this, you must not do that. So we'll let other people argue about that. What's more important is that your student uses the resources of the piano as appropriate to assist the musical outcome.
เป็นเรื่องที่เถียงกันไม่จบนะครับไม่จบไม่สิ้นก็แต่แล้วถ้ามันฟังเพราะโอเคไม่เกินไปก็ใช้ได้นะครับ
So the second piece, A2, is this tempo di minuetto by Haydn. Tempo di minuetto, so that straight away suggests a kind of a dance-like piece, and I think it is. It needs to be very kind of poised, very sort of elegant in the way that it's played.
เพลงมินูเอตของไฮเดนนะครับจากโซนาต้าให้มินูเอตมันมีเต้นเบาๆกับนิ่งๆนะครับนี่ความสมดุลของจังหวะความนิ่งๆนะครับ
Metronome mark is only in brackets, so there's many choices as to speed of this music. You could work at several different speeds, but it does need to flow. It needs to have a sense of direction.
Metronome ที่ marking อาจจะยืดหยุ่นได้แบบนี้นะครับ
Could be a little faster, could be a little slower than that, but so long as it has a sense of direction about it.
จะเร็วกว่านี้จะช้ากว่านี้ก็ได้แต่ขอให้มีทิศทางนะครับ
I think it needs a delicate touch, very sort of nice light kind of airy quality to the sound.
สิ่งที่มันมีจะเล่นหนักเกินไปต้องการความ
Do make sure if your students are learning this piece that they really do observe these rests. Obviously, they're going to have no problem observing the first rest because you have to lift up the E flat to play it again. But it'd be so easy to miss that second rest, and then you would have this. And that's really not what we want. You must, I think, really important to make sure that second D flat is lifted just like the first one.
เห็นตัว rest 2 ตัวไหมครับนะตัวแรกเรายกได้หรือ2ก็จะลืมยกนะครับมันจะกลายเป็นเสลยนะครับยกให้ชัดเจน
And straight away that gives a little bit of lift, a little sense of lightness to the music. As does just a very gentle little stress on the first beat. You don't have to do that in every single bar, but of course in this minuet it always has sort of 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. A little emphasis on some of the first beats will help.
ฟีลจังหวะที่1นิดนึงนะครับ
Into this part here, and important that the left hand begins the line of melody, which is continued by the right hand. There's no break between them. So absolutely no sense of the left hand doing something and then the right hand starting something else. It's all part of the same line.
สองมือต่อกันดีๆนะครับ
Again, not much marked on the score in terms of dynamics. There are a few things, some in brackets. So again, it's a good indication to your students that there's a lot of room for a personalised kind of version of it in terms of variety and sound. And I would really encourage that. You can use the dynamics that are on the score as a good starting point, but many of them are editorial anyway. So as long as the performance has variety, and perhaps especially, when the theme recurs, which it does several times during the movement, perhaps encourage your students to think of different ways of expressing it, different levels of sound, so it doesn't always sound the same.
ถึงแม้ในสกอร์ไม่ได้เขียนไดนามิกมากนะครับอย่างตามสายคลาสสิคอลเนี่ยเราต้องเวิร์กเอาดูว่าจะใช้มากมายหรือเล็กน้อยยังไงนะครับทำให้เพลงมันฟังเพราะนะครับฟังได้ครับ
Not too many big technical difficulties in the piece. I think it's very approachable for most students. But there are they're difficult to see down there at the bottom of the page, but these little figures down here are a little bit awkward, some of them, in terms of fingering and evenness, so important to practice slowly to get those right. And your choice of overall tempo might well be governed by this passage here, which has to go into semiquavers and quite a wide range of the keyboard covered there, and that's got to sound really neat, really even. And so that might be a good place for which to judge your overall choice of tempo.
อาจารย์บอกถึงแม้โดยทั่วไปเพลงนี้เทคนิคไม่ยากมากนะครับเล่นได้สบายแต่ก็จะมีบางจุดที่ค่อนข้างทริกกี้อย่าง2จุดตรงนี้นะครับในการแบ่งจังหวะทริปเล็ตกับเซคันด์เฟเวอร์ต่างๆ
The structure of the piece is quite interesting. There's this section here which sort of sounds a little bit like a trio section. And then there is also a section in the tonic minor, in E flat minor. And this is very expressive bit of writing. There's great opportunities for dialogue between the hands, a little kind of sense of question and answer. I'm looking at page 8 here in the score, using these sforzados to create particular effects. There's a lot going on this page.
มันคล้ายๆทริโอนะครับเป็นท่อนที่เปลี่ยนมูดของอารมณ์ในคีย์ E flat minor นะครับเริ่มต้นเป็น major นี่ขึ้นมา
So I'll play you some of this. Oh. lost my sound. I'll play you some of this part. So you see there's many different ways of doing it. That was only one way, and absolutely does not have to be exactly like that, certainly not. But so many opportunities for kind of imaginative ways to interpret it. So really encourage your students to look for how the Haydn's writing can encourage a really communicative dialogue.
อาจารย์เล่นให้ดูในแบบของอาจารย์นะครับอาจารย์บอกว่าเล่นได้หลายแบบนะครับแต่ให้มันฟังดูดีแล้วกันนะครับ
I think you might have noticed there that I use more pedal as the music built up in volume. This line here, also these lines here. So certainly scope for using the pedal in this music. I have to be quite careful with it in this section so that we really keep the delicacy and the clarity of the textures. But there's certainly more scope for using the sustaining pedal in this line here.
ในบางจุดอาจารย์ใช้ไม่เลิกนะครับใน broken chord ที่ทำให้เพลงมัน enhance ความไพเราะทำนี้นะครับแต่ในบางที่ที่จำเป็นต้องมีความเคลียร์ของการวิ่งก็ไม่ต้องใช้นะครับต้องสังเกตดีๆ
So overall, I think we want a consistent awareness of the dance rhythm of the music, big variety of expression, and a real sense of elegance and poise in the phrasing of the music.
ดนตรีมีความ elegant นะครับเป็นความสวยงามดนตรีเต้นระบำในยุคเก่าครับ
So piece A3, now we all like to buy our chicken, don't we? We all enjoy eating chicken. And this is a little thing from a shop that was in Kuala Lumpur, I think. And you can see that this chicken has been organically certified. It has been fed with lactobacillus, and it has been listening to Mozart.
So it will taste better.
A Mozart listening chicken.
ไก่นี้บ้านเรามีออร์แกนิกนะครับนี่ก็ค่อยฟังเพลงโมซาร์ทนะครับน่าจะอร่อยขึ้น
So we've all heard about like unborn babies enjoy listening to Mozart or other classical music before they're born. So maybe some of the chickens like listening to Mozart as well.
ฟังบิโธเฟนนะครับ
So this piece is the A3. It's the second movement from Mozart's Sonata in G major, but this is a movement in the subdominant key of C major. So it's very unhurried, very relaxed kind of flow to the music, but flow again is the important word. It'd be very easy for it to sound too static.
คำว่า flow ในการเล่น second movement นะครับมันมีหลายความหมายครับคำว่า flow
I mean that's okay for a basic tempo maybe, but probably something just a tiny bit quicker than that, and with a real sense of direction to the lines.
อาจารย์เล่นแบบครั้งแรกแบบทื่อๆหน่อยนะครับอาจารย์บอกว่า move เร็วนิดนึงให้มี direction หน่อย
So I think that shows straight away that it doesn't make so much difference what the basic tempo is that you choose, but we can establish flow and direction in the music much more by what we do with the sound and how we kind of show the direction of the phrases.
จังหวะต่างกันนิดเดียวแต่ว่าอาจารย์โชว์ในด้านของ direction นะครับทำให้เพลงมันฟังดูดีขึ้นนะครับ
So in this very first bar, for instance, I would suggest just maybe a slight crescendo through it. Or certainly a little crescendo through those 4 repeated C's.
สร้าง crescendo หน่อยนะครับจะได้ฟังดูมีทิศทางขึ้น
So what are we looking for in this music that might sort of point towards a distinction level performance, if you like? What are the factors? I would suggest that we want to be very aware of the need to constantly project the melodic lines. We want some very elaborate and very expressive use of rise and fall in the phrases, and lots of overall contrast in the tone.
ถ้าต้องการให้ได้ distinction นะครับต้อง project melody ดีๆนะครับแล้วมี rise and fall ให้ดีแล้วมีความละเอียดอ่อนนะครับมีทิศทางของ shape ให้ดี
So I'll play from the second line here and try and demonstrate a few of those points. Within those 2.5 lines there, I tried to vary the sound as much as possible, used a little bit of pedal, all that kind of sense, just to create musical interest and musical colour in the sound.
ในสองบรรทัดวิทยาจารย์ทำหลายอย่างนะครับทั้งเหยียบเพดอลทั้งทำเชฟทำมูดต่างๆให้เพลงดูน่าสนใจนะครับ
Just little details to watch out for. Make very sure that the rhythm here is exactly right, that the demi-semiquavers in the right hand need to come between the semiquavers in the left hand here, with a little rest in the middle to lift the sound and create some little sense of poise in it.
ตรงนี้ระวังนิดนึงนะครับในจังหวะที่โมซาร์ทชอบเขียนนะครับมีโน้ตที่เป็น3ชั้นมีตัวหยุดก่อนหน้านั้นทำให้ถูกต้องนะครับ
Like that. Don't underestimate the drama and the kind of the dramatic qualities that Mozart can write in his music. The harmonies here, the very strong appoggiatura on the D sharp there before resolving onto the E and the pause. All those things can really give the music quite a sense of drama.
ตรงหน้าที่2บรรทัดที่2ตรงก่อนที่จะมีตัวหยุดตรงนั้นนะครับมันมีความมีดราม่าอยู่นะครับเพลงโมซาร์ทคล้ายๆมีสิ่งที่จะเติมให้จบ
Now I just play from there. Easy to play Mozart, especially where the writing is relatively straightforward, mostly single notes in each hand. Easy to play it in kind of too black and white, matter-of-fact way. There's lots of expressive possibilities in the writing.
เพลงโมซาร์ทมันเล่นยากตรงที่ว่าโน้ตมันไม่เยอะนะครับแต่มันสามารถทำอะไรได้เยอะแล้วต้องคิดดีๆนะครับ
No major technical difficulties again in the music. Very approachable, very realisable for many students. The ornaments, these ones here are a little bit fiddly because they have to be done in both hands. Again, you don't have to do them exactly like those, but they need work. Also the thirds here, they just students need to practice those a lot. This is important that they stay legato, nice and even. So those are certainly take a little bit of work, but there are no major kind of obstacles to a student realising this music, I think.
มีเทคนิคบางส่วนนะครับในการฝึกออร์นาเมนต์เนี่ยถ้ามันเยอะเกินไปก็ลดลงได้นะครับแล้วก็พวกคู่3ที่เป็น double thirds ทั้งหลายฝึกให้ดีให้ smooth นะครับ
It's also a good opportunity to kind of teach, make a student aware of how to make a beautiful sound on the piano. Just with the sort of like give with the arms and the wrists into the keys, so you can really create nice sonorous tone without it ever sounding harsh or kind of hard-edged.
เป็นเพลงโมซาร์ทให้ไพเราะนะครับ
For example, these little forte octaves here. Really with the little finger, really kind of lots of weight into the key, never kind of not sort of hit like that, but kind of the sound sort of encouraged out of the instrument, maybe with the use of a little pedal at times to help with that.
เป็นเพลงของโมซาร์ทค่อนข้างระวังมันเป็นเหมือนเพลงร้องใช่ไหมครับระวังโทนที่หนักเกินไปน้ำหนักที่มากเกินไปเนี่ยต้องให้เด็กฟีลน้ำหนักฟังเสียงให้ดีนะครับ
So 3 really good pieces to choose from there, I think, in the List A section, and there are good alternatives as well. 2 pieces by Bach's, one by J.S., one by C.P. Bach, and a Scarlatti Sonata as well. So we haven't got time to show those today, unfortunately, but there can do good repertoire in the alternatives as well.
alternative piece ก็ดีนะครับในทั้ง3บท A4 A5 ผมอาจารย์มีเวลาจะแนะนำให้ฟังครับ
Are there any questions, particularly on the List A? I need a moment. caught him unawares.
Hello, yeah, I'm back. There is a question about but I think it's supposed to be A1.
A1?
On bar 35. She mentioned A2 in the slide, but I think she means A1. Bar 35, the bracketed dotted crotchets asking whether it's editorial and whether it's optional.
Yes. Yes, good point. They are put in brackets, those. I would imagine that's because there was something not clear in the original manuscript. I think they should be dotted, if at all possible. Those, they're not any more difficult to hold the dotted crotchet than any of the other ones. So I would encourage a dotted crotchet. Yes.
Yeah, I mean probably it's not very clear in the manuscript or not
Yes.
written in.
That's right, yeah. I mean, if it disappears half a semiquaver before the end of the dotted crotchet, I mean,
Nobody cares.
Who cares? That's fine.
What we care about is are we going to have coffee?
Yeah. Okay. So shall we say we'll have 20 minutes and get coffee? We'll try to resume just after 11:35. Okay.
เบรก20 นาทีนะครับเดี๋ยว11:35พบกันนะครับจะได้ต่อครับ
Hello. We'll start soon, but let's have a look at the polls again. So 53 of you have voted. That's just slightly over half of you. So hopefully more of you log in Slido and pick your choices because we're going to replace that with grade 7 soon.
เชิญนะครับเดี๋ยวสัมมนาเริ่มต่อแล้วนะครับแล้วก็อาจารย์สนับสนุนให้โหวตด้วยนะครับจะได้ดูว่าเพลงไหนที่เป็น favorite piece นะครับทำเป็นไม่เอ่ยเรามี100 กว่าคนแต่ว่ารอบทีมอยู่ประมาณ50 คนนะครับหายไปครึ่งหนึ่งทำเป็นไหมครับไหวไหมลองดูนะครับสะดวกดีครับระหว่างฟังไปก็โหวตไปได้นะครับ
So yes, everybody likes the Giuseppe Allegro, the Sonatina, and then the Loo-Bang, and then the little ballerina. Yeah, those are great choices. All right, now we're going to look at the B pieces. Okay, for both B1s and 2, we have 2 romantic pieces that make use of a lot of staccatos. And then I think in both these cases, a lot of the time, we would employ the wrist staccato. So, with a very relaxed, supple wrist action. B1 is by the French composer Deleuze. Passe-pied is a dance found very commonly in the Baroque period. Literally, it is pass foot, so it's a sort of lively dance with a lot of feet movement. And originally in triple time in the Baroque period, but Deleuze and also later Debussy wrote Passe-pied in duple or quadruple time.
เดี๋ยวเราดูเกรด7 ปี1นะครับ Passe-pied เป็นเพลงเต้นระบำบาโรกนะครับบางทีเกี่ยวกับพวก dance half step นะครับทำให้มีมือซ้ายที่ค่อนข้างเป็น staccato ที่ light แล้วก็คมชัดขึ้นโดยการใช้ข้อมือนะครับ
With this piece, as you can see, the active part is in the left hand, although it's just the accompaniment. Some of the spans are quite big. If you look at bar 10, for example, it's broken down, but it is in the span of the 10. So you must not lock up your hand. You do need a lot of what we call lateral movement, so that it moves. And of course, obviously, somebody with a bigger hand will be able to play more easily. Right? My hand size over here and in Malaysia is considered L size, but in Europe this is very M size. It's not very big at all.
เพลงนี้มือซ้ายดอมิเนตนะครับมือซ้ายค่อนข้างจะมีคู่สิบด้วยนะครับในการใช้ไซโคโตดังนั้นพวกเราเอเชียนไซส์เนี่ยต้องใช้ข้างๆนะครับใช้การเคลื่อนข้อมือข้างๆเพื่อจะได้กระโดดไปให้ถึง
So a lot of this quite a lot of flexibility to get around these notes. It needs to flow. You need to think of it two in a bar. So very light staccatos in the left hand. The right hand has got some slurs. And again, it needs to be gracefully slurred. That sort of thing. Yeah.
มือขวาเป็นลักษณะเฉลิมนะครับเป็นให้ไพเราะนะครับ
Yeah. So very elegant and very light. Not much pedal because you want the left hand to be bobbling along, almost like a bassoon part or something. With a lot of these grace notes, it's probably better to play it before the beat, so that it doesn't disturb the rhythmic shape and rhythmic framework. And take care to hold that middle G sharp. Yeah, from the second phrase.
สังเกตนะครับตัว element before the beat นะครับมันจะต้องเร็วแล้วก็พอบรรทัดสุดท้ายของบรรทัดที่1นะครับตัวซอนสุดท้ายเห็นไหมครับต้องโฮให้ดีนะครับที่มีตัวท้าย
Okay, we'll just go from bar 6 now. And now the left hand is legato, something like maybe a cello. And I think I'll just join all of that.
มือซ้ายตัวนี้เหมือนเชโลนะครับแล้วก็ต่อเสียงเป็นเลกาโต้ไปเลย
And then this is the middle section, a bit stronger perhaps, almost like maybe a drum is joined in. And also, if you look at these staccatos here, you see all quavers, but not all of them are as important. I think the lower part, that's more important. The A is just a sort of harmony, so keep the top A quite light.
ตรงกลางนี้นะครับสังเกตใส่กระต้มมือขวามันมีโน้ตให้เล่นตัวสำคัญที่ตรงกับมือซ้ายนะครับตัวลาที่มันเป็นฮาร์โมนีได้ตรงไหนเป็นเอา
So. And then the third page is basically the same as the first page. And after that, in the fourth page, something interesting happens in the left hand. We have a new harmony around there on bar 50. So perhaps take a little bit more time, show the new harmony. Just a little bit of flexibility here. Then here is divided between the hands, this section in bar 60. Stands down left hand, stands up right hand. They suggested two, it could be the same finger if you want, or you can change the finger 3-2. Again, as I was saying, you can find all sorts of different possibilities. All these fingerings are also suggestions, so you don't have to use exactly those fingerings if you don't want to.
ตอนจบนะครับมีนิ้วที่เล่นโน้ตซ้ำๆนะครับจะใช้3-2ก็ได้สลับกันนะครับนิ้วก็จะเป็นต่างๆนี้
And then like pizzicato. B2 also has a lot of staccatos, more so in the left hand. It's a bit more difficult, I think, compared to the B1, especially places like bar 3 and 4, where you need brisk staccatos. This is from Mendelssohn's song without words. So a lot of them tend to be very lyrical, smooth melodies, but this one is quite sprightly and in bar 3, although the staccato stops, I would play all of them, all the quavers that have no slurs as staccatos. I think possibly Mendelssohn forgot to write down the word simile there. It's obviously the same sort of melody, same sort of thing. So, and you notice he doesn't put any dots anymore later on. So just presume that that is the word simile.
ครับเพลงนี้เป็นสเตคโตบรรจบที่2ห้องใช่ไหมครับแต่ให้คาดเดาว่าทั้งหมดการนะครับให้ใส่สเตคโต
With the left hand, perhaps start looking at that after the double bar line, bar 9. So the second chord is almost like an echo of the first one. So you think of it as just a one movement, yeah, with a very relaxed twist. And you can ask them to practice now 3 times. And that's how you should think of in bar 3 and 4. So not deep keys, but so the second and the third chords are light. Then, yeah, because it must not overpower the right hand.
มือซ้ายตัวที่เป็นคอร์ด2ตัวนะครับในบรรทัดที่2ตรงนั้นเนี่ยให้คิดเป็นเหมือนเอโก้นะครับอย่านับอย่าเล่นเป็นตึกๆ2ตัวเท่ากันหรือเวลาจะฝึกซ้อมให้นับเป็น3 1 2 3ให้มันเบาลงไม่ได้ครับสุดท้ายมันเป็นเอโก้ตัวหลังมันจะได้สั้นและเบากว่า
Here you get a 2-note slur in the right hand, so you would have taught your students 2-note slurs by now. Generally, 2-note slurs is heavier on the first note and lighter on the second note, but this one is the weak beat to a strong beat. And if you look at the lower notes, it changes, it has a shade. The top is just E all the time. So here, I would actually bring out the lower note or the second note of the slurs.
ทำนองตรงนี้ถึงแม้มือขวาเขียนเป็นสเลอร์นะครับแต่ว่าโน้ตตัวที่หัวสเลอร์มาก่อนจังหวะใช่ไหมครับนี่ทำนองมันอยู่ในโน้ตตัวที่เป็นปลายสเลอร์เนี่ยฟีลให้ดีนะครับ
Then for the big crescendo, start quite soft in bar 17. With a lot of this motif, there is repeated notes there, and they have suggested something doing right at the start. So for both right and left hand, I would try to change finger on the repeated notes. I think it's a bit difficult, especially for students, to use the same finger on repeated notes. It might become uneven, they might become a little bit stiff. So even the left hand here, you use something like 2-1-3, 2-1, that sort of thing. Yeah? So try not to repeat the same finger in repeated notes.
ตรงมือซ้ายที่เป็นนิ้ววิ่งไม่ใช่วิ่งนิ้วที่มันซ้ำๆเติร์ให้ลองใช้วิธีเปลี่ยนนิ้วนะครับจะได้ไม่แข็งแล้วก็ไม่ฝืนเกินไป
Throughout this piece, there's not very much pedals. Sometimes maybe just a very short one here and there in ending cadences. But maybe here with the accents, just a short pedal, just to ring out the harmonies.
ใช้เพดานนิดเดียวนะครับแตะนิดเดียว
With the right hand, try to balance it so that we can hear the top melodic outline. So even with the chords.
ขอนี้ voice note ตัวกดนะครับให้ได้ยินฟัง
So a little bit tricky. So if your student is not so confident with all these staccatos, then you should look at B3 then, which has got
ชอบเล่นเร็วนะครับถ้าเร็วไม่ได้ก็
more legato, more lyrical. And B3, Elizabeth, is the name of the composer's granddaughter, a little girl who's quite lively. So it needs to flow, not too slow. The middle section has got this leaping figure, skipping figure. But the outer sections are calmer with quavers and crotchets and so on. You can use the pedal quite generously, a lot of the time changing in crotchets here.
Elizabeth เป็นหลานคนแต่งเพลงนะครับ
And the issue here would be to do with balance. A lot of the texture has got chords, sometimes 5 parts and so on. So the top note needs to sing out all the time. And even in staccatos, it doesn't need to be really short. You can still pedal them, more relaxed sort of staccatos.
ทำนองอยู่แนวบนนะครับแล้วตัวสแตคคาโตไม่ต้องเล่นสั้นนะครับแค่จะสิบ
So. You notice that the harmony changes every single quaver. So here you need quite fast footwork. You need to change every single quaver.
ตรงนี้นะครับทำนองเปลี่ยนฮาร์โมนีเปลี่ยนทุกโน้ตนะครับเปลี่ยนเทเดอร์ทุกตัว
Yeah, so change every quaver. And then the middle section has a very repetitive rhythmic pattern. Like every crochet is the same sort of pattern almost throughout. So there is a danger of it sounding quite repetitive, and some students might play too heavily on every single crochet. So avoid that. Think about shaping it into still a 4-bar phrase.
ตรงนี้ระวังหนักเกินไปนะครับนี่เป็น phrase 4-bar phrase.
Yeah. And in this phrase, within the 4-bar, you can still divide it into what I call 1 plus 1 plus 2. So it's a sort of short 1-bar motive, 1-bar motive, and then answered by a slightly longer line.
ระหว่างนั้นแบ่งข้างในนะครับลองฟังอาจารย์
So you go repetition, and then longer line. Remember to lighten the left hand. So you can use the wrist to shape it. Think of the wrist floating outwards gracefully.
ดีไซน์นะครับตรงนี้ให้มันซ้ายไล่กลิ้งขึ้นมา
Yeah. So. You have some staccatos here, but it doesn't have to be so dry. You can still use a little bit of pedal every crochet. Do this. Yeah.
สังเกตหลายโน้ตที่มีสเตคคาโตอยู่ครับใส่ก็ได้นะครับให้มันดูกล้องๆนะครับในล็อก
Yeah. And then the first thing comes back. It's pretty much the same. Okay, let's have a look at that. There's some interesting harmonies happening here. Bar 31, so it finishes sounding like the end, but it goes a small pause, and then it actually goes to 5/7 of G flat, which is quite a remote key, quite a far away key from F major.
จบที่ทำให้มันเปลี่ยนนะครับมีความน่าสนใจใช้คอร์ดที่แปลกออกไปนะครับ
Yes. So perhaps you can also use the soft pedal to change the color. So let me go from the bar before. And soft pedal. Maybe a longer pause and then not too dry staccato right yet.
So just before we go on to the next set of pieces, I think we'll probably close the poll for grade 6 now, and we'll activate them on for grade 7. But just to let you know that your favourite A piece from the grade 6 list was the A3, the Dussek. The B5, the little ballerina, was your favourite choice for the list B. And from list C, the C1, the David Brubeck piece was the most popular there. So you've heard grade 7, list A and B now, so we'll open the poll for grade 7 and do start to pick your choices from that. You don't have to wait until you've heard all the C pieces as well. You can delay sending it until you've heard the C pieces, but you can pick your choices for list A and B.
I just want to show you one alternative piece from B, which I think is quite a good choice. This is B5 by Melodic. And this is a straightforward ABA sort of section structure. The outer section A is basically like a waltz. So you get this waltz figure, very graceful waltz. So you can be quite generous with your pedaling. But there are a lot of chromatic movements though, so sometimes you need to change more than once a bar. So a lot of 4-bar phrases here. Then you get the middle section. As you can see, there's a lot of arpeggios going up and down. It's pretty smooth. You have the crescendo diminuendo, but you can use quite a lot of pedal as well to shape, to help smoothen things. And a bit more dramatic now in minor key. Okay, now onto the C pieces. There are 3 very different pieces. C1, Rosemary's Waltz, is by Richard Rodney Bennett, who is a British composer. He composes in all sorts of styles. It can be very jazzy, it sounds like he composes for big band. He composes for movies and TV quite a lot. But he can also compose in a very modern atonal style. So it's quite versatile. This one is a sort of slightly jazzy piece that has been used for a TV series.
คอมโพเซอร์คนนี้นะครับแต่งเพลงได้หลากหลายมากนะครับแล้วก็เป็นคนที่เป็นคอมโพเซอร์ชาวอังกฤษที่ดังมากนะครับอันนี้คือสไตล์แจ๊ส
Yeah, it's a waltz, but again, it needs to be quite flexible. It should sound like somebody's just kind of improvising at the piano. So it needs freedom in terms of the flow.
เป็นฝั่ง improvise นะครับ
So you have this. This is the main motif of the whole piece. So sometimes it can be a little bit hesitant. Sometimes you can have a clearer direction. Yeah. So think about ways to vary this motif when it comes back.
โมทีฟสองอันนะครับสังเกตไหมครับอาจารย์เล่นแบบไม่ตั้งใจอันหนึ่งกับเล่นแบบตั้งใจอันหนึ่งที่มันต่างกันไป
Generally, you can handle more or less per bar, but sometimes you have to change a bit more when the harmony changes. You definitely have to change the pedal. You might need to mix them up, even though this is a more modern sort of piece.
เวลามีทดลองเป็นโครงแมติกเป็นทางนี้นะครับ change pedal นะครับ
And then fortissimo bridge, so a little bit of bridge. Then from bar 20, you see a whole series of quavers. Now, not every single quaver in harmony is as important. So this opening motif comes back, and I think the melody is a long note here. Now this is more like a fill-in harmony. And then long note again, then lighter arpeggios, and then long melody into the G, and then again this is a sort of fill-in harmony.
อาจารย์ยกตัวอย่างนี้ทันไหมครับนะครับมันมีทำนองหลักที่เป็นตัวลาแล้วก็ตัวที่เหลือมันเป็นฟิลลิ่งใส่เป็นทำนองเสริมเข้าไปนะครับ
So I'll go from bar 19. That sort of thing. In the second page, bar 24, you see the left hand bottom bass note has a little slur that seems to lead to nowhere. That is an indication from the composer saying that the sound was sustained. You'll have to leave the notes when you use the pedal to sustain the bass. Just like you know this piece? So it's the same that way, yeah. So pedal full bar.
สังเกตมือซ้ายไหมครับตรงตัวเบสมันเป็น pedal tie to nowhere นะครับมันไม่มีโน้ตตัวจบมันจะต้องการให้เสียงมันต้องคล้องตรงเบสไป
So there's a bit of an tempo, but very light, possibly soft pedal. Okay, now C2 we have something completely different. I don't think you'll see many pieces which has the title ridiculous in it. So ridicolosamente is ridiculous. And this comes from Prokofiev's set of visual fugitives. You're going to hear it also in the grade 5 level. Each one is a snapshot, a very short character piece, and it can be very drastically different from one to the other. This particular one has a lot of short staccatos. It can be quite spiky. So staccatos are short, accents must be clear. Somebody once described this piece to me as sounding like a train that's it's getting started, the engine is getting started, and then it goes.
โปรโคเฟียฟเขียนเพลงแบบนี้นะครับแล้วก็ใช้ไทเทิลที่รุนแรงทีเดียวนะครับ ridiculous แล้วก็เป็นสไตล์โปรโคเฟียฟเพลงนี้มีสเตคาโตที่ค่อนข้างเสียงสั้นอาจารย์เหมือนแบบรถไฟค่อยๆเพิ่งจะออกไปแล้วก็ค่อยๆเรียกไป
You see the word sostenuto at the start. Usually we associate sostenuto with legato or slightly slower pace. Here, definitely is not about the legato, of course. So perhaps start it a little bit slow. Remember, I was talking about the train. So start a bit slow, and then after that, you can pick up to your basic tempo. figure, this is actually a whole tone scale. Yeah, it's very quick, so you do a quick flick of the hand this way. Make sure the fingers doesn't stay in the key, they will be drawn away from the keys so that it's all clean. That sort of thing.
รูปนิ้วไหวไหมครับเราให้รูปไปตั้งนิ้วดีอาจารย์ครับงั้นเรารวบแล้วเราไม่ได้ยินเสียงแบบนี้
So from bar 15. Now, when we come to these two bars, it doesn't look like it, but I find this one of the most difficult passages to learn because of the hand positions. At the top here, the first one you see sotto and then sopra. So at first, in bar 18, your right hand is playing a lot of white notes, left hand is playing black notes, so it's like this. But in the next bar, the left hand is playing white notes, it's the other way around. So it's only comfortable to do this. So from the first bar, you will need to shift to the second bar.
หน้าที่สองนะครับในบรรทัดแรกมันต้องมีการสลับมือนะครับ
So you have to work at it slowly because otherwise you get a traffic jam or traffic accident. So here, and then shift. And I think that's the only comfortable way of playing this. So let me go from there. Now the left hand has this two-note motif. Also notice the end, the right hand stays on a little bit after the left hand has played the staccato. So I think this is a very good character piece to introduce students. A lot of students, sometimes they don't take to all these 20th century harmonies and so on. But this one has quite a lot of character. I mean, it could be a good introduction to the world of Prokofiev, and then the start Stravinsky, Bartók, and so on.
อาจารย์แนะนำให้เราแนะนำให้เด็กนะครับให้ enjoy เพลง 20th century music ได้ตัวอย่างที่ดี
Okay, now C3, Commuter Land. This is a British composer, and she writes this because she goes to work every day. She goes to London. She has to take the train, the bus, everything, and there's a lot of traffic jam. You can't proceed smoothly in your journey. Well, I mean, here in Bangkok, and I live in Kuala Lumpur, we all know about traffic jam, don't we? Yeah, it's very hard to get anywhere punctually. So this is kind of describing a sort of journey like that. And I think that's why also there's a lot of changes of time signature throughout.
เพลงนี้ก็บรรยายรถติดในกรุงเทพนะครับความเร่งรีบกดดันต่างๆนะครับนี่คนเขียนก็อยู่ในรอยย่อนะครับ
So sometimes you get time signature like 8/8 here and also 7/8. And the thing is, I think it's a bit difficult to ask the student to count 8. If you ask them to count 8 in English, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is not quite the right number of quavers. I would subdivide them. Do you remember playing or teaching pieces like this, Bartók's Bulgarian dances? And in those pieces, Bartók actually write things like 2 plus 2 plus 3, 8. So here, with this 8/8, I actually would divide it into 3 plus 3 plus 2. So in bar 2 is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So most of these irregular time signatures can be divided into groups of 3s or 2s.
ตรงนี้ครับทรานซิสเตอร์8เราคงนับไม่ได้นะครับอาจารย์ให้แบ่งเป็น3 บวก 3 บวก 2นะครับเพื่อแบ่งให้ค่าโน้ตมันลงตัวง่ายขึ้น
And I think this is one of those pieces where if you just observe carefully all the performance directions, it plays itself. You don't need to be particularly sensitive or musical in a sense. With articulation, make a difference between the quavers which has no slurs, which should be detached, but they are not as short as the quavers with staccato dots like these ones. So these ones, I might play something like, so it's separated, but these ones shorter. Yeah? And then of course the slurred ones. Dynamics can be quite wide in range, so the loud can be pretty loud, soft can be really delicate.
เพลงนี้ค่อนข้างจะชัดเจนในตัวมันเองนะครับเวลาเล่นตามนี้ไม่ต้องเซนซิทีฟมากนะครับแต่ว่าจะให้ระวังตรงคอร์ดที่ไม่ได้มีตัวสแตคคาโตให้เล่นเสียงค่อนข้างดีแทชส่วนหน้า2ที่มีสแตคคาโตให้เล่นสั้นและคมขึ้นไดนามิกใช้เต็มที่ได้นะครับดังมากเบามากได้
Yeah. So the important thing is from the start to the end, the quiver beat stays exactly the same throughout. No rubato, no slowing down, nothing. Sometimes the left hand has to go up and down over the right hand, so it's quite physical that way. And then it settles for a while. We do this. So short staccatos, very light though. So I'll probably use free staccato, and then you get some sudden accents there over the right hand. Here the composer writes pesante non-staccato, so not too short. Of course it's still separated, but don't make it quite so short. Just and then the journey seems to be smoother now. And in the same speed. And then quite a big crescendo. Yeah, so and then in bar 46, the theme is in the left hand. So right hand not so loud. What do you hear? No slowing down. Yeah, so quite a wide dynamic range. But as you can see, if you do exactly as he says, you don't need to think about rubato, you don't need to think about so much shaping and all that. So it might suit certain sort of students.
เพลงนี้เป็นงานตรงนะครับเล่นตามที่เขียนไม่ต้องมีรูบาโต้เลยคีย์บีทก็แย่นะครับแย่นะครับ
Someone has asked on the Slido about how flexible is the tempo requirement, and this piece example says 126, but the answer to that is very flexible. I mean, wherever you see the C dot, I mean that's a short for a Latin word which means about, so it's only advisory anyway, but I would say with virtually every single piece in the entire syllabus, the tempo requirement that is written there is not an absolute requirement, definitely not. But obviously some students will be able to play things faster than others, and that's fine, that's just normal. So the answer is flexible tempo as long as you kind of convey the spirit and the character of the music at whatever speed you choose.
Yeah, there's always a range of tempo that's possible.
เห็นเมโทรมาร์กิ้งนะครับในเพลงนี้มี126มีตัว C จุด C จุดก็คือในภาษาแปลว่าประมาณครับที่จุดได้เด็กไหนเล่นเร็วได้แล้วไม่พังก็โอเคนะครับเด็กไหนเล่นช้าแล้วฟังแล้วดีก็ลองปรับเปลี่ยนตามก็เหมาะสม
And if we think of some of the most recorded music, you know, if we listen to recordings of Mozart sonatas, say, or Chopin nocturnes, you know, you listen to 10 recordings, you'll hear 10 different speeds, and that's absolutely fine.
เราฟังเพลงโชแปนโมซาร์ทในซีดีนะครับ10แผ่นก็18 10จังหวะโอเค
Okay, I just want to show you one more piece before you move on to grade 8, and this is C4 by Peter Dickinson. It comes from this book, Rags, Blues and Parodies. A lot of very catchy pieces, and this one is a ragtime. You know this? And so on. So it's in that sort of style. And if any one of you haven't tried playing the original, you know this is quite difficult. The left hand jumps a lot. So this one also has a lot of leaping left hands. Not quite as difficult as the original entertainer, I think. And the thing is, this is one of those pieces where it's difficult, but it needs to sound like it's fun and effortless. So you need a confident technique in the left hand especially.
อาจารย์แนะนำเพลงนี้นะครับเหมือนแร็ปนะครับเหมือนในตีเทนเนี่ยนะครับดูไม่ยากใช่ไหมครับที่กระโดดไปกระโดดมา
And basically it's just A, B, A section. So you get a very catchy tune. In this faster livelier ragtime, you do not swing quavers, just straight quavers.
ไม่สวิงนะครับเป็น straight ครับ
There are lots of little accents on the fourth beat. You like it?
They like it.
They like it, yes. Would you like to teach it? That's a different answer.
It reminds me of many years ago when I was a student at Royal Academy of Music in London, and I got asked one day to go and play at a party in the evening, and they wanted to hear a lot of these ragtime tunes. And I knew a few like the Entertainer and things, but I had a book of all of them. But I didn't realise how hard they are.
Yes, they are so difficult.
And on the day I sort of got out of bed in the late morning, I was a student, and opened the book to look at them, and it turned into the worst afternoon of my life because I had to absolutely practice like crazy before the show in the evening.
อาจารย์เล่าประสบการณ์แล้วอาจารย์สมัยอาจารย์ได้เรียนร้อยแล้วกันนี่นะครับแล้วต้องมีปาร์ตี้นะครับจะได้ตอนบ่ายแล้วอาจารย์มีหนังสือแรปโอ้ยสบายๆปรากฏเล่นจริงๆอาจารย์เป็น the worst afternoon เลยนะครับนั่งซ้อมกว่ามือเราจะกระโดดได้นะแรปไม่ได้ง่ายนะครับ
But you must look as if you're enjoying yourself, and that it sounds easy.
ฟังง่ายเป็นง่ายนะครับ
All right, now on to the serious stuff. Let's look at grade 8 A list now. We have Saravan and Jake from Bach's English Suite.
Just a quick reminder about the poll for grade 7. About 20 of you have voted already, so we'll maybe just give you half a minute now, shall we? Just to get your votes in before we start concentrating on grade 8.
เกรด 7 นะครับโหวตเลยครับโหวตจะให้ใครอยู่หรือใครไปครับ
Are the numbers going up?
Yes, but not quick enough.
Okay.
Vote.
Yes, you presto. And what is it looking like? What's the favorite?
Okay, so the favorite A piece, keeps changing. The A1 and A2 very close together, the Haydn minuet and the Handel G.
Okay.
For B list at the moment, the Mendelssohn Song Without Words is the favorite.
Yes.
And Rosemary's Waltz, C1.
Yes.
No, it's the Hinchu rag, that is popular as well.
Of course.
So this is a close election, close results.
Very close race. Yeah.
Okay, so
keep on voting.
Keep voting. Let's move on to grade 8.
All right. So we have the Saravan and the jig. There are a lot of jigs throughout the whole range of levels this year. Now with the Saravan, you know that the Saravan is a slow, solemn dance. So fairly smooth, less contrapuntal than a lot of the other dances. So here, again, this is a suggestion of a tempo. And if you try that, you find that it actually flows. Now, you don't have to play quite as fast as that, but do be careful of playing this too slowly.
เซราบานนะครับเป็น slow dance ในบาโรกนะครับช้ามากแล้วก็นิ่งๆนะครับ
Yeah, because if you start at the beginning too slowly, I mean, it can sound like quite a nice expressive piece, which sounds okay, but by the time you get bar 5, it's really slow. Yeah. So keep it flowing. It's actually much more difficult to shake the phrases if it's too slow. So I think that 50 or just a little bit under is a good suggestion.
ถ้ามันช้าไปมันจะฟังอย่างเมื่อกี้นะครับ
And with this sort of piece, even though it's baroque, it is quite possible to use the pedal to help join a lot of these chords. But you just have to be careful. Every single chord change needs to have a pedal change as well. So places like in bar 1, that's second half of it, you need to change every single quaver. But it's doable because it's not that fast.
ใช้ไปเดินนะครับเปลี่ยนทุกโน้ตทุกเองนะครับ
And there is a clear melody at the top, so bring that out. But now and then, you'll see like here, the second bar left hand, and even the inner part in fourth bar, is an imitation of the previous bar. So you can bring out those as well, it will give more interest in the texture. Left hand. And then the inner part. This ornament is a slide. Just be careful when you pedal that you don't pedal all of it together. So make sure you pedal after playing that ornament.
เสร็จเราไม่เหยียบให้เร็วจนตัวสุดท้ายนะครับจะได้ไม่เกิด
Now, a lot of the times in ornaments, ABRSM has also put some suggestion as to how to play. Again, this is not a fixed thing, you don't have to follow it. Here, for example, I might want a longer C so that I can have time to pedal that before coming down. Because if you do what it says, it can be a bit tricky and it'll be too jumpy.
ออร์นาเมนต์ตรงนี้นะครับถ้าเล่นตามโน้ตที่คุณเขียนมันทำให้กระโดดมาค่อนข้างเร็วในคอร์ดต่อไปอาจารย์บอกว่ายืดหยุ่นได้นะครับถ้าจะยืดออร์นาเมนต์ไปได้
So, spread the chord in the last, that's quite stylistic. And then expressive appoggiaturas, and they're almost always played the same way. The expressive movement and the diminuendo when you resolve. So. So I think overall this is not too difficult for the average grade 8 students. The jig can be a little bit of a challenge. This is quite a lively jig, and I will also suggest for you to listen outside of just classical or keyboard music. Do listen to Bach's Violin Concerto in A minor. The BWV number is 1041. So the Violin Concerto in A minor, listen to the third movement. It's very, very similar in character to this one.
จะแนะนำให้ไปฟังไวโอลินชาโต้นะครับของบาสด้วยนะครับในเสียง A minor 1041นะครับ
Yeah. So here it's quite quick, and depending on the speed, if you play at quite a fast, energetic speed, you may not need to use a lot of staccatos. You can go. If you play slower, you might want to think about. So there are many approaches. There is not no one best way to do things. So it all depends on the speed, on touch, on the articulation and all that. So there's always many possibilities.
เดี๋ยวอาจารย์ย้ำว่าถ้าจะเล่นช้าลงก็ทำเป็น slow เป็นคู่ถ้าเล่นเร็วก็เล่นต่อกันไปได้ครับขึ้นอยู่กับ
Yeah. So some of these sequences later, I'll think of in groups. So things like at the end of the first line, then yeah. So you can just think of them in groups. That sort of thing. The ornaments here suggested is 3 notes. Now those can be quite tricky in bar 7, 9, 11. So. I have also heard some recordings where some performers actually just play 2 notes and they go. I have also heard performance where the performers show off how good the fingers are and go. So again, there are possibilities. Okay. Groups of 6 notes. So again, you can think of slurring them as 6 notes and coming down with the sequence. More of these 6 notes figures. And another one. Then you look to the left hand goes all the way up, so you can crescendo as it goes to the end. So, yeah, and then now the theme in C major. So the sequences come down, so you can also have a slight diminuendo as you come down. And then it builds up again with these 6 note figures. Last page. Okay, now some bad news. Can you see it right at the end? You see the first repeat, second repeat, and third repeat? So the first repeat you don't do, but you notice the second one, it says D as al fine. So by right, you're supposed to go back all the way to the first bar and play it again. So it's 6 pages, not 3 pages long.
รีพีท3 รอบไหมครับนานๆจะเจอในวาร์ปนะครับอันนี้ก็เลยต้องเล่นย้อนกลับไปรอบหนึ่งนะครับทีนี้ก็เลยรวมเป็นปกหน้านะครับใครจะเลือกก็ขอให้โชคดี
Yes, you go like that, huh? Yes, because the more you play, the more you can go wrong. So you need to be quite confident. But then, when you repeat, there's always possibilities to put in other ornaments and so on. That's very stylistic.
ยากขึ้นไปอีกเวลาย้อนก็ทำให้มันเหมือนเดิมเข้าไปอีกนะครับ
Alright, now let's look at Scarlatti now. Now this is a very lively Scarlatti, and this Scarlatti are very popular in teachers. This one though has ornaments everywhere. Do you notice? It's like some of these bars, there are like 2 ornaments every single bar. And I think the suggested ornament is a very good idea. It overall is quite lively, so I think the tempo suggestion is pretty good. A lot of the quavers can have staccatos to make it brighter, more buoyant. So. That sort of thing. And the Scarlatti style is that he does a lot of repetition, doesn't he? So you can vary the color. It can be bright for one bar, the first bar. Like an echo, or you can always have 2 bars of bright color and then another 2 bars of echo, as long as you do something different. Otherwise, it just sounds a bit too repetitive.
เพลงของสกาลาตี้มีย้อนอย่างละ2ประโยคเสมอนะครับก็จะทำให้ได้ว่าแต่ละย้อนทำให้ไม่เหมือนกันจะทำอันนึงดังอันนึงเบาหรือจะทูละ2ห้องดัง2ห้องเบาก็ได้นะครับ
And then when you get to bar 6, now both hands has got this ornament in thirds. And also, it's important to tie these tie notes, hold them, which makes up this harmony, and then it resolve. Yeah? So the slur is also a good idea. Then tie and then resolve. So. Spain, sort of Spanish sort of harmony, and although Scarlatti was Italian, he actually in the end went to Spain and he lived there because he became the harpsichord teacher of the Queen of Spain, which is a nice title. So it was in Spain that he wrote most of his sonatas. That's why they sound so much like guitar music, a lot of Spanish folk rhythm, Spanish harmonies, and so on.
สกาลาตี้เป็นคนอิตาเลียนนะครับแต่ว่าได้ไปหลงรักเจ้าหญิงชื่อว่าก็เป็นควีนของสเปนนะครับแล้วก็แต่งเพลงได้ยากกันในหมดแล้วเพลงก็เป็นเฟเวอร์ของสเปน
So in bar 13 with all these very typical Spanish flavors. And then now he decorates it with the Apuchatura. So deeper element, and then we will go to the resolution. Again with this Apuchatura decoration. The left hand has a lot of leaping octaves. Just be careful not to be too loud on the modern piano. It can easily go, and that's too much. So keep the left hand quite light. And a lot of Baroque music grows towards the end. So here you can gradually grow in the direction towards the end cadence. And then more Spanish harmonies. And if you want, you can calm down a little bit, a bit more legato with the right hand. Here in the ornament they have suggested this rhythm, yeah, which is fine. If you want it to be more brilliant, it could be faster. And so on. Yeah? So don't feel that you have to do exactly that sort of rhythm or that number of notes in all these ornaments.
ทีนี้ออร์นาเมนต์มันเปลี่ยนไหมครับมันเปลี่ยนค่าโน้ตถ้าจะเล่นให้คมชัดเหมือนแรกก็ได้นะครับถ้านิ้วทำได้จะลดลงมาตามก็ได้
Yeah, I mean, it is a nice piece, this Gazi, but it's a little bit tricky. You need somebody with very good fingers. The left hand also has a very similar stuff all the time. Alright, now we move on to A3, which is by the Russian composer Shostakovich. This is a prelude and fugue. And for the prelude, at first doesn't look too difficult. It looks almost like, yeah, except it's much crazier, it's much faster. And it's got some unusual harmonies. If you check the metronome mark that Shostakovich has written, it's very fast. You don't have to, you even say so, do read all this text at the start. So it actually does say you're quite welcome to play around 72 words and so on. I'll just play it at a sort of top speed, then you hear how it goes, but you don't have to do it that way. And a lot of you have the little teaching notes here. So those are also guidance, but again, they are usually just giving you one way of looking at things. And in that book, for example, it says that you don't need to use the pedal here, which I think is quite difficult to make it even. I think I would actually put some touches of pedal, maybe not completely full and not completely legato, but just touches of pedal.
แต่เพลงนี้นะครับดูไม่ยากใช่ไหมครับแล้วมีเรียนอาจารย์เหมือนเดิมนะครับในหนังสือโน้ตบอกว่าไม่ต้องใช้เพดลในความจริงอาจารย์บอกว่าถ้าเล่นช้าลงหน่อยใช้เพดลได้นะครับถึงจะรีแลกซ์กว่านี้ได้นะครับในสปีดแบบอาจารย์จะโชว์ให้ดูแบบท็อปสปีด
You also get just one dynamic marking piano right at the start. It doesn't mean that it's all going to be fixed. You can shape it a little. For example, if it goes down, go softer, goes up, go louder. Also think about the space between the notes. If the hands are really close together, maybe a little bit lighter, more delicate. And if it spreads out a bit richer in harmony, it can be slightly warmer.
อาจารย์ให้คำแนะนำในเรื่องนี้นะครับเขียนพีทั้งเพลงเลยในความจริงคือยืดหยุ่นได้นะครับอาจารย์แนะนำว่าถ้านิ้วโน้ตมันเล็กๆมาติดกันเนี่ยก็เล่นให้เบาลงโน้ตมันกว้างขึ้นก็ขยายให้เด่นมากขึ้นได้
So here goes. So you notice, for example, in bar 9, which is there, the hands are really close together. It's a bit more chromatic, so maybe a little bit softer, a bit more delicate. And then, as the hands gradually grow apart, you can have a slight crescendo. Bar 24, it actually settles for a little bit onto C major, so perhaps a little bit more pedal, warmer pedal there, warmer sound. And then in the next bar, the opening comes back, but with an additional ringing E. So I would again use a bit more pedal maybe just to ring those out.
วิธีทำนองเดิมเป็นกลับมานะครับแต่มันมีโน้ตที่เป็นทำนองเพิ่มขึ้นใส่เพดลลงไปให้มันรีโน้ตตัวโดกับโน้ตตัวมี
So I mean, this is slightly dangerous, this sort of piece. When you play, if you fall off in the middle, it's very hard to get that up on track.
เนี่ยมันจะจบม้วนเดียวนะครับระหว่างทางต่อไม่ได้
The fugue is a playful little, well, I say little, but playful subject with a lot of these light wrist staccatos. But increasingly, as the piece goes along, there are some fairly big spans actually, and you need to jump quite fast. The left hand sometimes has got very light staccato semi-quavers, if you look at bar 9. So you need good fingers, although your fingers can stay very near the keys. It needs to be lively enough for it to bounce off the keys.
ในเรื่องมีสเตคาโตที่วิ่งนะครับเป็นกระเด็น2ชั้นเพราะฉะนั้นตรงนี้ต้องมีชิดคีย์แล้วก็เล่นให้ไว
Again, be careful about the tempo here. It is actually very fast, but they also did say you can play it at a slower speed, anything from about 100, 104. And lots of staccato to the left hand. Quite short in this Shostakovich. The accents can have more bite also. So it needs a lot of energy even when it's at the dynamic is a little bit soft. It's still very energetic.
สเตคาโตที่คมชัดนะครับแม้เล่นเบา
Then So you can see that the left hand bubbles around along quite a lot here. A lot of the harmonies are familiar harmonies. You get D major, G minor, A major, D minor, B flat. It's all chords that you know. It's just that it shifts really very, very quickly. So you do need to be able to shift your hand very quickly to that position.
มีคอร์ดที่ค่อนข้างจะคุ้นเคยนะครับแต่ว่ามันเปลี่ยนเร็วเพราะฉะนั้นมือซ้ายเปลี่ยนให้ทันในการเปลี่ยนคอร์ด
Okay, let me go from above the T now. Now sometimes you get one or two cases with this long note. I notice this is bar 38. And notice you have to go up to play those notes near middle C. Now, no human being I know has big enough like that. I don't think even Ramayana can actually hold it. So you might think, oh, maybe use the pedal, but can you hear? That is a bit too muddy. So don't worry about having to let the sound go. As long as you play the note strongly enough, just a short pedal maybe, and come off. Yeah.
ในครับเมื่อกี้นี้ตรงไม่มีมนุษย์คนไหนมีมือใหญ่เท่านั้นนะครับเพราะไม่เราก็สู้ไม่ได้นะครับตรงโน้ตตัวนั้นใช้พิเดลช่วยตัวเบสตัวฟาชาร์ปจะได้เก็บได้นิดหนึ่งนะดิส
So this is bar 37. And then something interesting happened here. When you see the piano, you get the stretto. You know, stretto in the field is an overlap of the subjects. A lot of the times, stretto overlaps within half a bar or 1 bar and so on. But this is only one quaver, which is quite tricky to put together because then whatever has been the strong beat now is a weak beat. So it needs a lot of slow practice.
ในฟิลจะมีสเตรโตนะครับสเตรโตคือแนวที่มันซ้อนกันเลยอันนี้สเตรโตนี่มันซ้อนกันในโน้ตคาเบตเลยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นมันจะยากที่จะเล่นนำออกมาได้ตรงนี้นะครับ
So we get look outside of the book. There are some pieces which I think is possible. I just want to show you very quickly this piece by Soler. This is A8. And I think this Soler is Spanish and he actually studied with Scarlatti for a short time. So this piece is just more or less exactly like a Scarlatti sonata.
จะแนะนำ A8 นะครับลองดูถ้าชดเซอร์วิชง่ายไปก็ฟัง
So here is fairly likely, although it's in minor key, a lot of the quavers will be staccato. And this is how the music goes. Do you think it sounds like Scarlatti? So you just treat it like how you would interpret a Scarlatti sonata. I think this section, the next section, the left hand can be a little bit of a challenge because you want it to be clear. Yeah, you can just use the normal chord sort of fingering if you want. But if you want to avoid using 4/5 a lot, you can also think about turning your hand. So just choose your fingerings according to your students and try out different ones and see which one suits them. So it shouldn't be pedaled here because this is not a harmony. It's actually it needs a lot of clarity.
เสียงเหมือนสกาลาตี้ไหมครับโซเลเป็นลูกศิษย์ของสกาลาตี้มาแต่งเพลงของครูนะครับตีความแบบเดียวกันได้
So here it sounds like this. if you don't think your student can take Shostakovich. Okay, now let's move on to B pieces.
Okay, so the B1 is this Poco Allegro by C.P.E. Bach. C.P.E. Bach, of course, is the second surviving son of J.S. But the music is very, very different, very different kind of style from J.S. Bach. C.P.E. Bach was regarded very, very highly during his lifetime, and composers such as Mozart and Beethoven really revered him and regarded him as their real predecessor.
C.P.E. Bach เป็นลูกชายคนที่สองของบาร์นะครับแล้วก็แต่งเพลงไม่เหมือนพ่อนะครับไม่เหมือนโจฮันเซบาสเตียนบาร์แล้วก็ได้รับการกล่าวขวัญสิ่งที่เก่งมากเลยนะครับมีคุณค่าในดนตรีมาก
There's a real sense in his writing of kind of looking forward from the time when he was into the classical style of music. I'm just going to play you a little clip of the piece played by its original instrument, which is the clavichord, and it really gives a good example of how this music, which has nothing written on the score or hardly anything in the way of dynamics or anything like that, but how much freedom and how much expression that you can hear in it.
เหมือนเดิมนะครับเพลงนี้มันเป็น predecessor ก่อนที่เป็น classical sonata ดังนั้นเนี่ยมันมีลักษณะของการเขียนที่แบบโล่งให้เรามีอิสระในการตีความครับแล้วก็เขียนสำหรับ clavichord ลองฟังดูครับ
Okay, so I mean, even in that little extract, I mean, you can hear all sorts, can't you? Maybe not so much in the dynamics on the clavichord, but enormous amounts of flexibility in the pulse and the rhythm, kind of in chords, not playing the two notes at the same time, all that kind of thing. So really can encourage students to develop their own ideas of how this music might sound.
สังเกตเล่นในคลาวิคอร์ดฮาร์ปซิคอร์ดครับเสียงมันเป็นอย่างนี้ฮาร์ปซิคอร์ดเล่น2กดโน้ตพร้อมกันไม่ต้องพร้อมกันได้แต่ในเปียโนไม่ได้นะต้องกดพร้อมกัน
Now, I found when I was looking at this piece, it's not the most easily accessible straight away music. I think we should just be completely honest about that. It really takes a while to kind of think yourself into the style. But if you persevere with it, give it time to kind of allow it to take root inside you. And once that happens, it's really rewarding, really interesting music.
นี่ดูแรกๆอาจจะเข้าใจยากนิดนึงนะครับเพราะมันสไตล์เก่ามากนะครับแต่ว่าจะบอกว่าถ้าเราอดทนลองศึกษาดูนะครับน่าสนใจมากครับเดี๋ยวพี่ก่อน
The first thing to say, I think, is about the tempo. The tempo in that recording is crazy to try to replicate that on the modern piano. I tried to play it about that speed; it sounded terrible. Quite a bit slower than that, much more steady. Some of the things like these sixths here, these rapidly moving sixths, the ornaments and so on, they're difficult to realize on the modern piano, so it definitely needs a more broader, more expansive tempo.
เวลาเราเล่นในเปียโนอาจจะต้องช้าลงนะครับเพราะเล่นในจังหวะแบบแรกในเครื่องดนตรีแรกจะเล่นไม่ค่อยได้บางทีคู่6คู่3ที่มันทำให้เล่นยากในแบรนด์เปียโนของเรา
So it's very poised music, very elegant, and I think with a nice light touch on the keyboard needed from the very beginning.
เล่นให้มีความไลท์นะครับมีความร็อก
I think these little mordants here, which occur a lot in this piece, the suggestion here of how to play them is a good one. Just a single little additional upper note, like an acciaccatura, works very well. And there's not time to play more notes than that. And I think that makes it sound very neat, but still quite decorated.
ตัว ornamental model ที่เขียนมานะครับอันนี้เล่นได้ค่อนข้างดีนะครับตามคำแนะนำอย่างนี้
But as ever, the choice of how you interpret the ornaments, there are many ways of doing it, and nothing is right, nothing is wrong, as long as it doesn't interrupt the flow of the melody.
จะย้ำทุกครั้งนะครับว่ามันไม่มีอะไรถูกหรือผิด100%นะครับขอให้มันฟังโฟล์และไม่สะดุดครับ
So you notice here, I stopped just before the first one, but we heard it in the recording, there are several of these adagio passages here. And I think we have to work out, what do we want to do with them? And I think they're a very kind of expressive tool in the music. And rather than, rather than sort of suddenly going very much slower, I think they work quite well if they're preceded by a little bit of a ritardando, so the whole of the effect is a kind of music broadening out, and often being followed by a pause, as in this one here.
มีการเปลี่ยนจังหวะที่เป็น adagio ในสมัยก่อนนะครับมันก็ imply ว่ามันวิทาร์ลงแล้วก็หยุดนิดหนึ่งก่อนจะเข้าจังหวะ
So I'll play you this to demonstrate this one here. So if I go from here. Sound really quite dramatic and very sort of almost kind of operatic, and you can kind of imagine a visual sort of scene to accompany those sudden changes in speed and the pauses.
นะครับแต่ไม่เป็นการเปลี่ยนแปลงจังหวะนะครับแต่ละครั้งที่มีความเปลี่ยนแปลงขึ้นให้มันความน่าสนใจเป็นพีคของดนตรีในบางช่วง
So it's very expressive, very kind of elaborate, very decorative sort of music.
การจะประณีตนะครับมีการตกแต่งดนตรีไพเราะงดงามนะครับ
And it's not easy to play. That's for sure with this music. A lot of it, even when it's just in single lines, these are not straightforward. These semiquavers. So there's a lot of slow work to do to get around the hand shapes, negotiate some jumps. In passages like this here, always a good idea, I think, perhaps to think of a crescendo through these rising sequences as the music rises in pitch, allowing it to rise in sound as well, works well.
ในหน้าที่2ที่อาจารย์อธิบายนะครับหน้าที่2บรรทัดที่3ตรงนี้ไม่ง่ายที่จะเล่นนะครับมันต้องค่อยๆทำให้มันเหมือนมี crescendo ขึ้นทำให้ดูเชฟเป็นช้าๆนะครับฟังให้เข้าใจ
One of the most difficult, tricky passages is this part down here. This is near the bottom of page 22, where the hands are almost sort of kind of contra-motion semiquavers, little ornaments to fit in, and really very slow practice over quite a period of time, I think, needed to make that comfortable to play.
หน้า22ตรง2บรรทัดสุดท้ายนะครับที่ค่อนข้างทริกกี้มากครับ
Being careful just to get the grace note in before the left-hand note, so it sounds very neat. And so on like that. I think generally we want to encourage a light touch at the keyboard, nothing very heavy, even when the music gets loud. But there's certainly room for quite a variety of articulation in terms of staccato, more legato, and everything in between.
เพลงนี้ไม่เล่นหนักเกินไปนะครับให้ระวัง
I'll play you the last page from up here, so you can hear examples of all of these things happening. Slow down a little here, maybe. Nice pause, and then very positive allegro. So, this is music which offers a wonderful blank canvas, if you like, for you and your students to think about how you want it to come across. It's not straightforward. It takes a while to get into the style, but very rewarding once you spend time on it.
บอกกันวาดผ้าใบบนเปล่าๆเลยนะครับจะวาดได้นะครับลองคิดดู
I think maybe we'll just do one more piece now, maybe two at the most, and then we'll break for lunch. So B2 is the first movement of Beethoven's Sonata in G, Opus 79. It's a very mature work in terms of period of composition, but it's actually written in a very sort of approachable, very straightforward style. It's musically much less complex than some of Beethoven's other works around this time. And that may well be because it was written at a request from another composer, Clementi, who wanted Beethoven to write something for particular students of his at the time, and it may be that Beethoven chose to write something that was relatively straightforward to get hold of musically.
นานๆจะเจอบีโธเฟนที่ไม่ยากมากในโซนาต้านะครับบทนี้มาจากโอปุสที่ง่ายขึ้นเพราะว่าอันนี้ตามที่อาจารย์เล่าก็คือเคลเมนตี้นะครับในคอนเทมพอรารีเดียวกันขอให้บีโธเฟนเขียนเพลงที่ง่ายขึ้นหน่อยเอาไว้สำหรับในด้านการสอน
So it's very lively, energetic music, presto alla tedesca, in a sort of dance style, and it's very reminiscent of the Deutsche Tanze, the German dance style, with a positive rhythm and a very kind of uplifting, upbeat feel to the music.
เขียนในสไตล์ของจังหวะเต้นระบำแบบ German dance นะครับเพื่อมีความสนุกแล้วก็ไม่ซีเรียสนะครับ
Plenty of variety in dynamics and articulation, even on that first page. I would probably suggest use of a fair amount of pedal in these arpeggiated figures here to sort of fill out the texture, so it doesn't sort of sound too dry and too clicky.
ใช้พิจูได้ในตรงที่เป็น broken chord ไล่ขึ้นนะครับจะได้ฟังไพเราะขึ้นนะครับ
But generally the touch very light, very sort of kind of precise with the fingers, but nothing too heavy. Even on these sforzandos, they can be emphasized, but nothing sort of too abrupt or harsh about them at all.
ฟังสนุกสนานมีวิ่งเยอะนะครับแต่ก็ไม่หนักเกินไปนะครับ
In terms of setting a tempo, I think that will probably predominantly be governed by the development section part of the movement here. This is certainly the most difficult passage, I think, of the music. There's a lot of crossing hands work to do, a lot in this passage.
ถ้าจะตั้งจังหวะนะครับให้ลองซ้อมในช่วงกลางดีกว่าเพราะเรามีช่วงที่ยุ่งๆในกลางๆนะครับว่าจะแฮนเดิลจังหวะได้แค่ไหน
And there's a lot of detail as well. Sforzandos on the second beats. And the use of the pedal, and it's really worth spending a lot of time very slowly on this section to get all the detail right, especially things like these transition bars where you've had several bars of, if we think of ourselves in the key of E major here, tonic, then dominant, and then one bar in which he shifts both the harmony and the texture. So we go suddenly to piano, and then from E major into C major, and then the pedal coming in here. And all that takes quite a bit of time and careful practicing to get all that detail right.
ช่วง development เนี่ยนะครับเป็นเขียนมีความซับซ้อนขึ้นมีทั้งการข้ามมือใช่ไหมครับมีทั้ง dynamic ที่เปลี่ยนมีทั้งคอร์ดที่เปลี่ยนนะครับการ shift harmony ต่างๆให้ระวังค่อยๆซ้อมในช่วงกลางที่ดีครับ
And I'll play you a little bit of this in a moment, but you'll notice that I think it's quite useful and quite important to take time over bars like this and this one here. All this crossing hand stuff, not easy at all to do, and coordinating the pedal and the hands across and everything, all of that can be very helpful when it's in tempo to just allow the music a little bit of time to breathe on those corners.
ตัวนี้ค่อนข้างยากนะครับให้ซ้อมและใช้เวลานะครับจนกว่ามันจะเข้ามือได้ครับจะได้ไม่ดูเร่งรีบ
So if I just show you what I mean, but if I just play from around about here, and particularly this join of the music here. So this section here, we're in forte, so it's quite loud with the sforzandos, and then a complete change of everything in this bar, and then again in this one. Then I get to to bar 90 here. So I no pedal on this bit, but then I just use a touch of pedal to get across the hands changing back round again to the normal sound without losing the legato line. And so that really needs practicing slowly to get all that coordinated.
อาจารย์ที่ตัวอย่างตรงเซกชันนี้เห็นไหมครับมันละเอียดอ่อนมันอยู่ติ้วเดียวเองนิดเดียวที่ต้องอัดเพดลแล้วก็ทำให้เปลี่ยนฮาร์โมนีได้ไวนะครับเวลาเร็วๆมันยุ่งมากทีเดียว
So be careful also to follow all the details of the dynamics. For example, we have forte down here, then we have a piano, little scale passage, and then another scale passage beginning piano but a quick crescendo to forte. And all of that detail helps to give the music a great deal of character and varied expression. So I'll just play you a slightly more extended section of this development section from the top of the left-hand page there. Hopefully you heard about how I took a little bit of time in places, and I think that's important not only from a playing point of view, but also from a hearing point of view. All these sudden changes for a listener, it needs time to be able to absorb all of these things orally. So there's lots of good reasons for taking bits of time.
อาจารย์ย้ำว่าตัวนี้มันมีเทคนิคที่ยุ่งก็จริงนะครับแต่เราต้องใช้การฟังช่วยเพื่อจะทำให้แต่ละอันสมูทมีรอยต่อที่ดีครับ
What you'll also find is that your students learning this piece, they will actually need to end up memorizing quite significant amounts of it, because all this stuff with the left hand jumping all over the place is very, very difficult to play if you're not looking at the keyboard a lot of the time. There'll be all sorts of wrong notes and horrible things happening. So they will virtually need to memorize a lot of this central part.
อาจารย์แนะนำว่าเพลงที่จะเล่นประจำนะครับต้องข้ามไปข้ามมา
And it's very, very witty, very, very light-hearted, enjoyable music. And it's in a sonata, fairly traditional sonata form style. But I just wanted to highlight the ending of the piece, where from around about here, the little sort of coda section, and great dialogue here. The piano is sort of having a dialogue with itself in different registers of the keyboard, echo dynamics, all that sort of thing. And then briefly, the main theme of the sonata, appears in the left hand, then shared between the right hand, and then elaborated further with these very sort of cheeky little grace notes, which give it a really humorous character.
อาจารย์บอกเพลงนี้เป็นเส้นแต่งตอนโคด้าได้สนุกสนานมากครับนะมีความสัมพันธ์กันมีความสนุกสนานมีลูกเล่นต่างๆมากมายไพเราะนะครับ
And the piece ends with a very sort of witty little throwaway arpeggio in G major. So I'll play you the coda of the piece from here to the end. No need to do the repeats here, by the way. You can definitely go straight to the second time bar. It's thrown away out of the window. Thank you very much. Okay, I think it's lunchtime. Do you agree? Okay, so lunch is served downstairs, I think in the lobby floor area restaurant as a buffet lunch. So if you want to make your way down to the ground floor, and let's say 1 hour for lunch, so we'll resume again at 2:05, continuing with the grade ASP.
ก่อนเริ่มนะครับอย่าลืมโหวตเปลี่ยนแปลงด้วยนะครับ
Okay, so just about getting ready to start again, just to finish the poll of the grade 7 pieces. The most popular A piece was the Haydn Minuet. The most popular B piece was the Mendelssohn Song About Words, and the most popular piece was the alternative C4, Kim Chun Rag. So, thank you for voting that. We'll open the poll for grade 8 very shortly. Okay, so everyone had a good lunch? Good. So no dozing off after the lunch, and to pay attention. Okay, so we'll carry on with the list B pieces for grade 8. And B3 is this lovely sonata by Schubert. Quite a youthful work, quite early Schubert, and it's very sunny, very sort of optimistic kind of music.
เดี๋ยวเราเริ่มชูเบิร์ตนะครับ P3 นะครับนี่เป็นบทที่ชูเบิร์ตยังแฮปปี้อยู่นะครับยังมีความเป็นวัยยาว
Like many of Schubert's sonatas, the music is a little bit more difficult than it first appears on the page. It sort of looks quite sort of straightforward, but for a start, I think there needs to be hands of a reasonable size to comfortably cope with this piece. Quite a lot of octave movement, quite a lot of chord work. So certainly not one for a hand which is with a reasonable stretch.
เพลงของชูเบิร์ตโซนาต้านะครับค่อนข้างจะมีมือกว้างและมีความซับซ้อนในเรื่องของขนาดเพลงนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นคนที่มีขนาดมือต้องดูให้เหมาะสมด้วยครับ
So it's quite a relaxed pace at the beginning, but as so often, it's all important to have a sense of flow, a sense of direction in the melody. So maybe a tempo, something near this will be good. The delights of this music make it so beautiful is all the detail in the part writing. See, right at the beginning here, first melody here in the top part, and then there's it's kind of answered or continued in the alto part. So it's important to voice that, and when you get to the chord here, not very clear is it on the screen, but the accent there is more important. That the accent is on the G sharp, the lower of the two notes. So we really hear the melody in a kind of continuous line.
เสียงทำนองของชูเบิร์ตที่เขียนนะครับมีความสวยงามมีความสอดคล้องมีการโต้ตอบกันในลายต่างๆนะครับ
And then similarly, there are lines of interest in sort of tenor part, if you like, here to be brought out. There, little chromatic lines like in there. So it's not as straightforward as saying it's a melody with accompaniment. There's more detail to be found in the music than that. And that's where its difficulty lies, I think, in the subtlety of all this writing and trying to bring out all this detail.
ความยากของดนตรีของชูเบิร์ตคือมันมีแนวทำนองที่เยอะมากเลยนะครับในการที่นำแต่ละทำนองออกมาด้วยความละเมียดละไมในความละเอียดอ่อนต่างๆ
So I'll play you a little bit more of it now, starting from the third line here, and I'll try to emphasise, the essential cantabile, essential lyrical side of the music, with a lot of rise and fall in the phrases. this point here, a little transition passage here, and then the second subject begins here. It's very light, very delicate texture. You notice that both hands are in the treble clef. Just pedalling-wise, little detail here. It's a little bit annoying that the melodic note is immediately repeated in the counter melody in the left hand. So I tried various ways of doing that. There's really no alternative but to pedal through that first minute. And it does make a little bit of cloud in the B and the A sharp there, but I think it's better than having the melodic note sounding detached.
ตรงนี้นะครับมันมีความซับซ้อนตรงเรื่องของเมโลดี้กับฮาร์โมนีนะครับถึงแม้จะเหยียบเพดอลแล้วมันจะฟังเบลอบ้างก็ดีกว่าที่จะฟังเป็นดีแทชเพราะโน้ตทำนองมันติดกันหมด
Sorry, it's not very clear on the screen. I don't know whether it's the quality, the clarity is not so great. We'll see what we can do to fix that. But notice the detail of dynamics here. It has pianissimo in here, but followed immediately by diminuendo there. So therefore, you want to be careful that the pianissimo still leaves room for the diminuendo.
โดยเฉพาะเวลาที่มีไดนามิกตรงห้องที่25นะครับสังเกตมันมี PP แล้วมันมี diminuendo ลงอีกแล้วเป็น forte ต้องให้ช่องว่างเพียงพอระหว่าง PP ไปจนถึงดินนะครับไม่งั้นมันจะเบาเกินไปต้องระวัง
So I'll just play you a little bit of that second subject from here. This is again where the sort of hand size comes into issue because these bass notes have to be held ideally with the fingers whilst you're playing the semiquavers all in the left hand there. And but it's got a wonderful effect that the sun break into the semiquavers passage work in the left hand there with the melody continuing in the right hand, of course. And then these little passages here, I think it's fine to allow the pedal just to blur the harmony a little bit here with this, in the harmony here with the introduction of the E sharp and the D natural. It's a really lovely effect, almost sort of looking forward into a kind of hint of impressionism in the texture.
ตรงนี้เหมือนกันนะครับการใช้เพดอลที่ให้มีเสียงเบลอขึ้นนิดหน่อยเพื่อจะ enhance ให้เกิด harmony ที่ฟังไพเราะนะครับออกจะใช้ได้นะครับ Sorry
fortissimo and sforzando as well, so it's very loud, very strong, but really important that the sound stays nice and warm and rounded and never kind of harsh. We definitely don't want that sound, so that's all about again using nice relaxed arms, relaxed shoulders and really into the keys with some depth.
เวลาอาจารย์มีคำแนะนำในเรื่อง fortissimo นี่มี forzando ด้วยนะครับพยายามให้เสียงดังแบบกลมๆนะครับอย่า push ลงไปให้ห่างเกินไป
The piece is in sonata form structure. It's got quite an extended movement this, so it's not a particularly short piece. This is the development section, all this part here, and ends with a sort of recapitulation initially in the wrong key of A major before it sort of writes itself over the course of the next few bars. Just point out a little detail here, if hopefully you can just about see that. There's a lovely inner part here. This is bar, if you're looking at the music, it's bar 72, 73, where again, it's in the sort of lower soprano part that we need to hear the melodic line. With octave Gs on either side to be kept a little bit more on the background. So it's a wonderful chance to start to teach a student into really, control of the middle fingers of the hand to bring out the melody whilst keeping the outer notes a bit quieter.
ห้องที่72นะครับมีลักษณะออกเทปและมีทำนองที่อยู่ในพาร์ทข้างในนะครับพยายามทำนิ้วข้างในให้มันมีลายขึ้นมาให้มีทำนองข้างในให้ฟังนะครับ
So I would work on that really with repeating each chord several times and really trying to tease out the sound of the middle note. and then 1. So they really learn to sort of kind of feel that control and coax the right sound out of the piano.
โดยปกติเรามีแนว voicing อยู่แนวดอกบนอันนี้เป็นการเป็น voicing ไปอยู่แนวกลางครับนั่นต้องฝึกที่จะเล่น octave แล้วก็มีแนวนิ้ว2นิ้ว3ตรงกลางให้มันฟังชัด
So it's really beautiful music. This I think it's a very attractive piece both to play and to listen to, and I'm sure many students will enjoy it. But it's, as I said, its difficulties lie not so much in the mechanics of the playing. It's not the most difficult thing to actually just sort of master the notes. But there's so much expressive detail, which is of course a wonderful opportunity for maybe the student with a little bit more imagination, a bit more poetry inside them to show what they can do.
ชูเบิร์ตนะครับดนตรีของชูเบิร์ตอาจจะทางด้านโน้ตทั่วไปมันก็พอเล่นได้อยู่นะครับแต่ว่าความยากมันอยู่ที่เมโลดี้ต่างๆในความสวยงามในความละเมียดละไมและละเอียดอ่อนต่างๆครับจะเป็นความยากในด้านดนตรีของชูเบิร์ต
So I'll just play you the end of the movement. I'll maybe go. Oh, wrong button. I'll play. No, it's still wrong button. I'll play from here to the end. Although obviously the pedal will be used a lot in this piece, and really good legato pedaling as well, but never let your students lose sight of how necessary it is to play legato with the fingers as well, even those final chords, for example. You can join it smoothly with the fingers, and I'd always really encourage that. Don't allow the pedal to be a substitute for playing legato with the fingers.
ถึงแม้จะใช้เพดลได้เยอะนะครับแต่ว่าก็ฝึกให้เด็กที่จะเล่นเชื่อมนิ้วด้วยเพดลของนิ้วด้วยนะครับเป็นคอร์ดสุดท้ายกับโน้ตตัวนั้นทำได้โดยไม่มีเพดลด้วย
Just wanted to briefly highlight two of the alternatives from grade 8 this B. They're both by Haydn, B5 and B6, but very different pieces. This one I think I personally think is one of Haydn's finest works. It's the first movement from his sonata in C minor. And it's a really almost kind of sort of tells a great story from beginning to end. It's a good piece for a student at grade 8 level. Maybe not the most virtuosic fingers, not the most flying around the keyboard at top speed kind of player. But again, a real opportunity for somebody to demonstrate the ability to play colourfully, expressively, beautiful sound.
จะแนะนำเพลง B5 นะครับเป็นโซนาต้าของไฮเดนในด้านที่ไม่ใช่สปาร์คลิกนะครับในด้านที่ไพเราะแล้วก็อาจจะเศร้าหมองลงหน่อยน่าสนใจนะครับ
I'll play you the beginning. Leisurely music, it doesn't all move in a great hurry, but it's really beautiful playing, really beautiful music. Just wanted to highlight to you one of my favourite parts of the movement, which is this section from here, and just listen to the imaginative harmonies that Haydn writes in the music and these lovely delicate little ornaments here. I think this is really fabulous music.
จะชอบในส่วนตรงนี้นะครับมีความละเอียดอ่อนแล้วก็มีความไพเราะมากทีเดียว
for your students to explore. I think it's very, very, very rewarding to play.
นะครับเป็นรอบแบบอาจารย์นะครับ
B6, also by Haydn, but could not be more different. This is for the student with real dexterity in their fingers. It's a presto, it's a fast pace. It's the final movement of sonata in C major. I can't remember what the Hoboken number is, but it says it's
48.
48, thank you. And it requires real dexterity and real sparkle in the touch and very, very sort of energetic kind of style.
อันนี้ไฮเดอร์อีกด้านนึงนะครับด้านปกติ
That theme hardly ever disappears, but he makes it interesting and varied by changing the register. So here the music goes right down into the sort of lower parts of the piano and then quickly higher up again, and there's lots of dialogue, lots of kind of echo effects, all sorts of things you can do.
ดนตรีของไฮเดอร์นะครับพัฒนาจากทำนองเดียวที่เป็นธีมเดียวแล้วก็ขยับขยายไปเรื่อยๆนะครับมีความเฉลียวฉลาดมาก
Different sort of piece from the other one. There's a central episode here in C minor, which again gives a lovely opportunity to demonstrate different colour, different kind of character, maybe a little bit darker mood coming into the music. I'll just maybe show you that bit before we move on from here. So where shall I play from? I'll go from there. To create a different character, and it ends very humorously. We're missing a page off there.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. You can't see it, but I'll play you the end. It's very, very, very witty. Good piece, very, very, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so on to list C now for grade 8. So the first piece is this wonderful nocturne by Chopin, very well-known piece. It's quite melancholy characters, quite slow-moving. Notes initially not too difficult to learn, although as with always with Chopin, you can sort of, you roll along quite happily for a few bars and suddenly there's an ornament with about 29 notes to play in one beat. so beware of that when you're thinking about your speed at the beginning.
นะครับเป็นด็อกเตอร์นะครับอันที่4ของโชแปนมีความไพเราะแล้วก็ไม่ถึงกับยากมากเกินไปนะครับระวังเรื่องสปีดแล้วบางทีอาจจะมีโน้ตแบบนี้ไม่ค่อยจะยังพอจะแฮนด์ลได้นะครับไม่ใช่มีโน้ต50ตัวใน1ห้องแล้วก็เบรกกันไปนะครับ
So it's lento is the tempo marking, so quite slow, but again not too slow. The music can easily sound a bit stodgy if it's a little bit after too much lunch, if it doesn't have flow and it doesn't have movement.
ครับก็เขียนว่าเลนโทนะครับแต่ในช่วงอาหารกลางวันแบบนี้ก็ระวังอาจจะช้าลงไปเรื่อยๆนะครับ
So what are the essential characters, the characteristics that we need to get across in this nocturne? Well, as with all Chopin, he's such a supreme writer of melody, isn't he? And so we need to hear the melodies very well projected over the bass. Here the bass line needs to be very legato, as legato as possible with the fingers, supporting with the use of the pedal, of course. The ornaments are interesting here. I think it says something in the writing at the bottom of the piece about doing them on the beat, but actually I'm not sure that that's very practical or very desirable a lot of the time. Some of the shorter ones you could do on the beat, but ones like these and more complex ones down here, those are impossible to do on the beat. So allow the music plenty of flexibility in terms of pulse so that the ornaments can be incorporated without it all sounding too busy or too hectic.
ในเพลงโชแปนมีการประดับโน้ตตลอดเวลานะครับในนี้มีคำแนะนำว่าในโน้ตที่ประดับให้ลงใน on the beat พร้อมกับคอร์ดแต่ในบางทีก็ถ้ามันเยอะๆหรือมีโน้ตเยอะๆมากๆก็อาจจะไม่เวิร์กในการลง on the beat นะครับให้ขยายเท่าที่ฟังไพเราะนะครับต้องฟังดีๆ
So from the beginning, the pedal marking is on the first beat of the first full bar, but I would actually put it down before you start, because then straight away you're going to allow the piano to ring with the first upbeat.
เดี๋ยวเราเหยียบก่อนในโน้ตตัวแรกได้เลยครับ
So encourage your students not to hold anything back. You know, big, wide range of dynamics. You don't have to stick to every single dynamic that's marked here on the score. There's certainly plenty of room to interpret with a little bit more freedom, if you like. But details like the accents on here doesn't mean to say they've got to be, they mustn't be too heavy, too intrusive. But it's just an indication that the music and the melody is very weighty and it's full of emotion.
จนถึงโชว์ไปในนี้มี expression เยอะนะครับแต่เวลาที่มี accent เนี่ยไม่ได้หมายความว่าจะต้องเล่นหนักๆนะครับโชว์ไปดนตรีโชว์ไปมีความซับซ้อนมีความไพเราะให้ฟังให้ดีนะครับ
One danger in this piece, in fact, is that this theme, which recurs many times during the course of the piece, can easily sound a bit repetitive if you're not careful. So it's important, I think, to choose different ways to express and colour and phrase and shape the melody at different times when it reappears in the music.
ทำนองเดิมจะกลับมาบ่อยๆนะครับก็เป็นไปได้ที่เราจะสามารถทำให้แต่ละครั้งที่มันมีความเปลี่ยนแปลงไปจะได้ไม่ฟังน่าเบื่อครับ
And all the ornaments, the decorations that are in here, which is so much part of Chopin's melodic writing, isn't it? Where many notes are kind of decorated with ornaments of various types. And it's important to work out in terms of timing them, how they are best fitted in so as not to disrupt the melody. So I would always encourage the students to just play the melody as a single line, first of all, with no ornamentation, because that gives you a clear idea of the shape and the flow of the melody.
เวลามีโน้ตประดับเยอะๆนะครับให้เล่นตัวเอาออร์เมนต์ออกก่อนเล่นตัวทำนองหลักก่อนว่ามันฟังเป็นยังไงแล้วเวลาใส่ออร์เมนต์ลงไปให้ฟังไม่ให้มันสะดุดให้มันกลมกลืนกัน
So just to demonstrate that point here, if you look at these ornaments here and here, this one you can afford to wait, and there's no hurry to play those ornaments. There's plenty of time to get the notes in there. Whereas this one here, you have to play them much more quickly in order not to break the melodic line. So I'll just play from the top of the page. And broaden out a little there.
นะครับมีออร์เมนต์บางอันที่เทคทานได้พอออร์เมนต์ที่มันมีเยอะขึ้นก็ต้องรวบให้เร็วขึ้นมันมีความสปีดที่แตกต่างกันแต่นี้ต้องกำหนดดีๆ
And you have to do that there at this point here where there's this ornament with many notes in it. It's impossible to play that without broadening the time out a little bit. And probably a good idea just to work out with your students exactly where this chord here, which notes in the right hand you're going to coincide it with. So there's a real plan for playing all of those notes.
อย่างเวลามีออร์นาเมนต์ที่เป็นพวงเลยอย่างนั้นนะครับก็แบ่งให้ดีๆว่ามันควรจะลงตรงไหนพร้อมกับมือซ้ายนะครับเวิร์กเอาท์กับนักเรียนครับ
The central section of the piece, which begins here, is like a chorale. You can see all the melody moving in chordal form in the right hand, very legato, very smooth. I just wanted to draw your attention to little commas here and here, and also to the pauses which occur as the central section comes to an end. And I think the commas here, which come in the middle of these long phrase lines, I think they're the equivalent of punctuation in music. You know, when we speak a sentence and we naturally come to a place where we breathe and then we carry on, but we haven't broken the flow of the sentence. And I think this is the same thing. It's kind of a little comma in the sentence which then just continues with the same thought.
ในหน้า43นะครับใน2บรรทัดสุดท้ายมันจะมีคอมมาอยู่บนหัวโน้ตที่1นะครับก่อนจบห้องในแต่ละบรรทัดอันนี้ก็เป็นเหมือนถ้าเป็นเหมือนคำพูดก็ให้หายใจหน่อยนะครับพูดเป็นวรรคหน่อยก็ต้องเป็นเหมือนคอรัลเป็นเหมือนเพลงร้องยาวไปเพื่อจะได้หายใจมีวรรคต่อขึ้น
And just maybe these couple of lines here, because this also demonstrates this ornament here, which recurs several times in this central section. And that is where the suggested way of playing it, written above the copy there, I think is a good one. Where you play the two lower notes, then the very top note, and then finally the second note down, which is the main melody line. So it sounds like this. And coincide the F, the melodic note, with the bass part. There are other ways of doing it, but it looks like that on the copy, and I think it works very, very well that way.
ตรงเราเป็นตัวคอร์ดตรงนั้นให้เล่นตามโน้ตที่เขียนมาครับก็จะฟังดูสไตล์ได้ดีนะครับ
And the pauses here towards the end, well, many different ways of doing them. I like to think of them as sort of a series of gradually extending pauses, so each one getting a little longer than the one before. So the overall effect is the music just slowing down and slowing down and slowing down until it comes to a rest on this beautiful chord here. So this is from bar 61. Emerges like somebody walking out of the shadows in the distance. And then there is a shorter reprise of the A section.
เห็นความดรามาติกของโชแปนนะครับตัวเรที่มันค่อยๆโผล่มาค่อยๆคลื่นคลานมาจากเงานะครับ
Okay, so C2 is one of Debussy's preludes. While in French, although the title here is written at the top of the page, I'm sure you all know that in the Debussy's original autographs and in most published editions of the piece, the titles are actually written at the end of the piece, it's not at the beginning. And that's a very good indication that he doesn't want you to think of the title too literally, it's just a kind of an idea to help inform what you might choose to do with it.
จริงๆแล้วเมื่ออ่านหนังสือต้นฉบับของ Debussy ที่เขียนเคยรู้นะครับก็จะเขียนชื่อคำแปลไว้ตรงท้ายเพลงนะครับเพื่อให้คนเล่นไม่ต้องจินตนาการเป๊ะมากเกินไปอาจจะใช้จินตนาการในความเข้าใจเพลงมากกว่า
While in French actually has two different meanings. It's a word for sail, as in the sail on a boat, and it's easy to interpret the piece thinking of that with the kind of the boat on a very calm sea with hardly any wind, so everything is very slow moving, except in the passage near the end where the wind suddenly blows up a little bit and the boat moves around.
คำนี้ผมอ่านฝรั่งเศสไม่ออกนะครับมันมี2ความหมายนะครับนะใครรู้ภาษาฝรั่งเศสอันนี้ก็แปลว่าเซลคือเรือไวใช่ไหมครับอีกอันนึงคือเรือมันจอดอยู่ในทะเลที่ยังเรียบอยู่ก่อนที่มันจะมีคลื่นมาทำให้เรือมันโยกเยกไปนะครับรู้ถูกไหมนะ
But the word also means veil in English, and the kind of veil that a lady on a wedding day might wear over her face, for example. And there was around the time that Debussy was writing this music in Paris, there was an American dancer who was very, very famous in Paris at the time. And she was well known and famous for experimenting with very, very elaborate and vivid costumes, and also the use of lighting as part of her act, a part of her show. And I think you can easily imagine that kind of scene in this music as well, with its very sort of merged, delicate textures within a lot of pedal and a lot of sort of misty kind of soundscape.
เอาไปนะครับความหมายแรกเกี่ยวกับเรือใช่ไหมครับเรือบนน้ำที่มันมีน้ำกับความหมายที่สองอาจจะเป็นเวกเหมือนมีดาราในที่อาจารย์เล่าใส่ผ้าคลุมหน้าแล้วก็มีการ acting มีการใช้แสงต่างๆนะครับไม่รู้ความหมายไหนต้องเดาเองนะครับ
So however you choose to think of it, the music is very atmospheric, very, very expressive. And although it can be certainly free in terms of the pulse, and indeed it should be, quite a lot of flexibility, it's very important, I think, to start from working out the rhythms exactly as they are. Easy to not time this very, very opening accurately. The metronome mark is in quavers, so it's well worth the student just spending a little bit of time just being absolutely sure to get all the details right, like the double dots and the demi-semiquavers, as opposed to ordinary semiquavers. A lot of rhythmic detail to work out.
ศึกษาจังหวะนะครับเพราะว่าจังหวะนับยากมากก่อนที่จะไปเข้าสู่บรรยากาศ atmosphere ต่างๆนับจังหวะให้ถูกก่อน
Here, the melody very, very legato and really, really quiet, because with 2 or 3 notes playing the same things in unison, quite low in the piano, you need it to be very soft. I would encourage you to work with your students on trying to keep these melodic lines in the treble and in the lower part, both of them kind of going simultaneously in their sense of direction. So, from the right hand part here, it continues in the left hand all the way through here, whilst at the same time the opening material returns in the right hand. And again, as I said about something else earlier, this is much more complex than just melody and accompaniment. It's a lot more detailed, a lot more subtle than that.
อาจารย์พูดกันซับซ้อนพอแล้วนะครับนะเพราะว่าคำตอบมันข้ามไปข้ามมาครับ
This gets a little bit more elaborate in all these parts here. Quite a lot of working out to do, hands very close together in places. A lot of detail of articulation, little staccatos down there, whilst legato in the right hand. So there's a lot going on. And then in this section here, where it changes key, this is on page 49. This is where, if you go back to the sail analogy of the piece, this is where the wind starts blowing and the boat starts moving around much more. And these almost need to sound like glissandos, these things here. They're definitely not glissandos, they will fit very nicely under the fingers. And they're all on black notes as well, so not so difficult to play, but they need to sort of be rippling as though a sudden breath of wind has disturbed the water.
ตรงนี้ก็ imaginative นะครับมันเหมือนลมเริ่มมาหรือใบมันจะเริ่มออกไปนะครับแล้วก็เล่นโน้ตตัวดำทั้งหมดเนี่ยนะครับให้เหมือนปลิวๆเหมือนสายลมนะครับอาจารย์ลอง
And a lot of pedal as well, if not continuous pedal through a lot of these 2 lines here, because clearly it's not possible to keep that bass note there held down, but we need it to be there as part of the texture. And then he keeps up the idea of these sort of very delicate scales sounding like glissandos, whilst adding a simplified version of the melody here. And this it looks awkward to play with all these jumps, but actually it's not so bad. It's not you can it's not fast moving. There's plenty of time to do these jumps here and here. Again, a subtle piece, definitely one for the student with some imagination, but it's absolutely beautiful music, and I think many students will enjoy this one very much.
เป็นบทเพลงที่มีความละเอียดอ่อนทุกด้านนะครับสำหรับเด็กที่มีความละเอียดอ่อน
So there's a lot of pieces in this C. So Bang Hean and I are going to share this list.
Yes. Meanwhile, the poll for grading is up, so you have a look inside.
โหวตเลยนะครับ
Yeah, choose your favorite A and B pieces. Don't choose your third piece for now. Now, this C3 is completely different from the debussy. So this one, everything needs to be really clear cut. And this is a sonatina, so it actually follows the structure of sonatina with a first subject, second subject, development section, and then first subject, second subject back in the tonic key. It's just that the musical language is jazzy. The composer, the Ukrainian pianist, Kapustin, is a very good virtuosic pianist. And if you go onto YouTube, you can still find a lot of videos of him playing actually.
อันนี้เปลี่ยนลืมเดบุซี่ไปแล้วนะครับจมน้ำไปเรียบร้อยนะครับอันนี้เป็นน้ำคาปูสติกนะครับนี่เป็นโซนาติน่าฟอร์มนะครับใช้การทำงานแบบโซนาติน่าฟอร์มแบบเป๊ะๆนะครับดนตรี straightforward แล้วก็เป็นนักดนตรีที่เก่งมากนะครับเขียนเพลงแบบฉลาดมากนะครับเป็นในเชิงแจ๊สเป็นยูเครเนียน
Yeah, so here it's very lively, so you don't swing the quavers, straight quavers. You've got to pay attention to all the little articulation details, little slurs, all the short slurs needs to come off. Also, the dynamics changes quite a bit, sometimes surprisingly. So you have to observe all these details, and once everything is observed, it kind of plays itself. It will sound good. Of course, the difficulty is to coordinate yourself and to have quick enough reflexes to respond to all these different directions.
ดนตรีค่อนข้างตรงนะครับแล้วก็เล่นไม่สวิงเวเวอร์นะครับสตรีทเวเวอร์แล้วก็ระวังตัวปลายเสลอสั้นต่างๆตามที่เขียนครับ
Yeah, so this is the first subject at the beginning. The beginning is quite bright and loud. And then when you come to bar 18, over there, that's your second subject. Hang on, this is falling off me. Alright, so second subject now, a little bit playful, sounds like something out of Tom and Jerry or something, with all this chasing around. So notice how quick sometimes the dynamic markings change. Then we come to the development section now. Now the development section becomes a bit contrapuntal. You get this opening figure that has imitations.
ตรงช่วงกลางเป็นคอนทราพันทัลนะครับเป็นพาร์ทเพลง
So this is like jazzed up part. Jazz bar. you get back to tempo, I'll just show you the end. So, okay, towards the second last page, towards the end, you get that second subject back to the tonic, and then he winds down with a slightly more extended coda. It is a really well written piece, very pianistic, but you have to see to all the details.
เป็นเยี่ยมยอดในตัวเองนะครับลองเล่นดูครับ
C4 is a piece by Martinu, Czech composer Martinu. It's the fourth from a set of preludes that he wrote. Just before play you this piece, I want to show you a little clip, not of a piece by Martinu, but of a very famous piece by Igor Stravinsky, The Rite of Spring. And in the little extract I'm going to show you, it's a little bit of the music of Stravinsky set to dance. So it's not a very long extract, and obviously watch the dancers because they're fun to watch. But what I want you to listen to in terms of the music is the kind of articulation and the attack on the chordal playing in the orchestra, because that's very much the area that we're in piano-wise in this piece.
ก่อนจะฟังเพลงนี้นะครับอาจารย์จะให้ฟังของ Stravinsky The Rite of Spring นะครับอาจารย์ให้ฟังตัว articulation ตัวที่กระแทกตัวอะไรต่างๆนะครับไม่ใช่ฟังเพลงของดูลักษณะตรงนั้นเพลงนี้เนี่ยคล้ายๆกัน
You might like to find that clip yourself to play it to your students, but a word of warning, don't play too much of it to them, because as time goes on in that dance, the dancers start to lose more and more and more of their clothes.
เปิดให้เด็กฟังได้เสี้ยวเดียวนะครับฟังมากกว่านั้นเพลงมันจะเสื้อผ้ามันจะหายไปเรื่อยๆนะครับ
And if you watch it for long enough, well, you can guess what happens by the end.
ฟังจนจบเพลงก็เดาไปนะครับ
No clothes. So, this piece, the first thing to say about it straight away is that although it's short, it's very, very physical piece at the keyboard, and definitely not for somebody with very, very small hands. There aren't many stretches over an octave, but you can see all the chords, you can see the speed at which the piece has to go, so it'd be very, very easy for a student to overstretch and end up hurting themselves. So it's not the piece to go to if it's for somebody with very small hands. But for somebody who does have a good stretch, it's fantastically exciting music.
เด็กมือเล็กไม่ต้องลองนะครับ
So it's fast, allegro vivo, it says. It's got to really move at a good pace. And what I was talking about, the articulation in that extract that we just saw, that kind of really incisive, real bite in the finger work on the piano. Some of the chords like this one here, I'm sorry it's a blur, you can't see it so clearly. Of course, this is in the book, this piece, so hopefully you're seeing. Even though that chord is very stretchy there, you can play the bottom two notes with the thumb, the D and the E, and that works perfectly well, makes it very, very manageable.
เห็นคอร์ดตรงกลางนะครับเพลงนี้ก้าวร้าวรุนแรงทีเดียวนะครับใช้นิ้วโป้งกดตัวข้างล่าง2ตัวพร้อมกันได้ครับ
Other things that look scary, kind of this bit here, not so bad because you can, everything is staccato, so although the stretch goes to more than an octave, you can let go of the top note and just bounce between the two lower notes. So that makes it not so bad, that bit.
มีออบเจกต์กว้างๆนะครับต้องลองเล่นดู
No time signature at the beginning, notice. Absolutely no time signature. And the time changes a lot in the bar. Sometimes he's written things in brackets just to make it clear what the time signature is. But the critical thing about this piece is not so much, well, not so how many beats in a bar, that's completely irrelevant, but a real stability and a solid pulse all the way through from beginning to end.
อย่างนี้คนเขียนไม่ได้เขียน time signature ไว้ในตอนต้นนะครับแต่ซ่อนไว้ต่างๆตามช่วงนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นดนตรีค่อนข้างจะเน้นความกระชับเน้นจังหวะนะครับ
The central part of the piece is these two pages here. It's kind of like recitative line in the right hand, interspersed with very sinister little rhythmic echoes of the first part in the left hand. And it gets more and more worked up with an accelerando, it gets faster and faster. Quite a confusing little bit down there to look at on the last three bars of the page. What page is that? 59. No, sorry, 61 here. Somebody was asking about this in one of our seminars yesterday. You can play these notes with the tails pointing down, play them with the left hand, and they simply have to fit in between the triplety notes written here in the right hand. It's actually not so difficult once you've worked it out, but certainly takes a little bit of getting used to when you first try it.
นี่มีตั้งแต่ตรงกลางนะครับเป็นลักษณะของการเล่นที่มีเทคนิคแปลกๆหลายส่วนนะครับลองเล่นดู
So I'll play you the middle section here, and then maybe Bang Hean could flip the page back so you can hear. Actually, hear pretty much the whole piece. It's very short, probably no more than about a minute and a half to play the whole thing. But what it needs above all else is energy and excitement, and if you get those things in it, it's just tremendous fun. Hopefully. Absolutely in the middle of nowhere. It's just simply like he said all he wants to say, so that's it. I'm not going to say anything else. So yeah, a very, very fond piece. I love that piece. That's definitely my vote for this scene. I think it's great.
Okay, after this we have a piece by Rachmaninoff.
This is great as well.
And well, as a lot of Rachmaninoff, there are huge chords, huge climaxes. So this particular piece is a fairly early piece, but it needs somebody with a big range of colors, with a big range of sound, from really very hushed opening to a huge triple forte, triple F climax towards the end of the piece.
มันเป็นดนตรีของรัชมานินอฟนะครับเพลงนี้มีตั้งแต่เริ่มต้นเบามากเสียงเบาๆจนถึง huge climax นะครับ
And lots of sonority, so a lot of wide-ranging arpeggios in the left hand. So those has got to be well controlled using a lot of pedal and a long, fairly slow sort of melody. So you need to more or less mold a very long line for the right hand.
มือซ้ายนะครับใช้แดนบิดแล้วก็จูบจำนวนตัวโน้ตเยอะมากนะครับที่จะเล่นครอบคลุมหลาย
Yeah, so this is big cantalesa. Okay, the storm is coming. Yeah, well, there is a storm in the middle of this too. At the moment, no rain, it's still quite calm. Again, you have to keep the thumb a bit lighter so that the top part still sings out. And then we come to a new section with some very light double notes in the right hand and a big cello tune in the left hand. Yeah? So keeping the right hand really, really light, and you have to sing out the sort of tenor part here.
ตรงนี้มือขวามีเปลี่ยนทำนองใหม่นะครับเป็นทำนองมือซ้ายไปอยู่ในลักษณะของเชลโลนะครับมือขวาเล่นเบาๆ
Also a little bit of rubato here and there, of course. And then here you get a big build up. This is where the storm is coming. So from really soft, it actually grows to the huge climax right at the next page. Yeah, so from capacity 3. And so on. Yeah. So it's a really lovely piece, but you do need quite a big range of sound. Not the sort of general grade 8, average grade 8 student kind of piece, I suppose. Only for your very best students.
8 ครึ่งนะครับสำหรับเก่งๆนะครับเก่งของครู
C6 is a complete contrast to that. It's a lullaby by Raymond Hugh. Raymond Hugh was Hong Kong born, but he moved to England when he was still a child, and he studied composition and makes his career in music in Europe. This piece is a lullaby, and we all know what a lullaby is, but this for Edna Trident Hornbrice. No, you could have a good party game. That's an anagram.
นามแฝงนะครับนามชื่อคนมี2 รายชื่อแฝง
And it's actually an anagram for the British composer Richard Rodney Bennett. And this Raymond Yu wrote this piece as a memorial, as an elegy, if you like, for Richard Rodney Bennett. It would be easy to begin the piece too fast. You try the metronome mark, which is only a suggested one, 126. You'll be surprised how slow that actually is for this piece, which when it just moves in crotchets and minims, dotted minims at the beginning. But trust me, it'd be easy to start it too fast because when the music gets into a little bit more complex, all these bits here, it's not nearly as difficult to play as the Rachmaninoff or the Martinu in many ways. But even so, there's a lot of detail to be worked out, and passages like there in the left hand, you definitely don't want the tempo to be too fast to manage those.
ครับพอดีผมควรจะอ่านนะครับไม่ได้ฟังเองก่อน
As you can see, it's in 3 triple time, and there's definitely a feeling of gentle waltz in this music. And I found it very helpful to count myself in before I start playing it with a gentle emphasis on the first beat. And if you kind of feel that those first A's in the upbeats, you're like stepping onto the escalator that's already moving.
นับ3 4นะครับนับฟิลมาก่อนนิดนึง
So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Gentle piece, very relaxed, very lyrical. There's some sort of jazzy elements in the harmony. There's a great deal of detail in the dynamics and articulation written all over the score. Don't worry about taking all of them too literally. It'd be easy kind of to tie yourself up in knots trying to obey absolutely every single little marking. I think they're more of an indication of the range of colour, sort of unexpected tonal and sound movements and things rather than needing to follow every single one absolutely as it's written.
สไตล์เพลงแจ๊สแบบนี้นะครับเขียน articulation เยอะมากจริงๆแล้วถ้าเราเล่นทุกตัวตามนี้ก็คงปวดหัวตายคือพยายามเข้าใจในไอเดียที่เขาพยายามจะสื่อนะครับแล้วก็เล่นให้มีความยืดหยุ่นได้
I think it's got to have a very warm, very lyrical, expressive sound all the way through. It's very kind of affectionate, nostalgic music. No hard edges at all. Everything is really rounded and kind of smooth.
เป็นดนตรี nostalgic หน่อยนะครับเป็นระบาย
I'll play on from this part here. Just around this section here, the note down there is almost the lowest note on the piano, which just sort of adds a very unexpected element to the sound. And then there's these chromatic chords here. Very careful to work out the notes in there. They don't lie naturally under the fingers or what the ear would expect. So very important to just work all the notes out there very carefully.
นี่มีตัว B flat ต่ำสุดนะครับแล้วก็เป็นแนวโครแมติกต่างๆนะครับเล่นให้ carefree นะครับเล่นให้มีบรรยากาศ
And just wanted to show you the very ending because remember the Martinu piece, how that stopped in the middle of nowhere. Well, so does this one. This stops in the middle of nowhere. It just leaves a kind of thought, like a big question mark hanging in the air, I think.
เองเมื่อกี้ก็จบดื้อๆอันนี้ก็จบดื้อๆนะครับจบเลยจบครับ
I'll play you the last 3 lines of the piece. unexpected ending, but very, very useful, I think. So it's a piece with it's all about colour, atmosphere, gentle sense of dance in it. A lot of pedal all the way through. There's a lot of choices to make with the pedaling because some blurring of the textures and the harmonies occasionally is fine, but we still need to hear a lot of the details. So it's by no means just sort of blanket, put the pedal down for a whole bar, that kind of thing, much more subtle than that.
อาจารย์ก่อนนะครับเพลงแบบนี้ต้องทดลองเล่นดูนะครับเป็นบรรยากาศเบลอได้เบลอได้ไม่ใช่เบลอทั้งห้องนะครับไม่ยกเลยนะไม่ได้
Alright. Okay, somebody asked me about the Rachmaninoff bar 60 of this. So there's a sort of right-hand, left-hand indication there. Because, well, you can't see very clearly, but it's kind of around there. So bar 60 of your C5. Basically, what that means. So if you look at bar 60, at first you play like normal, and then with the big chord, you use the left hand come over to play the B flat, and then the right hand takes back the A flat.
หน้า65
Yeah. So I mean, it is actually possible. It's still within the range of a bigger hand to use the right hand to play the whole chord. That is fine also. But I think this gives it a bit more sonority, more sound. So just for that one note, the B flat, you use the left hand.
60นะครับเป็นโน้ตเอามือซ้ายไปเล่นตัวบน
Yeah. Okay. Now, in case you're listening to all this and thought, oh no, I don't think I can find a piece for my students who is only very sort of average. But I want to show you 3 pieces from outside that I think are quite playable. The first one is C9 by Chaminade. Chaminade is a romantic French composer, female composer, and this piece, Scarf Dance, basically is a very graceful and very elegant waltz. And there's basically just 2 sections to learn. The first half of the first page and then the first half of the second page. All the rest are more or less the same. It's flowing with a bit of rubato, flexible, not that fast, and there are a lot of chords, so you need to balance the chords, but it lies under the hand very well, so it's very pianistic in nature.
จะแนะนำ49นะครับเป็นเพลงที่หาไม่ยากมีความซ้ำแล้วก็อยู่ในมือพอสมควร
Yeah, I'll just start from here because this is just a repetition. I'll start from the middle of the first page. Here, less pedal. The melody is in the middle, played by the thumb. It's not too difficult to bring it out actually. So this section there.
friendly นะครับที่เหลือก็เป็นศัตรูหมดนะครับ
Yes, friendly piece. Rachmaninoff is a bit unfriendly. Okay, this also is a friendly piece by William Mason. This is C12, and this piece, when I first learned it, I didn't know it before. It reminds me of this. Anybody knows this? Also a lullaby. So you get the same sort of figure in the left hand. And the left hand stretches a bit, so you need to be a little bit more loose and relaxed. And then it's just a very cantabile tune in the right hand. same sort of texture. I mean, that's basically the whole piece with the same sort of style. So I think, again, it's quite clearable for a lot of grades to do. And the last one I want to show you is C13. This is a very nice piece by Pulang from his set of 15 improvisations. So this is number 13. Very lyrical. Well, the good news is if you look, there's just crotchets, quavers, and minims, no semiquavers. You do need to sing out quite a lot at the top. And very generous use of pedal, but you need to really layer the sound so that the accompaniment is really light.
เพลงนี้ก็เป็นเพลง C13 นะครับ
Yeah, this is what it sounds like. Sometimes you get a bit of imitation in the left hand. When it says fortissimo is a sort of rich, warm sound, so not harsh. And so on. So very sort of bittersweet, very expressive sort of piece. So you might have some students who can take to this sort of style very well.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the lower grades very shortly, and we're going to start with grade 5 and go on a sort of sprint down to the end of grade 1. But just before we do that, do cast your votes for your favourite grade 8 pieces. We'll just maybe take 1 minute now to let you do that. About 24, 25 of you are voting already. So let's see a few more votes for grade 8.
โหวตเกรด8ครับเพลงที่เป็นศัตรูน้อยที่สุด
Are you voting? Only 26 of you.
เรามี101 คนนะครับเรามีคนโหวตที่10ที่เหลือหลับไปหมดแล้ว
A lot of people like the Scarlatti and the Haydn. 2 Haydn. Okay, so we're going to go through the lower grades quite quickly. I don't need to talk to you about how to teach it, but we'll just show you the sample of pieces that is set. So in A list, grade 5, it starts, the first piece is this aria by Bach. A lot of us associate aria with something more lyrical, more gentle, but this particular one is not a slow lyrical sort of piece. In fact, it's slightly playful at sometimes. Right at the beginning, show us the difference between the right hand with all these syncopations, which needs a little bit of stress. Then the left hand has this really light double notes that you can think about picking up very light. So you want to hear this sort of rhythmic interest between the right and left hand. And then it becomes 2 parts, so it's a bit like a 2-part invention. Lots of shaping. I think with this syncopation that you see, I don't think I will emphasize the syncopation too much. I think it still needs to be smoothly shaped. With the left hand, you can think about either playing it all gently detached or some slurs. So it's a mixture.
มือซ้ายจะเล่นเป็น detach หรือจะเล่นเป็น slur เป็นคู่ก็ได้นะครับ
So both turn pages at the same time. Yes. And then you get the same theme with that juxtaposition of the right hand syncopation and the left hand very light quavers. There are lots of sequences that you can shape. This particular page, I think, is a bit tricky for the left hand, and I will advise you to look for suitable fingering as soon as you can, because the left hand has some slightly unusual twists and turns to get all the notes.
ตรงนี้ให้ศึกษามือซ้ายในระบบนิ้วนะครับมันค่อนข้างจะพันกัน
Sequences come down, you can even go until about the top of the page there, and then it grows onto this moment here, where you see the dominant note on the left hand. So if you want the dominant to just ring out a little bit, you can just put a short pedal. There's a bit of sonority rather than being too dry.
แต่ให้เราตรงเบสนิดนึงได้นะครับ
Not too loud at ending, I think. So a lot of shaping, and the second page is a bit tricky, I think, for the left hand. And then we've got this Andante A by Haydn, and this is originally a symphony, a slow movement of an early symphony. So it's written for the orchestra, and the first thing you should do is to let your student listen to a version of it. So I found one. So very elegant, it's not too slow. In fact, on the piano, it might be in a way easier to shape if you just flow a little bit. And notice how a lot of these phrases are two-bar phrases, and the direction seems to go to the second bar or also the fourth bar. You can lightly detach like what you hear, and so a lot of the music goes to this moment and then resolve. So a lot of these two-note slurs. So very elegant and very gracefully slurred. One C5 here. Slightly crescendo. In the next stage, we move to an A minor, tonic minor, and you have this alternative basses here. You can use a bit of pedal here and there, but it's also possible to just use some finger pedaling to hold some of these bass notes, so that we can hear the harmonic, the outline of the bass.
ตรงบาร์ตี้เบสอาจารย์เน้น 2-3 ครั้งแล้วนะครับนะถ้าเป็นบาร์ตี้เบสในยุคคลาสสิคอลนะครับโฮนิ้ว5ใช้ฟิงเกอร์เพดลได้หรือจะเหยียบเพดลนิดหน่อยก็ได้ครับ
And there's another page, and this is basically a variation of the opening. There are some demi-semi quavers, so again, perhaps look at this to decide on your tempo. So very light. suggested fingering and the repeated notes there, I think that works very well. So it's not too short, not a short staccato, but more graceful.
repeat note นะครับใช้นิ้วตามที่เขาให้แล้วก็อย่าเป็นสั้นเกินไป
Lots of shaping. Of all these notes, but don't make the last note too short. A lot of students like to play like this. Then it's a bit too jumpy. I think the notes actually are quite easy to play, but you do need to shape all these two-bar phrases quite well.
อย่างนี้โดนไปยังครับแต่ว่าต้อง shape phrase แต่อ่านให้พอๆ
And then we get A3, which has got the right hand and left hand sharing a lot of equal material, so they've got to match in terms of the articulation and the touch, and also the clarity. You get this figure in either hand sometimes. So string up on the first quaver, feels that syncopation, but not too heavily. Then you get this. The left hand does the same. Yeah. So you must hear this constant exchange between the two hands. They suggested this forte starting, which is good because it actually comes down to about the second system. So you can gradually kind of lay or come down by like a terrace by steps.
ครับทีนี้ขึ้นต้นมือซ้ายกับมือขวามันรับกันนะครับเล่นตัว touch ให้ถูกต้องแล้วก็เพลงมันเริ่มจากสูงค่อยๆไล่ลงมาต่ำก็ค่อยๆลดแรงบิดเบาลงได้
Quavers, I was playing detached. Now and then, when you have stepwise, like in bar 16, I might just play legato and then detach. So generally, for the whole piece, you can do the same.
จะสังเกตนะครับเมื่อกี้นี้เล่นเป็นที่คล้ายๆเป็นสเกลลงมาให้ต่อโน้ตแล้วก็ค่อยตัดตรงคู่เคเดนซ์สุดท้ายนะครับก็จะเป็นตัวอย่างหนึ่งของการเล่นมือซ้ายให้บล็อกขึ้นนะครับ
Then the longer second section, but the same material. And then you do this sort of echo effect here. Loud. Echo. Same thing. Loud. Echo. Be careful not to be too heavy on your octaves in the left hand. Have that echo effect in bar 57, so that can be strong. 2 bars later, it can be an echo. Okay. All right.
Just before we go on to this B, we'll just announce the results of the grade 8 poll.
Yes.
About 50 of you voted. Your favourite A piece by a long way was the Scarlatti Sonata A2. B, very much closer. Most of you like the Beethoven B2, but very, very close behind was one of the alternatives, B5, the first of the Haydns. And your favourite C piece was the Chopin Nocturne.
Okay. All right, now let's go to the B pieces of grade 5. Now the first one, Cloud Right Now. This is one of the examples where it says so right at the bottom. The first repeat should be observed in the exam. So they do want you to play these 4 bars again.
เพลงที่เขียนไว้ข้างล่างเลยนะครับว่าต้องย้อนนะในท่อนย้อน2คะแนนครับ
This is a very typical German romantic sort of piece. In fact, very much like Schumann. So this. Which sounds like. So it's that sort of thing with a very lyrical melody and very gentle broken chord accompaniment. The title Plauderei is, well, it says chat. It's like a conversation. So it's like 2 people talking. So the right hand talks and then the left hand replies. And sometimes they even finish each other's phrases for them.
เพลงนี้เหมือน2 คนพูดกันครับ
So very, very cantabile. And then the left hand, with that slur, lift off gently with pedal on every crotchet. And do be careful that the thumb is not bumpy. So. I'll go on from now. They suggested, the bracket suggested that the last 2 notes in the 4th bar is played by the left hand, which is a very good suggestion because it gives you time to prepare the next melody. So. Left hand starts the melody, but the right hand finishes it for the left hand. Even that last bar, although you see staccatos, there is a slur there. Whenever there's a slur over staccatos, it tends to mean slightly more relaxed staccato, so not suddenly playful or short, but with a bit of pedal.
เวลามีจุด staccato ที่มีเส้น legato นะครับเล่นให้เป็นเสียงขาดเฉยๆไม่ใช่เสียงสั้นนะครับ
Alright. B2 is an etude in A minor. It's not a very fast or loud etude. It's in the style of a Siciliana, which is an Italian form, and usually is in some sort of compound time, 6/8, 9/8, 12/8, and so on. And one of the features of a Siciliana is this rhythm. But the mood is very relaxed, so it's not a march or whatever. It's very relaxed with a very gentle lift.
อย่างนี้เขียนเป็นในชุดในสไตล์ช้านะครับแบบซีซีของก็คือคล้ายๆกับเป็นจังหวะอย่างที่อาจารย์ตกเลยที่ไม่ได้เป็นมาร์ชนะครับรุ่มโนดครับ
Of course, if you want, you can use the pedal to help join the left hand chords, but you'll have to change quite frequently. I would say every time you play a chord, you will have to change because there's a lot of stepwise melodies. So that will become quite muddy if you pedal too much. What they suggested is a good idea. They must not sound rushed. Give yourself a bit of time. Yeah. The dotted rhythm now moves on to the left hand. With this repeated C, it can become quite heavy and bumpy because you use the thumb. I mean, you can use either the thumbs twice, or you can even think about using 2-1. But just be careful not to bump it.
นิ้วซ้ายตรงนี้อย่าเล่นหนักนะครับอาจจะเปลี่ยนนิ้วเป็น 2-1 ก็ได้หรือจะใช้นิ้วเดียวก็ได้นิ้วโป้งแต่เราจะไปถ่าย
You have some thirds in the right hand, slightly tricky here. Okay, is this how like that sort of thing? Instead of 5-3, also try out 5-1 and see. It might be suitable for some students on that C and A. Then start quite small, then you get this crescendo to the next page. You have ornaments at the start, and I think 3 notes is good, what they suggest. But be careful if you pedal after you play the ornament. Otherwise, you're going to get a clash.
ตรงนี้อีกรายละเอียดเพดลที่มีโน้ตติดกันอย่างนี้นะครับให้แตะเพดลตรงหลังจากเล่นตัวสุดท้ายของออร์นาเมนต์เสร็จจับให้ดีนะครับไม่งั้นมันจะเบลอกับตอนแรก
Shake the left hand. Just to check whether you're asleep. Okay, you're not asleep. It's the same key, same tempo. And then basically it's the same here, just broken chord in the left hand. Just be careful when you come to bar 23, where it becomes a bit wider, that your wrist is quite relaxed so that you can get to the notes. I mean, just an octave apart, but with some students with smaller hands, that might be a bit of a strain. So move your arm over so that you don't have to stretch too much.
โมเมนต์ของมือซ้ายครับระวังให้เป็นเด็กมือเล็กระวังจะตึงใช้ข้อมือช่วยนะครับ
Then the left hand is a melody. A lot of stepwise movements, so be more sparing with the pedal, not too much pedal. Now, the next piece is quite interesting if you look at the score. It looks very different, doesn't it, from the usual grade 5 piece. And the title, The Harp Day, is talking about a harpist. This is originally written for the piano to imitate a harp. And I was looking on YouTube and I found a version where a harpist actually plays it so that you can see how it actually sounds. I think it sounds better on the harp. So let's listen to a little bit of this. She goes quite fast, doesn't it? You don't have to, your student don't have to go quite so fast. What this word here means, stretto, remember we were talking about stretto earlier today and we were talking about the overlapping of subjects, but in the Romantic period, it means getting a bit faster. Chopin uses this word quite a lot. Literally in Italian, it means narrower, so it gets a bit more urgent. So you have to get faster at this passage where you see a lot of triplets also there. But, well, if you don't want to play quite as fast as the harpist just now, just start a little bit slower and then go a little bit forward. Towards the end of it, you can always still wind down again and become a bit slower.
ในสเตรโตในสมัยโบราณนะครับถ้าเป็นบาร์มันคือแนวทำนองที่ซ้อนกันแต่ถ้าเป็นในสมัยโรแมนติกเนี่ยสเตรโตแบบว่าเล่นให้เร็วขึ้นนิดหนึ่ง
So start rather carefully. If you want to pedal, you can, but you have to change every single crotchet. And then you get this part with all the arpeggios so that imitates the harp. Use the pedal here from the little notes at the base going to the top. And you notice when the harpist was playing, she rings out the top note. So the top note is the brightest. So you should do that here also. Again, quite free, quite leisurely. And you can even vary the speed that you spread the arpeggiation. For example, the second time you might want it a bit gentler, so maybe spread it a bit more slowly, a gentler sort of sound.
ตรงนี้สังเกตในการเล่นฮาร์ปนะครับก็จะดีดโน้ตตัวบนออกมาให้ชัดใช่ไหมครับในเปียโนก็ทำได้เหมือนกันแล้วก็สโลว์จังหวะเปลี่ยนถ่ายได้นะครับในแต่ละครั้งที่ย้อนกลับมา
So So if you do it more slowly, sounds a bit more dreamy. And then here, the composer writes without pedals, things without pedal. So you have to try to be as smooth as possible in the left hand. It goes higher, maybe a little bit brighter. Quite interesting here, where you see in bar 12, he writes a chord and wavy line, which is the same, isn't it? So you can have a discussion with your student about why he writes it differently. Maybe he wants fuller harmonies, maybe he wants to spread a bit more quick, more solid to the sound. So this is bar 12. Then you see pure dolce. Or also notice that little commas, so those are like breath marks. So at the end of this, just a small break. And maybe more dreamy, slower. And then again, no pedal. This time, he wants you to hold the left hand thumb. And that accent there really just indicates that this should be the note that sounds the most. There is a danger of the right hand becoming a bit too short. I think I would trail off. Don't make the last note such a short staccato.
บทท่าสุดท้ายนะครับสังเกตมือซ้ายนะครับแอคเซนต์มันมีอยู่ตรงโน้ตตัวท้ายนะก็แสดงว่าต้องการให้ได้ยินเสียงโน้ตตัวที่เก็บนะครับแล้วก็มือขวาระหว่างไม่สั้นจนเกินไปนี่ทุกคน
So you don't play the note again with the left hand. Just hang on to it. The right hand goes away very gently. Yeah, so quite interesting sonorities here. Right, just go through the C. Yeah.
So the first list C piece for grade 5 is by Polish composer Loo Bang. Like many European composers, he was fond of collecting folk music from his native country, and he wrote many pieces based on folk tunes from different parts of Poland, and this is one of them. The title literally means a schoolmaster. It's one of those pieces where the student does not need a lot of imagination to play this piece. Basically, if you do everything that it says, it's fine. You can kind of like point the student on the track and give them a push and off they go and they'll be fine.
เป็นอีกเพลงนึงนะครับที่เล่นตามโน้ตปุ๊บทำให้ได้ตามนี้จบเลยครับ
But it certainly does imply, I think, a student with some dexterity and some, reasonable technique on the keyboard, because the piece is quite quick, a lot of very neat staccato playing needed, so certainly some facility, some agility is called for.
แต่เด็กก็ต้องมีวิธีดีนะครับแล้วก็มีการเล่นสเตกัตโตมีเทคนิคหลายส่วนพอสมควร
Very important, I think, throughout the piece is stability of rhythm and evenness of pulse. It does change speed a little once, here meno mosso a little slower, and then the ending again is faster, but within all of those different basic speeds, just very, very stable rhythm.
พยายามรักษาจังหวะให้มั่นคงครับถึงแม้จะมีการเปลี่ยนจังหวะบ้างแต่ก็สานให้มั่นคง
So you want very, very neat, nimble staccatos, nice sort of good attack with the fingers to create those. Follow all the dynamics that are there. Notice the little details like accents and so on. And be aware also, I think, of little elements of dialogue between the hands. If you look at these bars here, where the rhythm is sort of in a mirror image between the two hands, and there's a very definite element of dialogue.
ลักษณะการเล่นสเตกัตโตที่สั้นมีนิ้วที่ว่องไวนะครับมีนิ้วที่ทำงานได้ดีแล้วก็มีลักษณะเป็นบทคล้ายๆเพลงโต้ตอบกันในสองบท
And then in the next section from the second time bar, the student can have a lot of fun with the dynamics, especially the sudden forte chord is a very dissonant chord here. And then in the meno mosso, just very briefly, it's a little more lyrical, a little bit more expressive, but not for very long. There's a pause and then suddenly straight back into the original music there.
เพล 4ห้องตรงกลางที่หย่อนลงมานิดนึงนะครับ
So this is the last line of the first page. So maybe not quite so staccato there, still detached, but a little smoother. And then very important counting-wise, make sure these long notes here, long tied notes, are counted absolutely for the correct value. I can tell you examiners will be listening for that. Similarly here, exactly 1 bar's rest, no more, no less.
นับให้เป๊ะเลยนะครับห้ามขาดห้ามเกิน
And then somebody asked somewhere else when we showed this piece, how fast is the final vivace? Well, the answer is simply as fast as your student can play it without falling over. So it definitely needs to be quicker than the basic tempo. So set your basic tempo according to how fast you can play this last bit, I would say.
ถ้าสุดท้ายเขียนเป็นฟาเช่นะครับเล่นให้เร็วที่สุดเท่าที่จะเล่นได้ที่ไม่พังนะครับ
And it's quite awkward, this last line. It's difficult to work out anything much alternative in the way of fingering, especially in the left hand. So again, real precision needed in the articulation. I'll maybe just play you the last 2 lines of the piece. Very lively, very energetic. Certainly a student with some facility needed to play that one, but a lot of fun. C2 is Prokofiev, Vision Fugitive. Again, we had an example of that set of pieces in a higher grade earlier on. This is actually the very first one of the set. And it's very, very lyrical, quite slow-moving music. The difficulty in this piece is completely different from the C1 piece. The difficulty here is in sustaining melodic lines and actually making sense of the phrasing with relatively few notes to play, especially on the first page.
อันนี้เป็นโปรแกรมอีกด้านนึงนะครับเป็นด้านช้าเราเข้าใจค่อนข้างยากแล้วก็สิ่งที่ยากคือต้องรักษาและแนวทำนองทั้งหมดให้เลกาโต้ให้มากๆรวมทั้งดีไซน์ด้วยนะครับ
So it's slow moving, but it must never drag or sound as though it's plodding. Remember I said earlier about saving the use of the soft pedal for very particular moments. This piece is a really good example of that. I would not use the soft pedal until the point where we've just got to now, because we put it down here for the 4th line, and third line, and it really helps create the triple piano mysterioso effect.
ที่ใช้ซอฟต์แวร์ตรงนี้นะครับตรง3 พีนะครับ
I will take the soft pedal off again here. Then the second page is a little more difficult because it's basically a variation on the opening, but with this additional chromatic line which runs all the way down, right down into the depths of the keyboard down here. And that has to be like a completely unbroken line of thread that's just completely joined legato. And that's tricky in here. You see this spread chord here, so you have to use some pedal to help cover that and take time over that little corner there, I would suggest.
ในหน้าสุดท้ายนะครับทำนองที่มันเป็นตัวบนเนี่ยนะครับมันต้องต่อเนื่องยาวลงมาจนถึงตัวต่ำสุดนะครับซึ่งเป็นค่อนข้างลำบากระหว่างนี้
So some quite detailed work needed on fingering choices and all that sort of thing to get that bit as smooth as possible. But it's very atmospheric music, very quite dark, a little bit sort of sinister feel to it at times.
เป็นเรื่องที่ต้องศึกษานิ้วด้วยนะครับในการใช้เพื่อจะให้ลายต่อการเพดลด้วยค่อนข้างจะดนตรีฟังแปลกๆนะครับน่ากลัวนะ
And that leads very nicely into C3 in terms of sinister, dark sound. Film noir is a type of music often associated with Hollywood, a genre of film in Hollywood, and it kind of implies music that's set to a film that's got a rather dark, sinister story, maybe sort of crime and violence going on.
เพลงนี้เริ่มต้นนะครับเป็นคล้ายๆเป็นเพลงแต่งเหมือนประกอบหนังฮอลลีวูดนะครับเกี่ยวกับพวกอาชญากรรมหน่อยๆนะครับพื้นๆน่ากลัว
Mike Cornick, the composer, wrote a lot of music for film. The piece is in swung rhythm, not too fast, and it's very important that the swing rhythm doesn't go into dotted rhythm. So it's a real kind of da 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 rather than dun da dun da dun da dun. Very important to get that difference.
ต้องระวังเวลาที่มันมีสวิงนะครับสวิงมันไม่เหมือนเราตัวปรับจุดนะครับมันจะหย่อนกว่า
You notice there I was using some pedal, but also I was holding the harmonic notes in the left hand here. I was holding them with my fingers as well to create a sort of finger pedal effect. And you don't have to do that, but I think it's quite effective. And means that you can be a little bit more sparing with the use of the actual pedal.
ในมือซ้ายอาจารย์ใช้ finger pedal ด้วยนะครับคือโค้งโน้ตเอาไว้ด้วยแล้วก็ใช้ pedal ด้วยนะครับให้ลองฝึกดูครับ
Then there's the theme here, and just be very careful that the triplet crotchets are even. Obviously, you don't swing triplets; they're already kind of a swing elements of those. So these need to be very even. The swing only applies to quavers there, joined together like that. No other rhythm.
สวิงให้ถูกที่นะครับเฉพาะตัวที่เป็นคู่เควเวอร์นะครับตัวที่เป็นทริปเลตอยู่แล้วไม่ต้องสวิงนะครับ
One difficulty with this piece, I think, is to create the shapes, because often he puts like here a crescendo, but there's actually very little going on in the melody while you do that. So obviously you can't crescendo the chord once you play it. That's impossible. So you have to do it with the left hand and with a kind of mental sort of approach to the music continuing to build to the sforzando chord there.
นี่มีลักษณะ crescendo นะครับซึ่งทำนองมือขวาคอร์ดนั้นกดครั้งเดียวก็จบใช่ไหมครับต้องใช้มือซ้ายมาเป็นตัวช่วย crescendo แทน
And the central part of the piece is a little bit more light-hearted. You notice the staccatos in the left hand. I think they can be quite short. The right hand is sort of quite a jazzy sound. And then here, contrast in the articulation, legato left hand, mixture of legato with the odd staccato in the right hand. Hardly any pedal needed in this bit. Observe the comma here, and I think that's so catchy. It's such a distinctive thing to write. So don't just count the 3 beats. Really make sure there's a comma there at the end.
ตอนจบมีคอมมาก่อนคอร์ดสุดท้ายนะครับนับให้ดี
So you really make the listener wait for that last chord. And just very quickly, just wanted to show you one of the alternatives from this C. This is C5, another piece by Francis Poulenc. And I like this piece. I think it's just so funny. It's called Valse Tyrolean. That refers to a region of mountains in Austria called the Tyrol Mountains. And Poulenc is almost like making a joke out of the simple folk instruments that people might play whilst people in the villages are dancing, because the melody is so simple, it's almost kind of banal in quality.
อาจารย์แนะนำเพลงของครูร้องนะครับลองดูลองเขียนเพลงเหมือนกับเอาท่อนท่องพื้นบ้านมาล้อเลียนทำให้มันสนุกขึ้นนะครับ
Simple, very straightforward musically, but quite challenging in the left hand. A lot of jumps. I would suggest that 2-5 is a good fingering for these ones here in the left hand, because you can keep your hand in a better shape if you use second finger on the top note of the F sharp rather than your thumb, which would require you to do kind of much more of that with your hand. So you can keep a very, very stable shape. But the best bit of the piece is this middle section here, which starts off very, very similar kind of mood. Everything is all very fine and very sunny. And then just suddenly from here, this bit, the music suddenly starts to sound uneasy. F natural appears. G natural, which in the context of A major sounds a little bit surprising. And then suddenly, there's this discord here, fortissimo and accents, and it's like the music has run into a wall and just stopped, or a dancer has fallen over.
เพลงยุ่งๆหน่อยนะครับหน้า2เหมือนยุ่งไปยุ่งมาแล้วก็ปุ๊บจบแล้วก็เริ่มใหม่
And then it carries on as though nothing has ever happened. Very funny, witty little piece, and a great example of how Poulenc is such a clever composer. He manages to write music that's so characterful with almost the same notes all the way through it.
เป็นเอกลักษณ์เฉพาะของPoulencนะครับเขียนเพลงใช้โน้ตไม่กี่ตัวแต่ว่ามีจินตนาการสนุกสนาน
Okay, time for a little break, I think, folks. So could we say just over 15 minutes, and we'll start again with grade 4 to grade 1, sprint to the finish at 4:15.
เดี๋ยวพบกันตอน 4:15 นะครับ
really jarring in the ears.
สำหรับคอร์ดท้ายๆที่มันมีเครื่องหมาย accent นะครับก็ให้เล่น accent จนกระทั่งถึงคอร์ดสุดท้ายที่อาจารย์บอกว่าพยายาม accent ที่เฉพาะตัวสุดท้ายทำให้ไม่ใช่คอร์ดเล็กๆที่อยู่ที่นั่น
A good piece, I think, for a grade 4 level student. Possibly some new things that they might be learning to do for the first time, but no big technical difficulties in that music.
เพลงนี้ไม่ได้มีเทคนิคที่ยากเย็นอะไรนะครับแต่ว่าอาจจะเป็นความรู้สึกใหม่ๆที่นักเรียนจะได้เรียนครับ
B2 is a well-known piece by Edward Grieg, Norwegian composer. This is one of his lyric pieces. And although this is quite relatively slow-moving, it does demand quite a stretch in the right hand, well, both hands actually. So you've got the basic melody with an octave stretch and the notes in between them here, and some quite stretchy things to do in the left hand as well. So it certainly implies a hand with a reasonable amount of stretch.
เพลงนี้เป็นเพลงที่เพราะนะครับแต่ว่ามันมีเทคนิคที่ยากก็คือว่ามือจะต้องมีการ stretch คือเป็นคอร์ดค่อนข้างกว้างทั้งมือซ้ายและมือขวา
Quite a choice of tempi with this piece. It could work at this speed. Could also work quite a bit slower than that.
tempo นี่เป็น tempo ที่ต่างกันแต่ว่าอาจารย์ก็แนะนำให้ใช้ได้ทั้ง2 tempo นะครับเลือกได้
So anything around that kind of tempo extremes, I think, is fine with this music. It will give it a different character, but that's okay. It's just whatever appeals to you and your students the most.
ครับอาจารย์บอกว่าใช้ tempo ตรงไหนก็ได้ที่อยู่ระหว่างตรงนั้นนะครับ
But it definitely needs very smooth cantabile, smooth legato touch all the way through. Quite a lot of use of pedal, being very careful with changes to reflect the harmony so that we don't get anything too blurred.
ใช้เพดได้แต่การระวังก็คือว่าต้องระวังในการเปลี่ยนเพดไม่ให้ฮาร์โมนีมันเสียงซ้อนกัน
And a lot of rise and fall, a lot of shape within the phrases, and overall sense of very calm, very expressive music.
มีเชฟของดนตรีนะครับแต่ว่าดนตรีทั้งหมดเนี่ยมันมีความค่อนข้างจะสงบครับ
Just want to draw your attention to this little corner here. It's quite awkward with these grace notes which span much more than an octave, and I would definitely recommend taking a little bit of time over that corner so that it doesn't sound hurried or bumpy.
ตรงเกรสโนที่อาจารย์บอกเนี่ยนะครับเนื่องจากมันเกิดคู่แปดนะครับก็อาจารย์บอกว่าให้เทคทางคือยืดจังหวะได้เล็กน้อยเพื่อไม่ให้มันกระโดดครับ
So I'll play from there. Hold the pedal down from this point here. If you change it on that note here without letting go of the B flat, then that joins the sound very nicely into the reprise of the main melody.
ครับอาจารย์แนะนำว่าเพลงตรงนั้นก็เปลี่ยนให้พอดีนะครับสามารถเก็บตัว B กลางเอาไว้ได้
And it's exactly the same at the end, which can also slow down and have a very lingering, quite long pause at the end.
ตอนจบก็คล้ายๆกันนะครับ
Sort of shimmer of sound. B3 is Chanson de Matin, Song of the Morning by English composer Edward Elgar. This piece is originally for violin and piano. This is an arrangement for piano alone, and I thought we'd play you just a very short clip of how it sounds in its original version.
เพลงนี้จริงๆแล้วแต่งให้ไวโอลินกับเปียโนแต่ arrangement อันนี้เป็นของเปียโนเดียว
How do we replicate that as much as possible on the piano?
ก็พยายามเรียนแบบให้คล้ายๆมากที่สุด
Well, have you got any students who are good at vibrato on the piano? Oh, I think I can hear that. I think more seriously, we have to try to focus on the balance that was achieved in that recording. The piano accompaniment very much present, but very much in the background of the texture as well.
นี่อาจารย์บอกว่าจะพยายามปรับบาลานซ์ทั้งมือซ้ายมือขวาให้คล้ายๆกับที่ในคลิปที่เป็นโน้ตแบบนี้นะครับ
So I would definitely work at this piece hands separately to begin with. Nice legato touch and cantabile in the melody. And very smooth, very delicate left hand.
ครับมือขวาก็พยายามเล่นให้เป็นคาทาบิเล่นะครับในขณะที่มือซ้ายต้องเล่นให้สมูท
So altogether it should sound perhaps something like this. Plenty of pedal in those opening phrases, but no pedal I would suggest in these bars here, so you can really bring out the delicate staccato there in the melody.
ครับอาจารย์ใช้เพดลทั่วไปนะครับในประโยคที่ผ่านมาแต่ยกเว้นห้องที่9นะครับไม่ใช่เพดลเพื่อจะให้ตัวสตาคาโตมันละเอียดครับ
The melody transfers briefly to the bass part, and so again that may be the first time that you've had to work on that particular aspect with a student, so really cantabile in the bass. treble part again.
ส่วนเมื่อกี้นะครับมีตัวทำนองเนี่ยมันย้ายมาอยู่ที่เบสแป๊บหนึ่งนะครับแล้วก็กลับไปที่มือขวาเหมือนเดิมครับ
A little flexibility in the pulse, little rubato, of course, is very appropriate in this style, but don't overdo it. There are quite a few tempo markings anyway, allegando, slow down, a tempo, poco ritardando, etc. So there's some of that is written in anyway. So just natural ebb and flow of the music, but definitely not too much rubato needed, I think.
อาจารย์แนะนำว่าไม่ต้องพยายามทำรูบาโต้ให้มากนะครับเพราะว่าจากเครื่องหมายและสัญลักษณ์ที่อยู่ในโน้ตเนี่ยก็สามารถทำตามนั้นสามารถทำให้เพลงมันรูบาโต้ได้ด้วยตัวของมันเองครับ
And I think it's in control of the tone and the sound and the difficulties of this piece lie. It's nothing fast to play, no big jumps or anything like that, but some really good control of the sound of the instrument coupled with the pedal is what's needed in this piece.
ความยากของเพลงนี้ก็มีเพียงแค่พยายามควบคุมเสียงต่างๆนะครับและการใช้ร่วมกับเพดานครับ
So I just wanted to very briefly show you one of the alternative pieces. This is B5. Good piece this by Kulak. Grandmama tells a ghost story, it's called, and I think this grandmama is very good at telling stories.
อันนี้เป็นเพลงนอกเหนือจากลิสต์ในหนังสือนะครับก็เป็นเพลงที่น่าสนใจนะครับ
Parlando, it says at the beginning there, meaning in a kind of speaking sort of part, and it's all the detail of the articulation, little accents here, rise and fall in the phrases, all of those details help to make the music sound very characterful.
เพลงนี้ครับในเครื่องหมายต่างๆที่อยู่ในบรรทัดแรกนะครับมันเยอะมากจะทำให้เพลงมันมีความหมาย
So a lot of fun to be had in that music, I think. There's quite a lot of detail, quite a lot of important things to master in terms of sound and variety of articulation and so on. So it's not the easiest piece by any means, but I think very rewarding and a lot of fun and imagination needed on the part of the student to play this piece.
เพลงนี้จริงๆเป็นเพลงที่มีความน่าสนใจในเรื่องของการควบคุมเสียงที่รายละเอียดเสียงหลากหลายนะครับ
Okay, so on to this C.
Okay, on to the C piece, then we go to Paris. Everybody needs a holiday in Paris. And this is written by Gillock, who writes really well in sort of intermediate levels. And it's basically a little waltz, isn't it? You can imagine they're having cafe with the Eiffel Tower in the background, harmonica player, that sort of thing. It's basically like a little waltz. And you want to hear the bass lines clearly.
เป็นจังหวะคล้ายๆจังหวะวอลซ์นะครับ
And it says gaily, whimsically, so it mustn't be like clockwork, it mustn't be too metronomic. You can be a little bit flexible, it needs to be a bit elastic, so that it's not all so serious.
เป็นจังหวะที่สามารถยืดหยุ่นได้นะครับ
So with this figure, it's not a finger exercise, yeah, so it's not like you notate with a lot of articulation. You need to be quite free, almost using the wrist to trace a kind of circular motion, so very relaxed.
เพลงนี้มันคือความท่านจะต้องเล่นอย่างผ่อนคลายครับเราใช้ข้อมือด้วยครับ
Yeah, and have a bit of give and take in the phrases, sometimes moving forward, sometimes moving back. So. And then now the left hand takes over the melody, so not much pedal here. Maybe not too tight, more relaxed wrist here. So. Yeah, take your time. missing bass line, so bring out this cello part here. Slow it down, and then very delicate, very light, possibly using the soft pedal when you see pianissimo in bar 45.
นี่ช่างสามารถใช้ซอฟต์เพดลได้นะครับในห้องที่45
The long 4-bar pedals really work, so do pedal for 4 bars. And very light, with the left hand almost stroking out instead of articulating. It's just very relaxed fingers, slightly stroking out as you play. And then here, from bar 49, you get this magical whole tone scale. So really come down to that. And then after that, it says rather quickly to the end, so you have to almost rush to the top with a crescendo. So. Then just keep the pedal. Yeah, I think this is a really nice piece.
ต่อไปนี้เป็นเพลงที่น่าเล่นมากนะครับ
Of course, it needs something quite sensitive, and you can't have to wooden the person, who just counts all the time like a robot. It needs that sort of give and take. Well, if you're still very good at counting, maybe the next piece will be more suitable. A quela for kickling, C2. I didn't know what a quela was, so I checked Google, and so it's actually a Zulu word. Literally, it means get up. So it's very sort of uplifting, very cheerful street music actually, and usually in Zulu, it is played by something like a recorder, what you call a penny whistle or tin whistle, and often accompanied by this guy there with a guitar, sometimes the banjo, sort of thing. I found a short clip of a sort of high school somewhere in Africa, I think, doing a sort of quela dance. I'm sure it's not the original form, but you get the idea. Lots of hand and feet movement.
คำว่าเวลาแปลว่า get up นะครับ
Yeah, okay. So, lots of Disneyland, it's all very kind of jolly, as you can see. Yeah, and so on. So, here, you do string the quavers, and apparently, I think one of the features of a quela is also this syncopated accompaniment in the right hand, where you get this, you need to string this, so it's not 1 and 2 and it's. You can have a lot of tapping exercises with your student. So a lot of the time, the right hand is kind of playing off the beat.
เพลงนี้มีจังหวะที่มันเป็นจังหวะสวิงนะครับโดยที่มือซ้ายอยู่บนจังหวะแล้วก็มือขวาเนี่ยอยู่เป็นจังหวะอัพบีทนะครับก็มีเอ็กซ์ไซส์ที่อาจารย์แนะนำให้ฝึกครับ
Yeah, so for the first 3 bars or so, I think I'll just play the left hand quite firmly, legato, to contrast with the right hand.
มือซ้ายเลกาโต้นะครับ
See the little accents on the melody, a lot of them offbeat accents, they really work. So it's like a little kick, gives it a lot more vitality.
ตัวโน้ตตัว accent ก็ส่วนใหญ่จะอยู่ในส่วนที่เป็น upbeat นะครับ
So. And then like an echo, but still with that same sort of rhythm. And then the opening comes back, but this time in B minor, so maybe softer, like it says, but same sort of speed and same sort of energy. You get some chords now in bar 25. And if you want to, you can just put a bit of pedal on the longer chord, just to have a richer harmony.
ตรงนี้อาจารย์บอกว่าในคอร์ดที่ยาวในบรรทัดที่2หน้า2นะครับสามารถใส่เพดลได้ในคอร์ดยาวนะครับ
So. Echo. hand. Yeah, I think it's a nice piece, isn't it? Very catchy. The last piece of rhythmica, as it says, should be rhythmical also. I think technically the challenge is to be able to play this chords all the time without tensing up, without becoming stiff. If you look at, well, 1.5 pages of it is played by the left hand. So you need to be able to practice knocking on doors for a long time.
เพลงนี้นะครับเทคนิคที่ยากและท้าทายก็คือการเล่นมือซ้ายสตาคาโต้แล้วไม่ให้มันตึงนะครับ
Also notice the dynamic marking. The left hand is very light and soft, so keep it in this. The right hand needs to be quite bright and sparkling.
มีไดนามิกที่แตกต่างคือในมือซ้ายเบาแล้วก็มือขวาเนี่ยจะเป็นดังนะครับแล้วต้องเล่นไบรท์
So the left hand, keep it very near the keys and very light. Sometimes it's interesting to bring out when the harmony changes, so a little bit of here. Yeah, don't play everyone equal, so very, very light. And then like an echo. Tend to do this. Left hand now has a chance to be in the limelight, so that's quite bright in the left hand. No slowing down. It's a big chord at the end, but if your student can't reach that octave, don't worry. Just leave on the 2 thumbs. It's fine because there's a lot of ease in the chord.
เพลงนี้นะครับอาจารย์แนะนำว่าในคอร์ดสุดท้ายถ้าเกิดนักเรียนมีมือเล็กอยู่นะครับให้เอาตัว E ของทั้ง2 มือเนี่ยก็คือนิ้ว1เนี่ยออกไปได้นะครับ
Okay, so we're getting down to grade 3 now. The first piece is an allegro by James Hook. James Hook was a sort of Baroque period composer. 1746 he was born, and actually very not that long before Beethoven actually, so maybe sort of into early classical period. And it's quite a straightforward piece musically. Again, there's plenty of directions to do with the dynamics on the page, and if you do all of those, plus maybe 1 or 2 others that your students might like to come up with, then you're going to have a piece with plenty of contrast, and which is certainly what you want to aim for. It'd be easy for this music to sound a little bit boring, I think, if you don't vary the sound a lot.
เพลงนี้จะอยู่ในยุคบาโรกนะครับแต่ว่าในไดนามิกของทั้งเพลงเนี่ยก็จะมีเครื่องหมายบอกไว้แต่ว่าก็ต้องทำให้ดีเพราะว่ามันอาจจะทำให้ฟังแล้วน่าเบื่อได้
So it's quite a brisk piece, needs to keep moving. Choice of tempo, I think, probably governed by working at semiquavers, for example, the ones in the first few bars here, about the speed at which your students can play those nice neatly and evenly without any stumbling.
วิธีดูจังหวะนะครับในการกำหนดจังหวะตัวคะแนน1 ชั้นเนี่ยก็ดูว่าในห้องที่3เนี่ยนักเรียนสามารถเล่นกับ2 ชั้นได้เร็วแค่ไหนนะครับ
But it's a kind of quite sunny mood piece, quite optimistic in character. Variety of articulation options. There are some slurs in the right hand here, so you can choose to mirror them in the left hand, or you can choose to do the left hand quavers all sort of slightly detached. But no absolute way of doing those or not doing them, but probably be consistent. If you slur at the beginning with the right hand, then do that each time that comes, or if you choose to play them all detached, do them all detached all the way through.
สำหรับทางนักเรียนในการทำ articulation ในห้องแรกห้องที่2นะครับมือขวาเป็น slur อาจารย์แนะนำว่ามือซ้ายสามารถเป็น slur ได้หรือไม่เป็นก็ได้แต่ต้องทำให้เหมือนกันทุกครั้งครับ
And then in the next section, I think these suggested dynamics here are quite a good idea. They're only suggestions, of course, editorial ones, but in this era of music. But they make good sense, gradually increasing the sound as the sequences and the harmony gradually ascend in pitch.
ในไดนามิกตรงนั้นนะครับก็เป็นสิ่งที่ดีนะครับเพราะว่ามันจะเป็นซีเควนซ์ที่มันกำลังขยายขึ้นไปเพราะฉะนั้นในตามนั้นก็จะใช้ได้ครับ
And having reached mezzo forte here, if you keep a nice strong sound in these bars, it makes it easy to get a nice echo effect here.
ถ้าเกิดทำmezzo forteแล้วก็โฮไปได้ถึงห้องนั้นครับจะทำให้เอฟเฟกต์ของเอ็โคในห้องถัดไปเป็นทีได้ดีครับ
If you do that echo effect there, I think it's quite good to make the left-hand part a little shorter in these bars than they were in there. That kind of emphasizes the effect.
มือซ้ายตรงนั้นสามารถที่จะเล่นให้สั้นลงได้เพื่อให้เอฟเฟกต์ของเอ็โคมันชัดขึ้นนะครับ
Don't have to do that certainly, but it's quite effective, I think, if you do. A little tricky right at the end here, landing on that chord very neatly after running over the semicode. You have to do quite a little bit of a jump there in order to get that neat. So that will certainly take a good bit of practice. Your students could just practice jumping down to the two bottom notes first before adding the F with the little finger as a way of practicing that.
อาจารย์บอกว่ามีที่ยากตรงนึงก็คือตอนจบที่จะต้องวิ่งไปแล้วไปจบที่คอมือขวานะครับแต่ว่าให้ฝึกซ้อมได้ดีด้วยการแนะนำว่าให้ฝึกซ้อมด้วยการวิ่งไปหา2โน้ตล่างก่อนก็ได้แล้วค่อยตัวโน้ตบนนะครับ
And I think a generally light touch on the keyboards, a nice sort of bouncy, airy articulation at all the dynamic levels will help give a sense of dance and sense of energy to the piece.
อย่างนี้อาจารย์แนะนำว่าให้เล่นเหมือนเป็นbouncing ครับเป็นแล้วก็ไลท์แล้วก็ให้เหมือนเพลงดานซ์
Piece A2 also quite energetic. Gigue, there's a lot of. I think gigue is the dance of the syllabus this time. There are lots of gigues in several of the grades. So this piece is certainly has its challenges. You can see in the right hand part there's detail of articulation here, repeated notes, some quite significant jumps for the right hand part to do here. Left hand part generally much more straightforward. But certainly some quite a lot of detailed right-hand work to be done in mastering the notes in this piece.
เพลงนี้จุดที่ยากก็คือมีรายละเอียดบนมือขวาเยอะนะครับอย่างเช่น slur หรือว่าที่มันต้องกระโดดเยอะๆนะครับ
I think it needs a lot of light and shade and shaping in it. It would be easy for it to sound sort of rather mechanical. Forte all the way through, and that's okay, but it starts to sound a bit repetitive, a bit dull after a while. So maybe something a little more like this.
อาจารย์บอกว่าให้เล่นให้มีเชฟให้ดีนะครับดีกว่ารอบแรกซึ่งอาจารย์เล่นแล้วเราถูกหมดแต่ว่าทุกอย่างมันไม่มีการเบาเลยนะครับ
So you can work out and encourage your students to think very creatively about how they want to shape and phrase this music.
เพลงนี้สามารถทำให้นักเรียนเรียนรู้ได้ว่าจะสามารถทำเชฟของดนตรีได้อย่างไร
There's details of things like the sforzados to observe here. This little line here just simply implies that it's a continuous melodic arpeggio switching from the right hand to the left hand. No need to do the repeats, but as the music is quite short, this is a piece I think where if you did choose to do the repeats, that's okay. I mean, no examiner is going to mind too much. About a few extra seconds, and doing the repeats could, for example, give you opportunity to create more variety in the dynamics.
อาจารย์ว่าเนื่องจากเพลงเป็นเพลงสั้นนะครับการที่จะทำเล่นซ้ำตรงนี้ก็อาจจะเป็นได้นะครับเพื่อที่จะทำให้รอบ2เนี่ยมีการ create เรื่องความหลากหลายมากขึ้น
But just to repeat, you must certainly do not have to do them. You can just play it through without the repeats.
แต่ว่าไม่จำเป็นก็ได้นะครับ
So this is the second half. Nice, nicely smooth, slurred quavers where it has the slur over the top of them. And I think it's quite effective to just slow up ever so slightly at the end, so that gives a kind of very decisive feeling to the final cadence.
ครับสำหรับท่อนหลังเนี่ยก็มีความเลกาโต้มากขึ้นนะครับแล้วอาจารย์แนะนำว่าให้ช้าลงเล็กน้อยตอนจบก็จะดีครับ
You can imagine a violin and cello perhaps playing this as a duet and really enjoying coming together in the last note as a unison.
อาจารย์ว่าให้จินตนาการแบบว่าไวโอลินกับเชลโลเล่นไปด้วยกันแล้วก็มาจอยกันในโน้ตสุดท้ายที่เป็นโน้ตตัวเดียวกัน
A3 piece is this a good piece. This one I like this one. It's very very effective. The title here, this word here is from a French verb, brounder, which means to shake or to swing. So there's a real element of a dance here in this music.
อย่างคำแรกนะครับอาจารย์บอกว่ามันแปลว่าเป็นเขย่าหรือไม่ก็แบบสวิงนะครับเพื่อทำให้เห็นว่าเพลงนี้มันเป็นลักษณะการเพลงเต้นรำ
Quite quick and definitely very very rhythmical. So I think you definitely want to feel this music in 2, not in 4. Certainly the time signature C with the line through it implies that it's definitely to be thought of in minims, not in crotchets.
ครับอาจารย์อาจารย์บอกว่าให้นับจังหวะเป็น2ไม่ใช่4นะครับเนื่องจาก time signature เป็น4ครับ
A little bit stronger from this part here with the main melody transferring to the bass part. Then a little section here. This is quite interesting. There's a lot of fine detail in the articulation. If you look here in the left-hand part, semi-breve to be held for the whole bar, staccato crotchet, and then a minim to be held. And I think it's really worth spending time and working on all that detail there. Not a left-hand practice alone in these few bars, because it gives a very good effect when it's all in there.
สำหรับท่อนนี้นะครับมีรายละเอียดให้ดูแลกันก็คือในมือซ้ายนะครับในค่าของโน้ตต่างๆในมือซ้ายต้องใช้เวลากันมานิดนึงครับ
And then the final little episode of the piece features these spread chords. And again, this may well be the first time that your student has had to incorporate these in a piece. So I would definitely work at some exercises with this before you try to play through the piece, working at holding all 3 notes down and trying to create a nice big sound without it feeling awkward or the hand getting too tight and tense.
ครับผมสำหรับตรงนี้นะครับในมือขวาที่มีโน้ตที่มันเป็นสเปรดนะครับอาจจะเป็นของใหม่อาจารย์บอกว่าให้ฝึกโน้ตเนี่ยทีละตัวโดยที่โพสทั้ง3โน้ตไว้แล้วไม่ให้มันตึงและไม่ให้มันเสียงดังเกินไป
So slowly at first. And then gradually quicker and quicker, but plenty of time over that. Can easily strain the hand if they try to do too much of that too soon. So allow them to really build that up over a period of time.
ก็อาจารย์แนะนำให้ซ้อมจากช้าไปเร็วนะครับเพื่อที่ให้มือได้เรียนรู้แล้วก็ไม่ตึงจนเกินไปครับ
I have a little student doing this piece at the moment, and she was struggling. She's quite a little girl, very small hands. She was struggling to get a good sonority, good sound in this spread chord at the end. And in the end, we decided that it was fine to spread the notes in the 2 hands at the same time, rather than starting from the very bottom note and working all the way up to the top.
อาจารย์บอกว่าในข้อสุดท้ายนี่นะครับตามเครื่องหมายเนี่ยจะต้องเริ่มจากตัวล่างไปตัวบนใช่ไหมครับแต่อาจารย์บอกว่าสามารถแบ่งครึ่งได้ด้วยการที่เริ่มโน้ตมือซ้ายมือขวาเนี่ยไปพร้อมๆกัน
And I think this final bar here, you can imagine it's like the dance which has been going on all the way through the piece. It's come to an end really here, and this last bar is like the dancers taking a bow to each other at the end. I'll play the last 2 lines. So a good piece that I think students will really enjoy that music. I won't play it to you now because of time, but this is a nice piece from the alternative lists, the German Dance by Haydn, A5. It's kind of what I call a lot of distinction elements in this music here in the score, which are fairly easy to do, relatively easy to do. So we've got staccato articulation for virtually all of the left-hand part, mixture of staccato and legato in the right hand, some variations in the dynamics, little accents and things like that. So a lot of pointers on the music, which if you follow some of the directions on there, you're going to produce a performance that has a lot of character and a lot of shape.
สำหรับเพลง A5 นี่อาจารย์ก็แนะนำให้อีกเป็นเพลงหนึ่งที่มีรายละเอียดในเรื่องนะครับ
So I certainly commend you to have a look at that piece, the A5 from the alternatives.
Okay, for the B piece, in grade 3, some students have started using pedals, some have not. This particular one needs the pedal really. Without the pedal, you don't hear the sonority. The melody is in the middle, and you need a lot of pedal to create that sort of rich sonority.
อาจารย์บอกเพลงนี้เป็นเพลงที่จำเป็นจะต้องใช้เพดอลอย่างยิ่งนะครับ
This might well have been written in by the composer, but sometimes feel free if you disagree and you want to change some of this pedaling. Look at bar 4, for example. So if I do what it says, what do you think? It's a bit too much, isn't it? For modern piano anyway. So feel free to change one more time in the middle of the bar. I will do that.
อาจารย์ว่าในบาร์4จะสามารถเปลี่ยนเพดอลตรงกลางห้องได้ไม่เสียงเยอะเลยนะครับ
So change again. Then so a lot of the time the melody is played by the thumb. Just keep a very relaxed arm. Just let it sink in so that the middle part sinks out.
เวลาเมโลดี้ที่เล่นด้วยนิ้วโป้งนะครับพยายามให้รีแลกซ์แล้วก็ให้นิ้วโป้งมันลงไป
Move on. So here with the 3 phrases, just lift the wrist gracefully. And that long pedal I think works. It's just one chord. Some hand crossing there, and very interesting harmony. So change the color there. And then also notice there are 2 bars which suddenly has no pedal, and I think it's much easier if you pedal it again with the third. It's easier to be smooth.
ในบาร์ที่เครื่องหมายเพดอลไม่มีแล้วอาจารย์บอกว่าสามารถใช้เพดอลได้เพื่อให้มันต่อเนื่องกันนะครับ
So another pedal. Very graceful lift of the wrist again. Yeah, so definitely needs pedaling. B2 is also quite lyrical. You can do without pedaling, but it's quite nice also if you can add some in, particularly like the second and the fourth bars.
อันนี้ก็สามารถใส่เพดอลได้เหมือนกันนะครับอย่างเช่นในห้องที่2และห้องที่4นะครับ
Shape the melody. I think avoid bumping the long note, avoid doing. Yeah, so keep it light. And also, if you want to, you can hang on to the bass notes. And so on.
สามารถใช้ฟิงเกอร์เลกาโต้ได้ด้วยการให้ฟิงเกอร์เพดอลได้ด้วยการเก็บโน้ตตัวเบสไว้นะครับ
Yeah, so I would probably feel this as a slow 1 in the bar rather than 1, 2, 3 all the time. And this is a bit like a waltz, very graceful. So the second crotchet should be quite light. You can put a touch pedal if you want, but come off definitely at the rest.
ท่อนนี้เหมือนจังหวะวอลส์ครับเพราะฉะนั้นจังหวะที่2ในมือซ้ายเนี่ยจะต้องค่อนข้างเบานะครับแล้วก็สามารถใส่เพดอลไปได้เล็กน้อยครับ
Very smooth and relaxed in the right hand. Take your time going to the top. So a bit of rubato, delay that. and then your hand, and so on. B3 has a recurring even semiquaver really, so the coordination between the hands needs to be quite even. But start first by just playing them in chords, because that's what it's made of.
อาจารย์บอกว่าเพลงนี้ให้เริ่มต้นด้วยการซ้อมเป็นคอร์ดก่อนนะครับเพราะว่าจากมือซ้ายไปมือขวาเนี่ยโน้ตคือเป็นสองชั้นจะต้องเท่ากันมากๆครับ
Yeah, so playing crochet chords. It will benefit from some paddling. You don't need it, but if you can paddle, it does make it easier to shape things smoothly. Sometimes there is a melody at the top. Yeah, so you want to hear that sort of shape. So when you break it up, it's the same. Left hand melody now. And then here I think is the biggest crescendo, it goes to the highest point. And then it ends gently. Yeah, so a lot of shaping within this very regular, consistent semi-quiver movements. C1 is the dance. With a lot of bar talk, if you do exactly what it says, it works quite well. Here, the right hand really is just an 8-bar phrase and 8-bar melody, and it's just repeated. It's played 3 times. So once you've learned the first 8-bar, you've learned all the right hand.
ถ้าเพลงของมันก่อนนี้ก็ถ้าเกิดทำตามในสกอร์นี่ครับใช้ได้หมดเลยนะครับแล้วมันเป็นเบสที่ละ8 บาร์นะครับแล้วก็ซ้ำไปเรื่อยๆ
So the left hand then gives the rhythmic impulse. You want to feel the first beat, almost like a percussion instrument.
มือซ้ายนี่ก็จะคงจังหวะไปเรื่อยๆคล้ายๆเป็นเสียงกลองนะครับ
And then observe all the articulation marks very carefully. The melody, and just 2 more times, and you have a different left hand though. A little comma, a little breath, then. Then it becomes a bit more relaxed, and then the ending is back to tempo. Yeah, it needs to be very rhythmical, but it's not too complicated once you are careful with the details.
ครับเพลงนี้เป็นเพลงที่มันมีจังหวะนะครับแต่ว่าจังหวะก็ไม่ได้ซับซ้อนจนเกินไป
We have Richard Ronnie Bennett again. We met him in grade 7 and grade 8, I think. So here again, you have to note all the articulation details, the dynamics. The phrases are not always clear cut. It's not the usual 4-bar or 2-bar phrases. Sometimes it can be longer. The first phrase could almost be like 7 bars. Up to here. Then gently slow down this bit, the end, and then when you see the forte subito, that's when the melody comes back in, the sudden change of color. Crescendo, and you end gently. Yeah, I think it's not too complicated once you're careful. Start learning this.
เพลงนี้จากว่าสิ่งที่อยากให้สังเกตก็คือว่าเบสต่างๆเนี่ยมันไม่ได้คงที่เป็น8 บาร์หรือ 4 บาร์นะครับบางห้องมี 7 บาร์แล้วก็ให้ observe เรื่องไดนามิกให้ดีๆครับ
Yeah, I think the last one is a good one. Blues in the Attic by Nicky Isles. Here you do not swing the quavers, straight quavers. very rhythmical again. Enjoy all these dissonant harmonies, so little accents on those. So slur off all these slurs. Now can you just check bar 7? The first time I looked at it, I thought this was a triplet. The D, F, G. It's not a triplet, it's a fingering. Because I thought something is wrong with the mathematics there. So really they should have just printed 1, 3, 4. So it's not a triplet, it's a fingering.
ห้อง7ครับแต่ว่าเลข3นั้นไม่ใช่คลิปแทนนะครับ
So and then here it says more relaxed. I think it's more of a mood rather than the slowing down of tempo.
ตรงนี้นะครับมันเป็นเพียงแค่มูดแค่นั้นเองนะไม่ใช่ให้จังหวะมันช้าลงนะครับ
So and then your back is the same. Yeah, so I think this is quite a good one.
สำหรับเพลงนี้นะครับต้องระวังคือตัวทะเบียนชั้นนะครับไม่สวิงนะครับเป็นทะเบียนชั้นตรงๆนะครับ
Okay, grade 2, A pieces, A 1, 2, 3. The first one is 2 pages long, the other one is just 1 page. Your student will complain if you ask them to learn the first one. I think this first one is actually the best. It's not complicated, there's a lot of repetition.
เพลงเขาบอกว่าเพลงแรกนะครับมี2 หน้าแต่เพลงต่อไปมี1 หน้า 1 หน้าเนี่ยแต่เพลงแรกเนี่ยเป็นเพลงที่น่าสนใจมากที่สุด
Very lively, very crisp, short staccatos. Tonal, and then it's just a repetition. So that's just half a page long. And then in the second page, you get a contrast between the legato left hand. Watch out for a heavy thumb. So be careful that the thumb is not too loud. The right hand is staccato, so it's different from the left. Crescendo quite a lot to here, then with a strong end. Yeah, I think it's good. And with A2, I think most of you have taught this piece before, probably more time than I have. And how many times have you heard students play this? Does that sound familiar? Yes. So it's the jump, isn't it? It's always this jump. And the thing is, students forget to practice those spaces in between the notes. So it's here, oops, better. So it's here to here. And you need to practice over the bar lines. And that's important for these sort of places. And the dynamics and the articulations are all given by the editor, but I think that here it works very well. Slightly lighter in the middle section. With a bit of emphasis on the syncopations. And so on. Yeah.
ครับสรุปว่าเพลงนี้ก็มีที่ยากอยู่ตรงนั้นที่อาจารย์ได้บอกไว้แล้วนะครับแล้วก็อย่าลืมย้อนด้วยนะครับ
Another jig in A3, here they've suggested the articulation. Again, this is by the editor. So the editor has suggested legato here. Yeah, you can do that. But if you don't want to, you can keep the same articulation and go. That's perfectly fine.
สำหรับพาร์ทเมื่อกี้นะครับตรงระหว่างห้องที่3ห้องที่4นะครับสามารถเล่นเลกาโต้ทั้ง6โน้ตเลยก็ได้หรือว่าจะเล่นตามที่โน้ตเขียนไว้ก็ได้นะครับ
Then the second section, you got this echo, and then just a bit of left hand interest here. Bring up the left hand. Here also either legato or with some skips and staccato. But I think this one I will play detached for the final chord.
เช่นเดียวกันนะครับคือตอนจบนะครับ6โน้ตนั้นสามารถเลกาโต้หรือแบ่งได้แต่ว่าอาจารย์บอกว่าโน้ตสุดท้ายต้องเล่นขาดกันนะครับ
Okay, a lot of you know this also, and if you check the metronome mark, it's quite crazy, it's quite fast. For grade 2, it doesn't have to be so fast. Anything from 116 onwards will do.
สำหรับเพลงนี้นะครับถ้าเช็คกับ152นี่มันเร็วมากนะครับในเกรดนี้ก็ไม่จำเป็นต้องเล่นเร็วขนาดนั้น
So a lot of this 5-finger work. I think it's easier if you ask the student to lift at the end. If you stay, you get a lot of this sticky movement, so lift away from the keys.
สำหรับฟังเพลงนะครับก็ให้พยายามลิฟต์ให้พยายามยกข้อมือขึ้นนะครับในโน้ตสุดท้ายนะครับ
And then how many times have you heard that? And then suddenly. That sort of thing. So decide on the speed according to how you can play this part. And then you're back. Yeah? I'm sure this is very familiar to all of you. B2 is a waltz like Kavleski. And here there's a contrast. The right hand is very well shaped and legato. Left hand is staccato. And think of 1, 2, 3. The 2 is lighter than the 1.
ในอันนี้นะครับจะเห็นความแตกต่างระหว่างมือขวามือซ้ายนะครับมือขวาเลกาโต้ส่วนมือซ้ายสตาคาโต้ให้ทำตัวจังหวะที่2ที่เบากว่าจังหวะแรกครับ
And so on. I think it's fairly uncomplicated, but you need to shape the right hand very well. Right at the end, there is this what it looks like a tie, and then there's a dot there. And I think this doesn't mean that you have to play that after the game. It just means that it's lifted up earlier than the crotchet. So then just lift together with the left hand.
สำหรับโน้ตสุดท้ายที่มีเครื่องหมายสตาคาโต้อยู่บนนั้นนะครับไม่ได้หมายความว่าให้เล่นโน้ตตัวดีนั่นอีกครั้งนึงนะครับแต่เพียงแต่ว่าให้ยกขึ้นให้ค่าของโน้ตมันน้อยกว่าโน้ตตัวดำนะครับ
And I think B3 is a really good one. This is from the same zoo as this piece. Do you remember? The elephant. So this is in the same zoo. There is another bear, a lazy bear. The right hand is syncopated in a way off, so just lift immediately. And here, for once, you can tell your students to play a little bit lazily, a little bit heavy if you want to. And then you get this really fun part that goes right to the bottom of the keyboard. That's the bear growling. Yeah, so plenty of character, and I think this is a very good character piece that you should really enjoy. Okay.
So both C1 and C2 in grade 2 are both blues pieces. The first one, Dusty Blue by June Armstrong. She's written at the bottom about suggested fingering for the left hand here. Works quite well if your student can stretch it and do 2-1 on these, 2-5 on these and 1-5 on those. But if they can't stretch it, that doesn't matter. 1-5, 1-5, and all of them will do fine.
สำหรับมือซ้ายก็จะแนะนำว่าสามารถใช้นิ้ว 2-5 แล้วก็ 1-5 ในคอร์ดที่ 1 และคอร์ดที่ 2 ได้นะครับแต่ถ้านักเรียนยังไม่สามารถเอื้อมได้ถึงเนี่ยก็เป็น 1-5 ทั้ง 2 อันได้ครับ
But there should be a nice feeling of sort of regular steps with this left hand. Nice steady with a nice even tone.
มือซ้ายก็ต้องเล่นให้เท่ากันแล้วก็ให้เสียงสม่ำเสมอกันนะครับ
She's also deliberately put no dynamics on the score, and she says at the bottom, no dynamics are given, but choose your own and experiment to find out what works best. So again, it's another one of those blank canvases, and you can paint whatever you like on it in terms of sound.
ค ครับในนี้ไม่มีเครื่องหมายกำหนดดังเบานะครับก็สามารถค้นหาได้เองได้นะครับ
And the quavers are swung, not the triplets at the beginning, but just where you have two quavers joined together. They need to be in swing rhythm.
ในตอนเริ่มต้นนะครับมันเขาบอกให้เล่นสวิงนะครับแต่ว่าในตอนเริ่มต้นมันเป็นโน้ตทริปเล็ตที่มันมาจอยกันเท่านั้นนะครับ
Maybe a bit of crescendo as it goes up. And I think make the grace notes quite sort of melodic.
ตัวเกรสโน้ตเล่นให้ชัดๆให้เหมือนเป็นเมโลดี้เลยนะครับ
Quite strong here, a little less, and then molto ritardando, really bring the music to a big slowdown, and that gives you time to change from 1 to 5 on that G, and then you have the fingers left to play the lower notes.
ตอนจบตรงมอโต้บิทนะครับให้ช้าลงมากๆเพื่อที่เราจะได้มีเวลาเปลี่ยนนิ้วจาก1เป็น5ในบาร์สุดท้ายนะครับ
I was using some pedal, but that's not essential. If your student can't reach the pedal, that's no reason to not do this piece. It's a very bluesy finish to the music there. C2 is originally a big band piece. Yardage is just a tiny little clip of it in its original version. So it's the melody of the piece there. Okay, but we don't need to worry about playing it that fast. For grade 2 piano. But it needs to sound very cheerful, very outgoing, nice staccatos at the beginning, and swung quavers again.
อันนี้มีเป็นจังหวะสวิงเหมือนกันนะครับในกระเบ็ด1ชั้นครับ
And then after the opening, nice legato touch in both hands. You have a mixture of very smooth notes and some lifted, quite short staccatos.
อันนี้ตอนเริ่มต้นนะครับเป็นทัชแบบเลกาโต้นะครับแล้วก็มีผสมกันระหว่างที่มันเป็นสตาคาโต้ด้วยในบาร์ที่6ครับ
Then you get to this section here, piano cheekily. Says, how do you play cheekily?
อาจารย์ถามว่าเล่นชีคลีเล่นยังไงครับ
Well, I don't know, maybe you have to look cheeky while you're playing it, I'm not sure. But whatever, it needs to be very, very bouncy staccato, so it sounds very, very cheerful, very, very neat articulation. Little accents there. And back to the same music of earlier. And then in this last bar, just be very careful with the counting. It's easy to get the rhythm wrong in this last bar. So that's easy to make that bottom C too late. That's wrong. So quite unusual rhythm there, but important to get that right.
เมื่อกี้อาจารย์บอกว่าเล่นชีคลีเนี่ยก็คือให้เล่นสตาคาโต้ให้กระเด้งนะครับแล้วส่วนบาร์สุดท้ายเนี่ยตัว C ต่ำพยายามนับจังหวะให้ดีนะครับอย่าให้มาช้าไป
And hopefully your student will be so pleased to get to the end that they do this. So I bet that will happen a few times, but that's a good piece. I like that one. I think students will have a lot of fun with that piece. C3 is not a bluesy piece. It's a little waltz by Brian Chappell. So in this we want quite flowing, but not hurried. But it needs to keep moving. The music, nice cantabile melody in the right hand, and just gently detached chords in the left hand. Maybe not too staccato to reflect the fact that there are slurs as well as dots.
สำหรับเพลงนี้นะครับไม่เหมือน2เพลงแรกที่เป็นบลูส์นะครับเพลงนี้เป็นจังหวะวอลส์นะครับโดยที่มือซ้ายเนี่ยให้เล่นขาดกันแต่ว่าไม่ใช่สตาคาโต้นะครับแล้วก็ดูมือขวาที่มันเป็นเชฟให้ดีๆครับ
on the third line, the melody goes down to the left hand, so the hands simply swap parts.
ส่วนไหนก็เมโลดี้อยู่ที่มือซ้ายนะครับก็เปลี่ยนหน้าที่กัน
Gentle slow down to the end. So very charming. Quite no big difficulties in that piece, but I think a lot of students might like the sound of that music. And I just very quickly wanted to show you C5 as one of the extras. This is a Carnival of the Animals, again, March of the Lion. One thing straight away about this piece is that the student does need to be able to reach the pedal, because you have this section here which represents the roar of the lion, and the pedal is a very deliberate effect there, so the student needs to be able to reach the pedal. Provided the student can reach the pedal, I think they will really enjoy that piece. A lot of fun to be had with that music.
เพลงนี้เป็นเพลงเลือกที่ดีนะครับเพราะว่ามีจุดที่น่าสนใจคือเพลงที่มีคาแรคเตอร์แล้วก็มีการใช้เพดอลที่เรียนแบบเสียงคำรามของสิงโตครับ
Okay, and finally we're on to grade 1. And the first piece in this A is the theme. Nice sort of straightforward piece musically, but actually not straightforward technically for grade 1. All this left hand here, quite a bit of work to do to make nice smooth progressions in the left hand, a little bit of a jump to do there. So there are certainly some technical challenges for a grade 1 level pianist to work on. Same thing with varied dynamics and varied articulation.
เพลงนี้มีสิ่งที่ท้าทายสำหรับนักเรียนเกรด 1ครับก็คือมือซ้ายที่เป็นบทเพลงขอจะต้องสามารถเล่นให้ได้ต่อเนื่องกันนะครับแล้วก็มีโน้ตที่มันกระโดดไกลๆอยู่บาร์สุดท้ายของห้องแรกห้องสุดท้ายของบาร์แรกห้องสุดท้ายของบรรทัดแรก
And a little bit more calmer, a bit more lyrical in the middle. So straightforward musically that piece, but certainly some work to be done with the fingers.
เพลงนี้ก็เป็นเพลงที่ดูเรียบง่ายไม่มีอะไรนะครับแต่ว่าต้องให้นิ้วได้ทำงานนิดนึง
So this will be a favourite, I think. A2, the minuet in C. All these repeated notes, I would probably suggest easiest to just do with the same finger. So thumbs for the first bar, third or second finger for the next bar, and probably definitely second finger for the third bar. Whatever fingerings you choose, encourage your students to not play the repeated notes too heavy. We don't want it to sound. That makes the whole music kind of very sort of heavy, very plodding, and we don't get any sense of the dance.
สำหรับอันนี้นะครับก็มี repeat note นะครับก็สามารถใช้นิ้วเดียวกันก็ได้นะครับแต่ว่าอยากให้นักเรียนเล่นทุกตัวหนักเข้ากันมากเกินไปครับ
It continues very much in the same vein in the second half. Probably legato, I would suggest, for the quavers there. A little bit of difficulty for the student to master there with the repeated 3-note chords and then a jump up in the right hand there, so that will need working on.
สำหรับท่อนที่2เนี่ยนะครับอาจารย์บอกว่าโน้ตตัวที่มันเป็นสเกลไล่ลงเนี่ยสามารถเล่นโน้ตได้นะครับแล้วก็มีที่ท้าทายก็คือในห้องที่19ที่คอร์ด C major สุดท้ายแล้วกระโดดไปตัว C สูงครับ
And of course observing the pianos here just to sort of break up the kind of fanfare-like style of the music with something quieter will be very effective. A3, Agincourt song. There's a picture here representing the picture of the Battle of Agincourt, going back to Henry V's time. It's a good piece, this. Quite brisk, quite quick, nice lifted, upbeat, and strong sound, but very light touch. Nice just to put a little accent, as it says on the second beat there. Here, legato, back to forte. And getting slower at the end there. But I think that's a very effective little piece. Imaginative music, very well written.
อาจารย์ว่าเพลงนี้เป็นเพลงที่มีความน่าสนใจมากนะครับเพราะว่าเพลงที่แข็งแรงแต่ว่าต้องเล่นไลท์นะครับไม่หนักจนเกินไปแล้วก็ให้สังเกตaccent ที่อยู่บนจังหวะที่2นะครับที่มันมีเครื่องหมาย accent นะครับ
Two alternative pieces, I won't play them now, but just so that you're aware of them. This is a good one, Quadrille, a dance by Haydn, that's A5, and A6, that's a very nice one as well, A Lovely Day by Chuk. Both of those very effective pieces, and plenty of examples in both of them, and if you do what it says on the copy, you're going to create a lot of musical interest, a lot of variety in them all by themselves.
Okay, now we will just rush through these 6 pieces, give me 6 minutes. So B1 is the famous lullaby. Just be aware not to make the thumb too heavy. The left hand needs a diminuendo in these 2 slurs. I mean, you all know this tune. I just want to point out one thing actually. Right at the 3rd phrase, at the end, we have this. A lot of students can't reach an octave smoothly. So you can use the left hand to help, either to take that second C, that last note of that bar with the left hand, or even both the C's with the left hand. You just need to match the sound, and it makes it much smoother.
อาจารย์ให้ใช้มือซ้ายนะครับบนโน้ตตัว C 2 ตัวที่อยู่ห้องสุดท้ายมันที่2นะครับเพื่อให้เสียงมันต่อกับตัว C ถัดไปนะครับ
The echo, I think, is a good one. When students say soft, make sure that it's in the same speed. So when you get the pianissimo part, the same sort of pace. So, and then here with the accent, don't be too heavy, don't count too much. Think of a shape to the 4th bar. So, and then the rest is the same. I think the only place that I will slow down the pianissimo part is right at the end. So here.
แต่ว่าจังหวะนะครับในตอนแรกที่มีฟอร์เต้กับเปนิซิโมนะครับเวลาเล่นเปนิซิโมอยากให้จังหวะช้าลงนะครับที่ช้าลงได้มีเพียงแค่เปนิซิโมตอนจบเท่านั้นครับ
The lonely road B3 needs a lot of shaping in the right hand. Particularly the thumb, it needs to lighten at the end of slurs. Here. In the middle, you get a bit of left hand melody in bar 11. So from bar 9, and then you want to hear the left hand as a melody. Crescendo is. Fade away, all smooth. So the control of tone is good. Happy Day, you string the quavers here. The left hand doesn't need to be smooth, just hold them fairly long. But make a difference in that 3rd and 4th phrase where it becomes a crochet, rest, staccato, crochet, rest. Staccato. Yeah, so the middle section. That sort of thing. Yeah.
ารย์ให้สังเกตในที่มือซ้ายนะครับโดยที่เซกชันแรกเนี่ยเล่น2จังหวะอย่างให้ยาวไปนะครับในขณะที่ให้สังเกตสตาคาโต้แล้วก็ตัวหยุดบรรทัดที่3กับ4ให้ดีครับ
Right. Whose ABR is plenty of character here? All the articulation details need to be there. The slurs and the staccatos, quite a big crescendo. And right at the end, we need a tempo change. It says più mosso. So let me play from bar 13. And then the mouse runs away. So quick. I think this is a good one, plenty of character. Then finally, we go to Egypt. Oops, yes. So big and bold. Even the staccatos quite strong. Be careful not to attack every single note. It needs to be smooth with a bit of crescendo diminuendo. So. Here, lots of shape, maybe the diminuendo as it goes up, and then right at the end, you do need a pedal. It might be difficult to coordinate this without catching the beat there. So what I would probably do with a student is ask them to pedal later, even on the second beat. So 1, and then come down at 2. Yeah, quite a colorful piece with quite a big range of tones actually. Okay, well, we managed to go through about 100 pieces I think today. So,
Thank you all very, very much.
thank you for listening.
Thank you to our
Yes, thank you.
interpreters as well. Thank
Peter.
you very much indeed. Thank you as well.
So, do you like the pieces?
Ryan is trotting up to the front as though he's looking as though he's going to say something. He is.
Well, over to you.
And just a very big thank you to Chirai Music for their help in organising the event today. Big thank you to all of them. And of course, a huge round of applause and thank you to our presenters today, to Mr. Loo Bang Hean and Mr. Nick Oliver. Thank you very much.